Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of Stoicon 2024, Harald Kavli.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Phil, for the digital applause. Welcome to Stoicon 2024, Stoics as citizens of the Cosmopolis. This will be the 12th Stoicon and the 5th that is held entirely online. This is an annual event where people come together to share their interest in an ancient philosophy that has experienced a great revival in our times. I believe that we've also been quite successful in bridging the gap between academic philosophy and general population, which I think is something that the Stoics of antiquity would be quite in favor of. Everything today will be recorded, and hopefully the recordings will be available at our YouTube channel, where you can also find recordings from past events. Also, we're going to organize something called Stoic Week, which will begin on October 28th. And what happens there is that we invite you to live as a Stoic for about a week. There's going to be some readings and discussions and plenty of opportunities to dig deeper into Stoicism. And I encourage everybody who haven't signed up to do so. The topic of this year's conference is cosmopolitanism. And to help us dig deeper into this, we have collected a great list of speakers that will help us understand what the Stoics meant by this and how cosmopolitanism fits in with Stoicism as a whole. The first speaker today will be Kelly Rudolph at 10:20, and she'll present her talk, Motivating Stoic Cosmopolitanism. We'll then move on to a panel, Stoicism in Prisons, led by Gregory Sadler at 11. After that, we'll have a short break before we move on to Jackson Coulter's talk, From the Self to the Cosmos, followed by Siggy Scott's talk, Active Asceticism. We'll then take another short break before we move on to Jack Winnick's talk, The Stoic Formula for Doing the Right Thing. And then we'll have a pre-recorded lightning talk round, which will be presented by Brittany Pollitt, followed by another short break. Finally, we'll end with Katja Maria Vogt's talk, Stoic Cosmopolitanism. The talks will be followed by a Q&A section, so I invite you all to write any questions that you might have in the chat, and we'll try to get them to the presenters. I would also like to introduce Greg Sadler, Phil Yano, and Brittany Pollitt, who are all members of the Modern Stoicism team and who are going to present the speakers here today along with me. Phil Yano is the technologist of the Modern Stoicism team. He will make sure that the tech works properly today, which we're all really grateful for. He also runs a series of events called Conversations with Modern Stoicism, next of which will take place in November and will be a conversation with Brittany Pollitt and Christopher Gill. Brittany Pollitt is a co-founder and president of the organization Stoic Care and writes about Stoicism on her Substack, Stoicism for Humans. Her most recent book is Stoic Ethics, The Basics, which she wrote with Christopher Gill. Greg Sadler is the former editor of Stoicism Today, president and founder of Reason.io, and is a professor at the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design. He has also produced a large quantity of YouTube videos about philosophy that I know from experience, both my own and others, have helped many students of philosophy understand some of the key texts and topics of philosophy. He is also a great friend, and I'm really glad to have him here today. And it's now my great pleasure to invite Greg Sadler to say a few words, followed by a short introduction by Phil.
There we go. Yeah, thanks for that introduction, Harold. And, the friendship thing is completely reciprocal. And actually, I want to say something off the cuff before I actually launch into what should be the official remarks. So I think that aspect of friendship is quite important. There's a lot of people in the Modern Stoicism organization, and I see a lot of people in the chat as well who I would consider friends, some of whom I've only met up with once or twice in, as we say, real life, but this is for us in the internet age, also real life. Harold and I spend at least an hour a week chatting about various things, and so many other people involved in the Stoic community, we've gotten to become friends. And I think, so I'm bringing this around to the topic of cosmopolitanism. The Stoics have this catchphrase that you see in Epictetus and Seneca and Cicero and all these different authors talking about us not just belonging to a cosmic city, you could say, but a community that spans the entire universe, the cosmos as we know it. and is composed of all human beings, all rational beings, which that includes the divinities as well. And, whatever it is that we believe in, whatever we think is better, higher than our own minds would be part of that. And this is a really powerful notion. It's not saying that we're all just one household, one big happy family or something like that, as people often do when they're trying to snooker you into doing extra work at business or at a university or whatever. It's, we don't all live in the same house. We don't all live on the same street, but we can all be members of the same community. And we can be bound by ties that have the affection of family when family is going quite well. But I think friendship is a really central part of that. And so hopefully, one of the cool things about Stoicons in the past when we had them face to face was everybody would get together and we'd have this shared experience and, chat outside of the halls over coffee about what we're interested in and get to know each other. And I'm hoping that we can have something similar coming out of Stoicon 2024, as we have had with the previous online Stoicons as well. This format doesn't have to keep us from sharing some good time. We've got some great stuff to center ourselves on with a lot of speakers who are going to be telling us about what cosmopolitanism means, both for the ancient Stoics and in the present time. We've got a kind of cool emphasis in the panel on prisoners or inmates as also being part of that cosmic community and worthy of being connected with all the rest of us in certain ways. And that can provide us with a great opportunity that we can carry out in the chat and, through our question and answer of engaging each other and getting to know each other at least a little bit, which I think is, completely central to Stoicism. You look at the way that these people lived, it wasn't all just about going off in your study. You see all my books behind me, reading philosophy, occasionally coming out to meet people. The Stoics were people who were out there in the world. When Zeno was at the Stoa Poikile, he was there to not just teach as, somebody who would lecture, but to engage with other people. And it turned out to be, quite quite an occasion, right? They became known as the people of that particular place. And so now, just to bring this to a close and cede the floor to Phil, who has some things to tell you as well, we can think about the worldwide Stoa that we belong to, this great porch where we can have conversations with each other. We don't all have to be involved in the same conversation at the same time with everybody else. There's plenty of little alcoves for side conversations. And I mean, from the point of view of the global Stoic community, even though this is the biggest gathering of Stoics worldwide, this is a side conversation. Right? So we can have a lot of other great side conversations, and I'm hoping that this will just be the start of a number of conversations rather than an event that we all go to and then finish up with and then go on with our business. So that's all that I have to say at this point. I'll be introducing some of the speakers as we go on, but that's my 5 minutes. And thanks for listening in on that. Maybe it'll inspire some good conversation. And I'll turn it over then to Phil.
Wait, am I in this thing? I guess I am. Hold on a second. I'll add Phil in here. Oh, Greg's this. We'll pull back here. All right. Harold and Greg have put together a lovely program for you today. I mean, I am so excited with what is about to happen. But I got a couple of minutes. Harold, is that okay if I talk to him for a couple of minutes and talk about what we're going to do? All right. Yeah. What I'll do is I will just actually, I'll keep you here just in case you want to comment on any of this. So listen, the theme for today, cosmopolitanism. Greg summed that up beautifully. Harold's talked to you about what the day is going to look like. I'm here obviously to kind of make sure that the tech is working, and I hope that we get all of that right today. Fate permitting, of course. But, you know, one of the things is this is a space that we're not always in together. So we've done a couple of things to hopefully make this a little bit easier for you. One of the things is we've got to chat, right? And there's an opportunity for us to talk to each other. What we're going to ask you to do is that while the speaker's talking, kind of keep it focused on the speaker, right? That's there to support them, etc. What we don't want to do is start some other conference or, you know, go off on some side chat. I mean, I think it's kind of fun to like whisper to somebody in the back, but that's not what we really want to have happening in the main chat, but it can be distracting. By the way, if you're newish to Zoom, you can, with the chat, you can like hide the chat altogether. You can hide the where it shows you what's going on, the previews, etc. So you can make this kind of go away so that while the speaker's talking, you can focus your thinking on the speaker themselves. So all of that's easy enough for you to do. Let me help you understand one thing about cosmopolitanism. I'm going to ask you to do this again, even if you've already done it. Mostly today is going to be lean back, right? We don't need you to have your cameras on. We don't need you to talk, but we're going to ask you some questions in the chat. But in the chat, let's get our fingers together and have everybody type in where you are in the world in the chat. And I've seen some hello from Brisbane and hello from Belgium and all that kind of stuff. But even if you've done it before, do it now. And don't just type in where you're from and hello and be nice and all that kind of stuff, but take a look at all of the messages that come by in this, you know, take a moment to look at it. DC, London, Portugal. By the way, I'm going to name some of these. We've already got 160 people here. We'll have more today. But the point is Milwaukee, Toronto, Germany, and they're flying by so fast. But here's the thing. We're not all in one place. We're not all in Tampa, Florida, or East Texas, or Greece, or Russia. We are, in fact, a cosmopolitan community all over the world. And this is a chance for us to act together. And I just love that we can do that bit. So thank you for being here for today. We're going to hopefully we've got some great presentations. We've got some great presenters. This prison panel is awesome. Just enjoy it. Lean back. If you got questions about it, do that thing. By the way, the presenters will let you know that we're going to take questions and there'll be some Q&A. It's going to be moderated Q&A after each of the presentations. We'll take care of that as we go along the way. But the idea here is to grab some good ideas. If you get a good idea, post it inside the chat. Let someone say, let someone else know. Greg mentioned that this whole thing about us being in the Cosmopolis is important. I think it's important too. So let's get all that together. Let's be good people together inside this chat. And let's practice and today, I was telling Harald earlier as we got together, I said, I see myself as a little bit more of a social Stoic than a hard Stoic. I see myself as someone who wants to be a good human among other humans. Today, let's try that on together and see what that looks like. Thank you for having me. I'm going to put a link. I will keep track and get you some links inside the chat. We're going to ask you not to put a bunch of links to other stuff in the chat that's not about what we're talking about today. Let's help people stay on conversation. But what we're going to do is we'll give you links to like some of the speakers and some of the stuff that's going on, and I'll get my lights to stay on. But we're going to give you that during the course of the day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this. Enjoy the show. And I pass this back to Harald. Thank you, Harald.
Thank you. So I guess that the first speaker now will be Kelly and Brittany. Are you ready now, or should we keep going for a bit longer? Yeah, well, then I'll just keep talking for a bit more. So I think that one of the challenges of Greg, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll join you for a bit. Actually, I'll throw a question your way that might be of interest, and maybe other people want to answer this in the chat. So Phil asked, where all of you are from, and let's ask this as sort of a warm up. What's the most interesting place that you're seeing somebody else from that maybe you'd want to visit, or you'd want to connect up with them or hear about what it's like to live out a life informed by philosophy and Stoic practice. So I'm going to throw that at you, Harald, and other people can answer that if they want to in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I always want to see United States. I'm currently trying not to fly that much, which makes United States a bit of a challenge. So I think that you can try to just pick a ride with like a container ship or something like that. But that seems a bit hardcore. But I also went on an interrail through Europe now. And that's actually my tie. I went to a wedding in Glasgow by train, so that's the same pattern as my kilt. So yeah.
And we do, I think we've got some people here from Scotland as well. Yeah, there's well, Catherine, there we go.
Yeah.
Wait a second, Greg, you need to answer this question. Where do you want to go that you saw inside the chat?
That I'm seeing in all these different names. Well, there's some of them I've been to, and a lot of the others I haven't been to. So yeah, there's so many. You know, I think I've not had great opportunity to travel, but I think there's somebody here from South Africa, and I've got a few other contacts there that it would be nice to actually meet face to face again, and it would be certainly different than the other places I've gone to. And you know, it strikes me as, I mean, every place needs the Stoic principles and practices that we're going to be looking at. But it would be interesting.
Wait a second. Does that mean that you see yourself as a missionary when you go to one of these places? You'll be taking Stoicism with you?
I'm not an evangelist. No. You know,
nope.
Maybe if I was better at it, I would be tempted to do that. But I'm still a prokopton, so I'm still in development, so to speak.
Yeah.
What about you, Phil? Do you?
Awesome. Well, I would like to, well, I mean, I've been to Greece, but I would like to go back to Greece as a Stoic who is thinking about that. And of course, I would like to go walk along where Seneca in Spain as well. So there are places I would love to go hang out. But I see the next time, I've never visited the Oracle at Delphi, and I want to know if Socrates is still the wisest man in all the world. So I think that would be kind of fun. I might, want to go ask that question in kind of quiet. Catherine Cormillis asks if I come into Oxford. I don't think I'm going to make it to the Oxford event in November. I would love to go do that as well. But yeah, we go hang out with some of our colleagues in Oxford would be fun. I would like to go hang out in Greece. I think there are lots of places I've yet to go. And once I get my kids off the payroll, maybe I'll get to go hang out in some new places.
There's a lot of great answers here in the chat.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's lovely to see people from all over.
I'm just going to highlight one of them real quick, and then we'll jump in. So Michael said, would like to see Earth from a spacecraft, see what a speck we really are from above, putting into practice the, view from above, but zooming out pretty far. That lends a little perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah. I would, sure, I'd be doing this from the moon. That'd be cool. All right, I'm going to get out of the way and let Harald and you guys bring Brittany up and do her thing. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I can see that you're unmuted now, Brittany. So hello. And now you're center stage. So thank you so much for being here. And hello, Kelly.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you to Harald and Phil and Greg for inviting me. It's a pleasure, as always, to be here with everyone. And it is now my great honor to introduce Dr. Kelly Rudolph, who's a leading international expert in the history of philosophy. She's currently senior lecturer in classics and philosophy at the University of Kent. She has previously held a postdoctoral research fellowship in the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Oxford. And Dr. Rudolph is a fellow of the Harvard Center for Hellenic Studies in Washington, D.C. in 2024 and 25. In 2025 and 26, she'll be taking up a Leverhulme research grant, which is incredible. I cannot wait to see how this goes. And this project is especially relevant for us at Modern Stoicism because she's asking, what is popular Stoicism doing to the philosophy? So she'll be examining why Stoicism as a moral framework is so enormously popular today, and how it can also become distorted when people selectively isolate and amplify certain features. So really looking forward to that. Dr. Rudolph's past work has focused on fragmentary sources in ancient physics and epistemology, the importance of ancient arguments for contemporary debates, and developing the field of sensory studies in the classics, which I find especially interesting, especially her edited volume, Taste and the Ancient Senses. And of course, she's the lead author for the paper Academic Freedom as a Public Good, and is a highly regarded advocate for academic freedom. So Dr. Kelly Rudolph, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Great, thank you so much for that fulsome introduction, Brittany. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna share, maybe I'll share a screen. Yeah, here we go. So I've got some slides for us to look at today while I'm talking. And that should now work. Yeah, everyone I hope can see that. Great, so thank you, Brittany, again for the introduction, and Greg and Harold and Phil. Thank you so much to everyone else here for attending today. It's really a privilege to speak to such a wide audience. So today, I'm going to be talking about motivating Stoic cosmopolitanism. And what I'm going to be talking about is Stoic cosmopolitanism in particular. And then the motivation problem I'm interested in is one that is a general problem with cosmopolitanism, not just the Stoic variety. And that is this problem. The general problem is that there's a gap between our commitment to the cosmopolitan principles and our taking significant action to bring them about. Right? So this isn't motivating a person to believe in cosmopolitan principles, but this is about how we motivate action. How do we get people to act on those principles once they hold them? That's the kind of interest that I have today. And that's because there are lots of different kinds of cosmopolitanisms out there these days. And it's a general problem that people who are working on cosmopolitanism face. But there's a particular problem in relation to the Stoics that is set out by Martha Nussbaum. And that is directed specifically at the Stoics and at Stoic cosmopolitanism. So that is the problem I'm going to deal with today. And it will also hit the kind of general motivational problem we see here. So Martha sets out the problem in her 2019 book on the Stoic cosmopolitan tradition and why it's a flawed ideal. So she says this: Stoic moral theory permits us to salve our conscience about our failure to aid our distant fellows, telling ourselves that no serious harm has befallen them. The Stoic position seems to be either these things like miserable conditions, poverty, malnourishment, etc., are external blows, in which case they don't touch what really matters, or they are the result of some moral weakness in the person, in which case they do matter, but the person themselves is to blame. This is the Stoics' false dichotomy, she writes. Oops, let's move back. Either it's unimportant or in the control of the will. Thus, as we know too well, poverty is often treated as a moral failing, even by people who would not so treat the damages done to a person by rape or torture or even racial discrimination. In the areas of the duties of material aid, she concludes, Stoicism lives on. So today what I want to focus on is this claim that there's a false dichotomy in Stoicism, that either indifference or external things are unimportant, or they're in control of the will. But in either way, they are where the problem lies. So in order to address this problem, we need to just be reminded of some basic tenets of Stoic ethics, some of the basic commitments of the Stoics. So these I present in very brief form. I'm assuming we've got others thinking about philosophy and the Stoics. Some of us are brand new to it, so I want to just set out the kind of basics that we need to understand to get this argument going. So the first is that virtue is the only good, that vice is the only evil, and that everything else is indifferent. That the good human life, that the fulfilling life, that our happiness consists in living virtuously, and that indifference are unnecessary. This is Martha Nussbaum's definition of it, right? This is the way she spells it out. The indifference are unnecessary for the good human life. And from that claim, she finds that the Stoics ground an argument about human equality and common dignity, so something that we want for cosmopolitanism, and that it also grounds Stoic emotional detachment from people and things, and it also grounds a kind impartiality towards people and things. But it's that third point that I'm going to take issue with today, that indifference are unnecessary for human flourishing or the good human life. Because I think we would need to ask, well, what do we mean by unnecessary, right? The good philosophical person in the room is asking, well, what do we mean by this word? And I'm going to pick on this particular point because it's the point from which she draws her conclusions. So her view of Stoicism is this, right? That everything is equally devoid of value on their view, that when we have a detached way of viewing the world around us, we can't motivate any kind of effort for benevolence, and it turns the world into a place that isn't worth living in, that we are forced to remake humanity, right? That the Stoic sage isn't fully human in some way, that they transcend their humanity, is the basis of her claim. And that once we create this world, what we find is that it's actually kind of barren and frightening in her terms. But she thinks that nevertheless, we need to take the challenge that they set seriously. So for her, she says, the problem is, how can there be any kind of benefiting? How can benevolence take place against this background of a view that has leached all importance out of the things in life which people usually like to be benefited by, right? So what she says in short are the point and the purpose of the moral and political life. Now we can see how Nussbaum arrives at this view, given the evidence that she presents in her text. Given those basic tenets of Stoicism, we can see where she comes to this. She gets this point of view. And we're going to look at some of that evidence that she presents at the end, which she takes from Marcus Aurelius. But what we find is that there are some pieces of the puzzle that are missing in her depiction of the Stoic view. And these pieces of the puzzle that are missing are pieces that we find in Cicero and in Epictetus. And once we see them, what we'll actually find is that the passages she cites from Marcus Aurelius begin to make sense if they're viewed in the light of the bigger picture of Stoicism. So we're going to turn now to one of the first pieces of missed evidence that comes from Cicero and relates to the nature of virtue. So in the De Republica, Cicero says that truly it is not enough to have virtue, as if it were some sort of skill, unless you use it. So he thinks that virtue depends wholly upon its use, and that its greatest use is in the governance of the city and the completion in fact, not in speech, of the same things as these men, that is, the philosophers, shout about on the corners. All right, so what Cicero is saying here is that there is a moral imperative that we have to put virtue to use, and that use is best worked out in the governance of the city. But that what we are aiming for here is an actual completion of duties, not in words, but in deeds. So he's drawing a strong connection between virtue and action and the use of something. But then we have to ask, well, what is it that we're supposed to be using? What does that look like, virtue and use? And that becomes clear in our second piece of evidence from Epictetus. So Epictetus in Discourses 2.5 spends a lot of time talking about the indifference and the way indifference relates to virtue. And I've I would love to spend time going through all of the bits and pieces of this, but I'm going to give you the highlight version today. And hopefully, as Greg said, we can continue the conversation. But he says this: materials are not indifferent, or are indifferent. Sorry, materials are indifferent, but the use that one makes of them is not indifferent. And his interlocutor asks, well, then are we to use externals carelessly? And Epictetus replies, not at all, for this is bad for the faculty of the will. It's bad for our prohairesis, our capacity of choice. And thus it's contrary to nature. But we should act carefully because the use is not indifferent. And we should also act with firmness and a calm mind because the material is indifferent. But the use I make of them is either bad or good, and the use is in my power. So that line draws a really clear link between virtue, right, which is where good and bad reside, and the use of it is in our power, right? It is in the power of our will. And he says that you have to understand that piece alongside the fact that these materials are indifferent, and that knowledge is what gives us firmness and calmness of mind. And he says it's difficult, to be sure, to unite and combine these two states of mind. And he says we should do our best to apply our skill to any external material, not as valuing the material, but whatever it may be, showing our skill in it. When then you have received the material, he says, work on it. And he gives two analogies to help us understand this. And I think they do really help clarify what's at stake. So he gives us two examples, one of ball games and one of the body. So in his analogy of the ball game, I think things become very clear, because he says, right, that if you think about expert basketball players, right, and you think about, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I have twin 6-year-olds. Okay, I have a boy and a girl. And when you look at them playing basketball, they don't play like experienced basketball players, right? My 6-year-olds think that having the ball is the important thing. So a couple of weeks ago, when I took them to the basketball courts, they just held the ball because that's what was valuable. That's what's important to them, just holding the ball. But an expert knows, right, that it's not the ball itself that is a value, right? But rather what is good or bad about the ball is the use you make of it, how you throw it and how you catch it. It's the exact opposite of holding the ball that's important, right? So the player's agility and their skill and their speed and their good judgment are demonstrated in the use they make of the ball. And Epictetus says this is how we should act too, with the close attention of the cleverest ball players who show the same indifference to what we are playing with as being no more than a ball, right? Because the ball itself can be any color, it can be sometimes any size, right? And a good basketball player will be able to play with it. So he says that's what's important, is the use we make of it, not the ball itself, but the skill we bring to it. And as I tell my 6-year-olds all the time, right, if you're going to be a really good basketball player, you have to practice. And that's exactly what Epictetus is saying, right? It's not easy, but we have to practice at using the ball. And the more we practice, the better we'll get at it. And in the same way, the more we practice working with indifference, the better we're going to get at them, at the use of them in alignment with virtue. Right. And so with this analogy, right, Epictetus acknowledges that this isn't easy. And Nussbaum might reply that, all right, well, you may have found a way to motivate the careful treatment or the careful use of externals, but we still haven't managed to motivate their use at the level of the cosmos. In fact, we haven't even been able to motivate them at the level of anything but, say, personal use, or maybe even those nearest to us. And that's where Epictetus's second analogy comes in, where he says, he answers the question about these externals, because his interlocutor says, all right, well then, so you say some externals are in accordance with nature and others are contrary to it. Some in other places say that. Epictetus says, well, if you ask the question in isolation, then you're right? So he gives an analogy of the body, and he says, and if you have a foot, in isolation, that foot should by nature be clean. But if you consider it as a foot, as part of the body, and not in isolation, it'll be appropriate for it to step in mud and to trample on thorns, and sometimes even to be cut off for the sake of the body as a whole. Because if it's not seen in that whole view, then it is no longer a foot. And he says we should think about ourselves in the same ways. So if you consider yourself in isolation from other people, then it's natural for you to live to be old and to be rich and to be healthy. But if you consider yourself as a human being and a part of the whole, then that's not always going to be the case. Sometimes you're going to suffer. Right? And he said, don't you know that in isolation, you will no longer be a human being? Because a human being is part of the city. First, the cosmos, right? The cosmic city that made up of gods and humans. And then the one that we call the city, which is closest to us in a microcosm, right? So Martha Nussbaum might then say, well, look, here's your evidence, right? This is exactly the kind of statement that she would say points us towards a detached view, right? That some people are just destined to be sick and in poverty, and that's not my problem. That's, you know, their role in the universe, so they need to just live with it. But we have to remember that this analogy is being presented to us within the context of how we use indifference. And it's that Epictetus doesn't want us to lose sight of. So this isn't about others, but about ourselves, right? And it's about getting our own use of indifference in right relation to our understanding of how we sit in relation to the cosmos as a whole, and how we even sit in relation to those who are closest to us. And it comes to this final point for him, which is that it is your role, he says, to step forward and say what you ought and to deal with these things as they turn out. So here he's directing us towards thinking about not just the function and use of the things, right, the externals, but also to think about our proper function as human beings, but also in our particular roles. And it's that focus here on roles that I think gives us the second piece of the second sort of missing puzzle piece for answering this problem. I think this also, by the way, gives us a very clear steer on social activism and maybe even nonviolent resistance from a Stoic perspective, but that's another talk. So let's focus on the roles. So these get spelled out most nicely in Cicero's On Duties, where he says that there are 4 natural roles that we have, and the Latin word that he uses is persona, which is the word for mask in Latin. So he says that there are 4 natural personae for human beings. The first is that we have a universal nature. The second is that we have an individual personality, characteristics that are particular to us. That we also have a personal identity that is circumstantial, right? The roles that we inhabit as a member of a family, or as a member of a certain class or nationality or gender, or some of the public offices that we are asked to take up. And that we also have chosen specializations, whether we're philosophers or lawyers or whatever. But above all, he says, we must decide who and what sort of people we want to be and what kind of life we want to lead. And this is the most difficult question of all, because this, again, is where the rubber hits the road. It's where the use of externals comes into question. So again, what we find is that the relation of virtues to indifference, right, brings us to this position, right, of asking what our role is, and what within the position I am in I can do with the things at my disposal. And it's that link that I think gets us over the motivational hump that has been identified. So I think that, so Martha Nussbaum says that we are left with a moral capacity on her interpretation, but nothing for which these capacities actually matter. She says it's the tendency to justice, but no urgent work for justice to accomplish. And I think once we see those 2 missing pieces of virtue in practice, right, being used on externals, and us living out the roles that we are in, and making use of indifference in alignment with virtue within those roles, that we can negate this claim. right? Because we're not just a moral capacity, right? Our will with nothing to work on. But actually there are lots of matter. There's lots of matter out there for us to work on. All of the externals, all of the indifferents are things for us to work on, whether they're preferred or dispreferred. So we don't just have a tendency to justice, but we also, right, if we are aiming to live virtuously, then the only way we can accomplish that is by using the indifference or the external objects that are at our disposal within the context of the roles that we inhabit. So I think the Stoics answer that challenge. But she also raises this one, that it is the essence of Stoic cosmopolitanism that things should be seen this way, denuded of their original human significances, since these significances are erroneous. He, speaking of Marcus Aurelius, strips the human. What we find here is that it's the opposite, that when we begin to focus on virtue as the use of indifference, and we see the role of indifference as the material for virtue, for the promotion and exercise of virtue, that we actually re-embed the human in the external things, because then we begin to understand how we use those to live out the flourishing human life, right? By acting in alignment with virtue on external objects. So let's look at a couple of those passages from Marcus Aurelius, and then we'll open it up to debate and some discussion. So one of the passages she picks up on is this passage from Meditation. You're going to meet people. You need to say to yourself in the morning, I'm going to meet people who really irritate me, who are horrible, but I have to know that the nature of the wrongdoer is of one kin with mine, and that I can't feel angry at them, and that I need to, right, remember that we are born to labor together. And he also uses this body analogy, like the feet, the hands, the eyes, right? To work against one another is therefore, he claims, contrary to nature. And to be angry against a man or to turn one's back on him is to work against him. And I think this is really important. It echoes the passage of Cicero in the De Officiis, where he says that the injustice of not acting is as harmful, is as bad and morally wrong as active injustice, right? Actually doing harm actively to others. And I think that's mirrored here. But Nussbaum sees here, is silent about the act of labor that is focused on here. And she seems to think here that the most important thing is that he's trying to remove his anger, and he can only do that if he understands that he's part of a larger whole. But I think that when we think about that laboring together, and the way that we have to consider both our action and our passivity in relation to the whole, gets us closer to understanding how we use those indifferents. She also points to this passage from 520, where Marcus says that human beings, we can see them in two different ways. We can see them as the closest things to us in the world, that we should stick to them through difficulty, and that we should do good to them. But we also have to see them as obstacles to the acts that most concern us. And she sees here that, she says that this is a sign of flipping very quickly from concern for other human beings to a cool detachment, and that quick flip shows that it's not real connection, not real closeness to other human beings. But I think that's to misread the passage. I think he's not saying that we flip from one to the other in a moment, but that human beings will sometimes present themselves as obstacles to us acting virtuously, and we have to be able to, right, as a good ball player, as an expert, we have to build an expertise in understanding how we need to use the externals in front of us in any given moment, how we need to think through our relationships with people around us. And I think he's just presenting those two options here. I don't think there's that flipping idea that she thinks is here. She also cites this passage from Meditations 11:18, where Marcus says that kindliness is immovable. And if it's genuine, that's even more the case. And he says, for what can the most violent person do to you if you persist in being kindly to him? And if you have a chance, gently exhort him and teach him a better way at the very time when he's trying to damage you. Now, she thinks that this is a problem because it's condescending and it's dismissive of the things that matter. And the person who matters. And I don't think that's what's going on here, actually. What we have here is a position of a person in weakness to a position of a person in strength, right, who is being violent. And perhaps here what we are seeing is actually a call to action, to speak truth to power, and to resist those in a gentle and kind way, understanding that they too are human, right? But addressing the problems, not pushing too hard, not treating them as a means rather than an end, to use Kantian terms, but to nonetheless call them on the truth. And finally, she turns to this passage, which I think is a really important one, which is from Meditations 536, where Marcus says, if there is a shortage of things indifferent, do not imagine that there is any great evil present, for that is a bad habit. But still, as the old man in the play gave his child back the little top, fully mindful that it was just a top, you too have to behave in a similar way. And again, Nussbaum's analysis of this passage is that what we have here is a kind of paternalistic condescension that is fundamentally dismissive of indifference. It is fundamentally dismissive of the things that matter most to the child, right? The top really matters to the baby, but the father thinks and knows it is just a top. I think that is true, right? That Marcus is trying to get here at that balance that Epictetus was talking about between understanding how best to use indifference and understanding that they have no value in and of themselves, but only in their use. But I think that actually what he's doing here is something even more important. And it's because of that if clause right at the beginning. If there is a shortage of things indifferent, if you are working in times of scarcity, when everything becomes precious, Marcus is reminding us that even in those moments, we have to remember the indifferent status of material things. But we have to act on the basis of our understanding of how best to use those externals. And that is to make sure that we give to those who are most in need of the objects in front of us, the things that they need, to give to those who can make best use of the materials, the things that are at our disposal, right? The old man has no need of the top. It's useless to him, but in a time of scarcity, you might hold it just because you think having something is better than having nothing. Right. But I think what Marcus is saying here is that we shouldn't grasp things that we can't make use of. That old man can make no use of the top, but the child can. So I think there's something more going on here than just a kind of dismissiveness of materials as playthings, and a condescending attitude towards those who want them. So to get to the kind of general point then, right? The question that Martha asked that started this paper was, what in short are the point and purpose of the moral and political life? And I think we can generalize what we've seen into three main points. The first is that we need to persist, and I emphasize persist. We need to persist in action or abstain from action in our use of externals in such a way that we express and promote virtue. That we have to understand that our local involvement should reflect the recognition that although different kinds of people have different claims on us, human beings have solidarity with each other, and that all things being equal, we should get involved in social and political life as befits our personality, our identities, and our chosen specializations. So I think all of this is the thing that underpins cosmopolitan action. It's what gets us over that motivational gap that has been identified for Stoicism. I think these principles also, as I said before, have a bearing on Stoic activism. But again, that's a separate talk. So thank you all very much for listening, and I look forward to some questions from you all. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that folks can see each other. Right.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much, Kelly. That was amazing. You brought in so many good ideas. I know there's going to be a great discussion. I do already see some questions in the chat. So I'd like to remind everyone, if you do have a question or maybe a comment or something that you'd just like Kelly to elaborate on, if you could put it in the chat and I'll try to grab it out for you. So one thing that caught my attention was Scott Bennett says, just because I can use my skill set to endure difficult situations doesn't make it right to turn away from others who are suffering, expecting that they should have the same skills. Anyone who's ever looked after a child knows this. I can go an afternoon without eating, no problem, but I would be a terrible parent to expect a 3-year-old to do the same. So I wondered if, given that you have your 6-year-old twins, if you have any other comments about this.
Yeah. So I think you're right. I think the Stoics have an idea. Their notion of cosmopolitanism is a transitional one, right? I think that's the kind of reality of the Stoic position, is that we all want to be a sage, but we're all transitioning towards sagehood, right? Is the claim, right? And the idea is that this takes work. And you can't expect people at an early stage of development, if they're young, or at an early stage of their studies, if they are on their way to becoming a Stoic, to fully live out the detail. But yeah, I think, I often draw on Stoic insight as a parent, I have to say. If nothing else than to remind myself that I need to. I was saying this to Phil, actually, when we were doing the tech thing. I find that I sometimes have to hold myself back and let my children have the experiences they need to have, right? I think that's the other thing, is that we can't always instruct. We sometimes have to hold ourselves back and allow the opportunities to arise for our children to learn from experience and to figure it out for themselves, sometimes by getting it wrong.
Exactly. And I think that leads into a question that I had for you. Does Nussbaum mention this idea of oikeiosis at all, which is often associated with Stoic cosmopolitanism, or has that come up in your work? I know a lot of people are probably wondering what the relationship is between these ideas and the concept known as oikeiosis, which is translated as appropriation or familiarization, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it does. So in the longer version of this talk, I had a slide on oikeiosis, but I wanted to make sure that there was enough time for conversation, so I took it out. So yeah, absolutely. I think oikeiosis plays a big role here, right? Because that's the idea that we are self-preserving by nature, and that we belong to ourselves. But actually, another side of our nature is that we are social beings, that we are other regarding, and that our love for others is fundamental to what we are as human beings, and that combination, right, plays out. You kind of see that is the kind of basis for the tension that we see in those passages in Epictetus and in Marcus Aurelius, where they're saying, like, this is, it's really hard because I really care about people, but they also really irritate me. And how do we balance that? Well, that's what we're working on, right? That's what and oikeiosis plays with that tension, and it grounds that tension in that notion of what is ours and what belongs to us. And I think that it gets spelt out really nicely in that fragment from Hierocles, where we get, I'm sure everyone is familiar with that sense of the kind of rings of connection between people, right? That if I'm at the center and my family's the next circle out, and then my community, and so on and so forth, until we get to the cosmos. And I think what's so powerful about that, and what is so often missed about that image, is that Hierocles says that our aim is to pull the outer circles inwards, right? It's not about becoming more impartial towards those close to us, but it's about bringing other people closer to our circles of concern. And I think that orientation is really key to understanding the notion of oikeiosis and understanding how we work out the use of indifference. Is that we aim to bring people closer, not to care less about the people near us.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Thank you for that. And that kind of ties into a question from JP Quirk. How large does your cosmos have to be in order to be virtuous? In other words, am I required to expand my efforts to the greatest extent possible, or can my cosmos be on a smaller scale yet remain virtuous?
Oh, good question. So I think the Stoics would say, nope, you've got to go all the way, right? To the furthest Myesian, right? That's our aim. It's hard to get there. So we want to start, we start to, as you say, it's connected to that idea of oikeiosis, right? We start with concern for ourselves. And then we have concern for those nearest to us. And then we step out another step. But the idea is that we have to get out to the cosmos. We have to get to the people who are furthest from us. We have to understand that we are equal and of equal worth and dignity across all people everywhere, not just those who are close to us. So I don't think that the Stoics have a kind of, let's say, liberal nationalist perspective. I think they're trying to get us to move beyond that, to move beyond communitarianism and that liberal nationalism towards a much broader understanding of what it is to be human and what the spheres are in which we need to act.
I liked how you put it in your slide. I think you said solidarity of humankind or something along those lines. I think that's a great way of putting it. And one question that I've personally had is how to reconcile, our inability to help people on the other side of the world all too often with our obligation to care about them as equal humans. This is something that I personally, I've spent a lot of time thinking about and kind of struggling with. So I just wondered if you have a perspective on that as well.
Yeah, so I think it's about I think we have to think really hard about our roles, right? So I think this is where that idea of the roles that we inhabit becomes really important, because there are spheres within which we can work, right? And there are spheres within which we can't, right? I cannot call Joe Biden and talk to him about world politics. I just can't. I don't have those connections, right? But within my sphere of influence, I can do a lot. I can talk to people, I can talk to my local community, or I can do what my 6-year-old son did, right? And have a lemonade stand in England, of all places, where there is not a tradition of lemonade stands, right? And he raised money for UNICEF for children who are suffering all over the world, right? And he did that because he had seen what was happening in the news. He was really concerned about other kids and said, I want to do something about it. And, all he could do was run a lemonade stand, but he ran a lemonade stand, right? And then we sent the money to UNICEF. And I think that, it's about finding that what within the realm I am in, within the world I am limited by, right? What can I nonetheless do? Because I think there is always something we can do, right? I think there is always some kind of action we can take. And if enough of us take that action, right, then change can happen. And I think you see this in all sorts of ways, right? I think unions are a really good example of this, right? Where you get small local actions that actually have a big impact nationally or internationally, right? Protests are another good example.
Yes, and I think I saw in the chat some people are very interested in hearing more from you on that strand, but we will have to save that for another talk, everyone. So we'll have to
next year.
Just one quick question. We only have 2 minutes left, but someone says, how do you bring the outer circles closer? Or I'm sorry, how do you react to people who resist your efforts to bring them closer? When people are not really on the same page as you, how do you interact with those people?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because this is the case that Marcus is talking about when someone becomes an obstacle to virtue for you. And then I think you have to understand their humanity. You have to see them as human beings and treat them as human beings. But you also have to do what Epictetus said, right? Which is that you step forward and you say what you have to say. You say what you ought to say. And then you deal with the consequences, right? But I think that what you never do is compromise the virtue. You never compromise your commitment to the principles of cosmopolitanism, even in the face of resistance, right? And I think that becomes really, really hard. I think, in our everyday lives, right? That's not so, in Western society, that's not so hard. In places like the Ukraine or Gaza or Sri Lanka or the Sudan, it's a matter of life and death. It becomes much, much harder. But I think, nonetheless, right, we have a duty to hold firm to those principles, that's what we're after, right?
All right. Great. Yes, thank you so much. I am sure everyone will join me in applauding. If you want to just press your applause button, everyone. Kelly, Rudolph, thank you so much. This was a
Oh,
wonderful
thanks
talk,
very
and we hope
much.
to see you back soon.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. A real pleasure.
Harold, over to you.
Thank you, Kelly. This was excellent. The next thing on the program is a panel led by Gregory Sadler on Stoicism in prisons. So he'll introduce the members of the panel, but I'll just name them. It's Robert S. Coulter, Santara Gonzalez, Bob Robinson, and Andrew Small. Thank you.
All right, so we're waiting for all of our panel members to come up and get ready to field questions and have conversation. So while we're doing that, I'll just talk a little bit about the idea behind the panel and why we wanted to do this. You know, the theme of cosmopolitanism, we've already seen this touched on a little bit. We want to think about people who often we don't think about. And in our societies in the present, you know, we hide inmates or prisoners away. I remember when I was a student down in graduate school in Southern Illinois, which used to be a coal producing region. At that time, the big industry was prisons. And the state of Illinois was building lots of them. And it was a, you know, sort of not very well populated area. People were happy to work in the prisons because it was a source of income. And it was a way to essentially hide people away. You know, the majority of the prisoners were coming from upstate and they were way down in the South and they could be forgotten about essentially. So, you know, the idea of talking to people who have not only worked in prisons, but worked in prisons specifically in terms of education, and not just education, you know, like helping people get their GREs or things like that, or learn, you know, valuable skills like culinary arts or HVAC, but to engage in transformative education, education that plays a part in moral reformation. I thought that could make for a really good panel. And there's nothing like talking with people who don't just have an academic background, but have actually been walking the walk to find out what things are like. And I think we'll find out, you know, the experiences of prisons incredibly varied, you know, just here in the United States. Every single Department of Corrections is different than the other. Every prison is different than the other. We also have something like 20,000 different county jail systems, some of which are larger than some state prison systems. And that's just the US. You know, if we talk about Canada, we talk about Great Britain, we talk about all sorts of other places, it can be quite different. So I thought a panel on Stoicism, prison education could be quite valuable for all of us. And we've got a great lineup of experts here that I see. I'm going to introduce each of them in turn. So we have Bob Robinson, who has a PhD in philosophy from Purdue University. He was hired by New Mexico Corrections to teach philosophy courses and then began teaching Stoicism in maximum and medium security male and female prisons, and began administering reentry programs statewide. Now he teaches a honors college course, Prison and the Good Life at University of New Mexico, which not only explains New Mexico prison culture and effective correctional programs, but also the value of incorporating Stoicism into correctional programs and practices. We also have Santara here, who is the co-founder and executive director of Wisdom Unlocked and has been administering restorative programs in 10 adult prisons throughout the state of California. Introducing incarcerated men and women to Stoic principles, giving them access to tools and insights. And this is a really important, I think, point here. This is part of her bio, providing them with a sense of agency and allowing them to improve their emotional well-being. So that's something we'll talk about quite a bit. Andy Small is a physical education senior officer who has worked for His Majesty's Prison Service since 1992 in England and managed physical education delivery at His Majesty's Prison Huntercombe. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, since 2002. Through personal interest, started teaching Stoic philosophy to these prisoners, working towards being personal trainers. So a very interesting emphasis there, and developed an entire course, which was a success, now running in 12 prisons in the UK and in the Falkland Islands. And then finally, we have Rob Coulter, a good friend of mine, who is the senior lecturer and head of the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at the University of Wyoming, the director of Wyoming Pathways from Prison, another great program, and the director of the Wyoming Stoic Camp, which we got to spend a little time together this last year, and is also a faculty member of the Stoa Nova. So we've got a great panel. I'm not going to say anything more about myself, since Harold already gave me an introduction, other than to say that I myself taught in 3 different departments of corrections over the years in Indiana, North Carolina, and here in Wisconsin. So I've got a bunch of questions lined up, but we'll also take questions from the chat as well. And I encourage our participants to, if you want to take something in a tangent and, ask each other questions, you can certainly do that. Here's the first question. The big theme this year is cosmopolitanism, being part of a community that extends to the entirety of humanity. And that's a really key theme in your work in prison education. Is that a theme that you introduce to your students or you stress with them, and also with your fellow educators when you have to explain what it is that you do, since quite often people have all sorts of crazy ideas about what prison education is? So who wants to jump in and address that one?
I'll jump in if nobody else is super excited to. Cosmopolitanism is, I've been teaching Stoic philosophy for a number of years now to incarcerated populations, and cosmopolitanism is a huge aspect of what we talk about. One of the favorite passages that my students jump on really quick is one that Dr. Rudolph also mentioned. Marcus's Meditations 2:1, right? Where it starts off and says, you're going to meet with all these nasty, ugly, horrible people, right? And usually my students in prison say something like, "Oh, I know that guy," or some of them even, "Oh, I am that guy." But then we get to the latter part of that passage where they talk about how we have to work with them anyway, right? And in this context, these students often recognize, they can't sort of trickle away from each other in ways that students on campus or something like that can too. So the idea that they are in a community, whether they like it or not, most of them don't, at least in my experience, and can try to work together based on these Stoic principles has been really impactful. And the prison administration sees that, and they like that as well. So I'll shut up there.
If I may chime in, and that's exactly the point, is that they are a community, and we stress that. We go into the prisons because they're a part of our community. They're a part of our circles of concern. That's why I'm here. I walk out and have 60 more brothers and sisters at the end of every day because we extend that circle of concern. Especially here in California, you have a lot of gangs in prison, and that's how they tend to divide themselves. But if we look at that, we are all connected by reason, that we are all wanting to build a better character. That kind of connects us. And if we focus that we have more in common than divides us, that tends to bring that circle a little closer. And then also in discussions with correctional officers, because there's another divide. But if we look at what it means to be human and what it means to humanity means in the sense of Stoicism and in our circles of concern, we really stress that the guards become guardians of those, and that we can build that community, irregardless if we're in California, if you are in blue, which is what incarcerated persons wear, or if you were in green, what the correctional officers wear. So I think this idea of cosmopolitan for the work that we do is very crucial and is actually at the crux of what we do.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on Santaro's point there. I think that if you understand how corrections departments are supposed to operate, one of the principles of a good corrections department is that we're re-entering people back into the community. So incarcerated people are going to leave and be our neighbors. They're going to live alongside us, whether it's near or far. And if they don't receive the resources they need and the correction they need that's appropriate to them, then if we're just not addressing the factors that make crime look like a good idea, so then they return to the community no less likely to commit crimes. So if we look at the big picture, it's in a Socratic sense, it's genuinely irrational to send people to prison and not do the work to return them. So we're all shareholders in human excellence, not just our own. So if it's in our power to influence others to do what's good for them and to improve as human beings, then we really ought to, as appropriate to our roles. So in my view, I always looked at the whole corrective process as sort of being cosmopolitan in nature. We're contributing to humanity practically when we put incarcerated people on the right path.
Yeah, and to add to what Bob's just said, we focus. So where I work, all the prisoners have got one thing in common: they're not British. So they're from 75 different nations around the world. It's a foreign national only prison. So all these people have come from all over the world, and they've got one thing in common of not being British. So we have to try and pull them all together. And one of the things that we try to say to them is, I want to think of the Marcus quote when he said, "Imagine yourself moving between the stars." We add things to it like astronauts. So when astronauts go up on the space station, the first thing they realize is that we're actually all brothers and sisters, and we all need to get along to make the best of what we've got. And I think that's the key part of cosmopolitanism. And just a little bit of basic knowledge of evolutionary biology tells us that I think we've got one common ancestor from 60,000 years ago. So we like to tell prisoners all this sort of stuff, and then they suddenly realize how close we are together, not far apart, regardless of our religion and other ethics. So, and I think that's what Stoicism does. No matter if someone's a Muslim or a Christian, it gives us all a common ethics that we can live by, and that's certainly what we do in the prison where I work.
That's all very excellent responses. I do want to say something sort of coming off of what Bob was saying, and this is a little bit more nuts and bolts, not about Stoicism, but it might be interesting for people to hear. So the studies that have been done show that prison education is the most cost-effective way for reducing recidivism, which is people committing crimes and going back to prison. And, we've shifted, at least here in the United States, very much to a punitive model. We're going to lock them up and really punish them hard. And it's quite foolish from a financial point of view, which is what taxpayers are usually interested in, because, so the state of Indiana did a study years and years back. They found that the average with no education in prison was about 66% recidivism, which is quite high. That's 2 out of 3 people are going right back in within 5 years. And they'll do so by not just committing crimes, but actually getting caught for those crimes and then convicted of those crimes. So there's more that are doing things that are not yet getting caught and convicted because they got smarter at that in prison. With a associate's degree, just a 2-year degree, and not in philosophy, just any sort of associate's degree, it dropped to 12%. And with a bachelor's degree, it dropped to 6%. So 11-fold reduction in recidivism. And you can say, well, what went on there? And this is a good lead-in. What is it about prison education that changes the prisoners, the inmates? It's not, a very passive thing where they just sit there and let us do things to them. How do they take, say Stoic philosophy specifically, but philosophy or other things more generally, and use that to change themselves so that they're more likely to reintegrate successfully?
I'll jump in. It's a good question. I mean, what are the mechanisms that are actually working in education to allow people to find that to dig in and find that opportunity to change? I've thought a lot about that. I think it's a very complicated question. One of the frames that I like to use is Donald Robertson's idea of just cognitive distancing, that what education does is it allows people to basically understand what their own thinking is and to slow down and to learn to apply different frameworks to their thoughts so that they can actually get in there and start changing them. And if we look at it that way, Stoicism has a lot to offer because you can essentially teach it straight up and down as a, hey, let's think about our own thinking, slow it down, and then apply some very simple rules. What is up to us and what should we do? And when you present it that way, it's simple enough that I think at least the population that I taught in New Mexico, which is own unique composition, they really like the simplicity of it, but they recognize the challenge of it and they appreciate it. So you don't dumb it down for them. You don't make it anything other than what it is. It's hard work to be a good person. But once you build out the framework, it's not a mystery to them what change looks like anymore. So when we present education that way, I think it's a little more intuitive to them to see that, oh, this is what the goal is. It's not something that's unattainable. Although I will say we should respect that for people who put in, who've committed crimes. I call it the ethical sunk cost fallacy. They just get stuck in that mind frame of, man, this is going to be a lot. And we need people there to coach them along the way and show them what the goal looks like and how to get there.
I think the public need to have some training. I've been in the prison service way too long, 30 odd years, and people think I'm some sort of old dinosaur and I would just want to flog prisoners. But having done my job for so long, I can tell you absolutely it's the opposite. And we need to train the public to understand that unless we're going to kill all prisoners as soon as they go into prison or keep them in there forever, we need to do something with them. We need to do something which changes the way they view the world. And I think that is the fundamental problem, is they don't know how to view the world. And to add to it, when we talk about rehabilitation, when you think about that word rehabilitate, it means go back to how you were. That's absolutely not what we want to do. I am dealing with people who have been drug dealers since they were 9 years old. So do I want them to go back to drug dealing? No. So it's actually about habilitation. And that's what Stoicism gives us, is that code of ethics, good manners, to actually teach prisoners how to be good people. And we have to, as a practitioner of it, rather than me thinking about this rehabilitation word, I think habilitation, and it feels more gentle to me that society has not done what it should have been. Most of the people that I deal with, they didn't have a father figure, and if they did, he was rubbish. So we have got to then build that up in that period whilst they're in prison, and we must have help somewhere to train the public, to make the public understand the costs to society, to the taxpayer, and the costs in other terms of the absolute carnage that these people cause when they're released from prison. Because we're faced with exactly the same problems as United States. With, I think they thought it was about £16 billion a year is the cost of reoffended, let alone all the harm they cause. I've said enough. Thank you.
And to piggyback on what Bob said, so prisons are training grounds. So we can do, they're training grounds for getting better at committing crime, or they can be training grounds for becoming a better human being and developing a good, sound character. So education is key in that, because it's a game changer and it provides agency. And when you are incarcerated for, let's say, over 5 years, and you're looking at a long sentence, you really don't feel, at least some of my students, that you have any agency left. You are told when to wake up. You are a number. You are dehumanized. You can't wear what you want to wear. You can't go outside when you want to go outside. So when they come into a classroom and you give them tools, that here are things that are actually in your control, even though you're in an environment where you think you have absolutely no control, something changes. And it's a very empowering thing. And then we take the Stoic philosophy, as Bob said, we don't dumb it down. And then you have students say, I never knew I was smart enough to understand philosophy. I always thought I had to go to college to understand philosophy. And that is the beauty about Stoicism and Stoic philosophy and the way that we can teach it. It's approachable, it's all encompassing, and it has the four virtues. And here it is. You lay it out, and then you provide that training. But I think that prison education is a key. And we also have to look at, in California, we have a lower recidivism rate amongst incarcerated men and women that have been incarcerated longer. And that has something to do with the value of freedom, right? How they see freedom. And there are other reasons for why people re-offend in the first 3 years after they are released. However, I think education, and especially Stoic education, is a game changer for incarcerated men and women. And that is something that literally drives the work that we do.
Yeah, great points, everybody. I mean, I would just, I guess I would add maybe a couple little things, is that I think all of my students and the program I direct is actually a bachelor's degree granting program here in the Wyoming Department of Corrections. And so they're educated not only in philosophy, tends to be a little philosophy heavy because of who their director is, but education, like in all of these different disciplines and topics and stuff, but in philosophy, I think especially, I think Andy said it changes how they view the world, but I also think it changes how they view themselves. They view themselves in the world in a certain way. And we can start with just that community of students in the classroom, and then they can start to see, the topic of this whole Stoicon, cosmopolitanism, and increasing those, their own picture of themselves as agents in the world. Sometimes it's small and confined, and sometimes I have students who, get put into segregation and things like that, and then it's just them and maybe the corrections officers they deal with, or in the classroom, or they start to see themselves as the roles they play in the whole prison system or in their families and so on, right? It's this altering of their orientation of between self and the rest of the universe, right? Philosophy does that, I think, extremely well, but other things can too, sociology, anthropology, literature, all of these subjects are incredibly valuable for that.
So we've already got some good questions coming in the chat, and one of them goes back to something that we'd touched on a little bit. This is from Dave Murray, and I think Stoicism is particularly helpful for this. Do some of these prisoners believe they've gone down a path that they cannot return from? If so, how do you advise them? And obviously, I mean, they're in prison, so they're not, in some respects, coming back from not having done and been convicted of a crime. But, there is that mindset of, well, I'm just stuck. This is the way it is. And it seems like, many, many avenues can be helpful for breaking that mindset. So how do you see Stoicism as figuring into that?
So I'll take a shot. One of the things that I talk about is Epictetus and him having been enslaved. And that at times that may have been for him maybe a fait accompli. I'm never getting out of this. This is it for the rest of my life. And that it doesn't have to be that way. And what does freedom look like, right? Freedom is not a physical manifestation. Freedom can be a state of mind. And that is something that is really hits with the incarcerated men and women that I teach. I work with some that are life without the possibility of parole. However, what I've also seen is that through education and through the self-work on developing their character, I had met one gentleman, he had 7 associate's degrees. He did nothing but continue the work, the philosophy classes, Alcoholics Anonymous classes, Narcotics Anonymous classes. The work with this gentleman did not stop. And this is that mindset that, yes, these are my circumstances, but it doesn't have to define the rest of my life. I can still live a flourishing life in this incarcerated setting, even though I may never see my family outside of those gates again. He didn't know he was a Stoic, right? But that is that perfect Stoic mindset. And I think if we teach in our course of teaching Stoic education, if we remind the incarcerated men and women that we teach that this is not the end all. You can elevate. You can, through the work that you're doing, developing your good character, following the virtues, you can rise above all of this. So I think that's been a really important piece for me to see and to be able to share with my students.
Yeah, so with prisoners that I've worked with over the years, they've been brought up in a life of crime, usually to do with the drug business, and they just think that that's the way that they've got to be forever. But through the work of Epictetus in particular, we can show them the way out of it. And it probably chimes into a bit of this evolutionary biology again. With Daniel Kahneman did some work back in the 90s, I think, and it was about loss aversion. And they posited that we're twice as likely to be to not want negative stuff rather than positive. So if somebody's in even a domestic violence situation, or they're in a drug dealing background and they've ended up in prison, they'll stick with that through fear, because they know they've got fed. They know how to feed themselves through their criminality. So that's what we got to break. And it's breaking the cycle of fear more than anything. And over the years, that's what prisoners have told me that Stoicism has taught them, is not to be fearful, that they've got the skills, they can do it, they can see the world differently, they can see themselves differently and go out and live a good life. And it's fear that stops us. And if we think about us, we're not prisoners, and it's fear that stops us jumping ship and starting a new life or a new relationship. It's usually fear. And that's definitely what the Stoics have taught us. Look at the dichotomy of control. Definitely helps us deal with fear, doesn't it? That we only control certain things, and it's all going to be okay. But once we understand our monkey mind and this fear, we can move past it.
I love that point, Andy. To dovetail with that, I think a lot about what are the incentives for them to have the story in which change isn't on the horizon for them, or what is going on there that's the story that they want to tell themselves. And what I found is that, in my experience, limited of course, is that part of that story is also to keep them okay with the things that they've done, because if they don't need to change, then that stuff was inevitable, and there was no choice in the matter. And as Centaur has pointed out, there is that effort to kind of offload agency, that they didn't really have a choice in this. In fact, one of the things I would tell people when they would, when they would ask me, what are prisoners like? And they would say, well, are they always talking about how they're innocent? I would say, no, they actually don't talk about how they're innocent at all. They talk about how they did that stuff. They just weren't responsible for it. And so I think understanding what in the story that they want to tell themselves that makes it okay for them to not change, and then disrupting that story and showing them how, maybe you started selling drugs at 8 years old and you knew no different until you were 25, until you got caught on this murder charge. Well, that's the past. And now that you know what the story is, how can we think about the story in a different way going forward? And what I really want people to understand and appreciate about what is difficult about teaching inmates is that they stare down change, and for a lot of them, that's just a really big push. And we really got to help them see what that looks like practically, or else it just looks like a life of misery, because that means they have to take so much ownership for the horrible things they've done. And to be clear, as we're all advocates for inmates, we do want to be clear that a lot of them have done, and most of them have done, some pretty terrible things, and we need to make sure that they're held accountable for that. But that holding accountable, actually, that's the pathway. If they can take the ownership, they can find a way out through that. It's just gonna suck, to put it bluntly. And And we're our job, at least as I saw it, as my job is there to help them see that, and also to show them that I'm on the same path too. I have to take ownership for a lot of the stupid things I've done in my life. And we're coming alongside each other here. We're not against each other.
There's a question that feeds into quite well that I think reflects a kind of worry that a lot of people do have. So this is from Michael. People affected by violent crimes, are they supposed to just forgive? That's the right thing to do, but not easy to implement. I'm not a very forgiving person when it comes to rape, murder, etc. Now I'm trying to be stoic. Not everybody can be reformed. Any advice for newbies like me? And so I'll give you my reflections, and I'm interested to hear what the rest of you have to say. Nobody is saying forgive in the sense of like we go in and we say, well, you look like you're reformed. Now go home. We're all done with your sentence, right? Nobody's saying that these people haven't committed serious crimes. And as Bob was just pointing out, and being able to take accountability for it, that's very important and part of their ultimate moral. I won't even say rehabilitation. I prefer the term reformation, which is something that one does with oneself with the tools that one has. And taking accountability is a central part of that. And even after we say to them, hey, you're becoming a good person, they may still have 45 years to do, depending on what, DOC they're in and what the prosecutor was like that day when they got charged and whether sentences are run together and all of these sorts of things. Not everybody is getting out. And I think so I'll mention this and then I'll shut up because I want to hear from the rest of you. When I was teaching at Indiana State Prison, it was funded by a low-income grant because the Pell Grant had been taken away from prisoners. Now it's back, which is really good. And taxpayers were quite resentful of the fact that, these jailbirds who've committed terrible crimes are getting a free education from Ball State or from the other 11 places. Indiana used to lead the nation in prison education before they got rid of it. And I even had relatives who were not from Indiana who would, at family dinners would get kind of pissy with me and say things like, I had to pay for my kids' education. Why are these people getting a free education? I'd say, it's not even your state. What do you care? You don't have a stake in this. But there was this sense of it's an injustice that we're doing anything good for these people who we, should be suffering, that should be part of what's going on, and nobody, I think we could say this, it's very rare that anybody is going to go into prisons and do things that are going to somehow tilt the scales in favor of letting these people off. Coming in and giving education is not somehow forgiving, right? And letting everything go. Instead, we should be thinking about this, and Seneca talks about this in his discussions on anger about why do we punish in the first place? It's not just to make people hurt in return. It should always be oriented towards thinking about the future for society, but also the future for those people right there who are not irredeemable human beings. Now, granted, there are some people who probably are. That when I was at Indiana State Prison, which is a maximum security, there were some guys in there who had done some pretty terrible things. And, we'd had conversations and they would point out another guy and they'd say, you see that guy over there? He's evil. I don't want him ever to get out because he scares the hell out of me. And I'm a scary guy myself. There's some like that. But those are the outliers. Those are not the average prisoner. And so, what do you say in response to people who are genuinely concerned with, hey, aren't we letting these people off easy for they've done these terrible things and we're rewarding them with education? What's your response to that?
I've got a number of things I could say to that. So there's a lot in there, Greg. So one of the things that I hear repeatedly actually from corrections people in our state is that, first of all, we send these people to prison as punishment, not for punishment. Right? Their being in prison is the punishment. But then something that's already come up is, look, the majority of the people in these prisons are getting out. And do you want them to get out better than they were or the same or worse, right? And how we treat them while they're in there has a lot to say about what those outcomes look like. And there's other things like you mentioned earlier about the cost of all of this. But, I would say probably, I've probably taught Stoicism to at least a couple hundred by now, in a pretty intense level, and probably half of them, maybe. No, probably not quite that many are in for life, right? Which basically means that they've killed somebody, right? And some of them more than one somebody. And the sorts of things that I see, even in those cases of people who are there for life, and it's not even a question about forgiveness. It's a question about understanding in a certain way for me, from my perspective, but I also think from some of the students. I'm just going to give a sort of specific story that I've been given permission to share. I'm not going to share names or anything like that, but there's a student I've had a few times now, and he's one of the more notorious people in our state's prison system, and one of the things he got out of this is he'd always been puzzled by or troubled by the idea that he was, every time he goes in front of the parole board and they always turn him down, and everybody wants him to feel bad about what he did. And what he said to me, he goes, "Look, I did what I did, and it's wrong, and I wish I hadn't, and I regret it." On the other hand, there was this part of me that I couldn't get myself to regret or feel bad. And that was that in what I was doing in that moment, I thought I was helping my family.
Mm.
And if they want me to feel bad for helping my family, I can't get myself to do that. And this was a perfect point to deal with Stoicism, is that, right? One of the things that Stoicism inherits from Socrates is this idea that nobody does wrong willingly, right? That we make mistakes. All of our wrongdoing is from a lack of understanding or a lack of knowledge. And what he didn't know, and he says he knows it now, is that what he did and protecting his family weren't the same thing. Conceptually, there's a ways to sort of separate these things, right? So he could understand that he shouldn't feel bad for wanting to protect his family, even if he does feel bad about what he did, right? That these things are sort of separable. And it allowed him, he said, to get sort of get an understanding of the choices that he's made. And he doesn't think he should be forgiven for what he did. But he also doesn't think he needs to be forgiven for wanting to protect his family. Everybody should want to do that. And being able to come to an understanding of himself, his own actions, why he's there in this way, allowed him to recognize how he can take responsibility for his, for what the Stoics would call a moral mistake. At the same time, not requiring him to abandon his care for his family. And so I guess what I want to say is, what are we talking about when we're talking about forgiveness? Right? And I don't think it's pretending that they did something they didn't do, or pretending that they didn't do something wrong. It's a question of understanding why they thought what they were doing was something that they should do. And when we do that, I think we get a much clearer picture, and are in a better position to talk about forgiveness. So
I'd like to chime in on this conversation because this is
Please.
something that I bump up against a lot, especially when I speak to people about working in prison and they look at me as if I've lost it because I'm a female going into a level 4 male prison. One of the things is, and I really want to get this point across, the men and women that I meet when I walk into that yard, when they come into the classroom, are not the men and women that committed the crime that they are incarcerated for. They are in the same physical body, may not even be in the same physical body, but something has happened in between when they committed that crime and the person that I'm sitting across from and having a conversation with. So we tend to meet people where they're at. I never ask someone about the crime they committed. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we are in this space here now. We're going to do some Stoic work, and we're all working on building a better character. And what does that look like for ourselves? And so for us, the question of forgiveness, as was stated, what does that even mean? It's more understanding that the person in front of us is a human being that made a mistake. We've all made mistakes. And that Marcus Aurelius tells us that we should actually feel affection for those that have made mistakes, because that is uniquely human, that we can do that. And we are all 5 minutes away from prison. We are all 5 minutes away from, not responding appropriately to someone that cuts us off in traffic, not responding appropriately to someone who wants to cut in front of us at the checkout counter at the airport, right? So we have to also put ourselves in the shoes of the other person. What we always say is, to see the prisoner inside of us and to see us inside of the incarcerated person standing in front of us. So it is a difficult question when we talk about forgiveness, but what does that really mean? Or are we looking at more understanding the person in front of us, understanding the circumstances around that crime, and seeing how we can move into a space of helping them become the person that they actually want to become through Stoic principles?
To Rob's point, I think that looking at it from the Socratic perspective, that everyone always intends the good, whether they achieve it or not, is extremely helpful for working with incarcerated people. Because if you start from there, then the job is to listen and understand the rationality that led them to making a bad decision that makes sense. And if you don't understand what led them to that decision, then it's actually really hard to get in there and fuss around with what's gone wrong and help them understand it. And in my experience, that the more that you listen, and you also takes a lot of Stoic work sometimes to listen to people who've done bad things. I know for me, I don't know how it is for the other people, but the first couple of years I worked in prisons, I was emotionally just drained every single day. As I listened, I started to understand the perspective. And then once I could understand the perspective, then I could actually challenge the perspective and build that rapport to challenge and have them actually accept it. And when I could get there, then I could start seeing some of the empathy start to come for the people that they harmed. And I always approach the work that I did that I'm not a victim of the crime, so it's not really for me to put any standards or rules on what forgiveness looks like. But what I can do for the victims of these crimes is that I can try to work with the incarcerated people so that they can come to understand exactly what they did. And so then if that needs to go further between them and their victim at some point, or between whoever was really directly harmed, then that's between them. But my job is to prepare the ground to try to get them to that point where that's even a possibility.
I think just to add to that, it's not easy. It's not easy for people in prison to actually face up to what they did. And I think the public need to understand that for prisoners to be educated properly and have some Stoic ethics about them, the first thing they've got to do is chuck away this victim mentality that I would say 95% of the prisoners that I've ever dealt with, they're the victims of the situation. It's incredible. And it's probably higher than 95%. I can see you all nodding. So and the general public wouldn't believe it, that somebody's in prison for whatever crime they did. They make out that they are the victim. So with education, with Stoic education, prisoners can actually see, hold on a minute, I've caused this. I'm not in prison because of a snitch or because I was brought up wrong. I'm in prison because I did something wrong. So that's the first part, really, of getting people to understand, that prisoners to understand that they're not necessarily the victim in this situation. Yes, of course, your upbringing may not have been that good, but we call it taking the victim stance, is very debilitating for that prisoner. And we teach them how not to do that because and the public need to understand that what we do is get people to face up with what they did and then try to make the best of what life they've got left for themselves and for the people they love and for greater society. Getting back to that cosmopolitanism again.
Those are some great observations. And this is a nice segue into another question that Ken raised. And I think this is, really, there's a couple different ways we can go with this. So he writes, here's the question: the mental illness part of prisoners, are some not even able to grasp Stoic concepts? And, we do in the States, and I think, Andy, you can tell us if this is the case in Great Britain as well. Just because of the way our society is organized, we have a lot of people with mental illnesses in prisons because, unfortunately, we closed a lot of the institutions down in the 80s, and so we just kind of shuffle them off there. And there's very few good resources for mental health within prisons, with a few exceptions. Usually in level ones for the people who did white collar crime, they've got all sorts of nice things, but everybody else kind of fends for themselves. So Emily actually had a response to that, saying there are probably likely many individuals, including myself, who deal with some mental illness or another and are quite able to grasp Stoic concepts. There could be some outliers who are so badly off that there's really not much that can be done with them. But, I think for most people, they can benefit from any sort of philosophy of life, or some sort of program like AA, where there's also accountability and engaging with other people. It's often framed as if, like, you've got mental illness over here, and this goes right to Andy's point about the victim mentality. Oh, you've got a mental illness, that gets you off the hook. Well, no, you can still work on yourself, despite the fact that perhaps you suffer from things that have resulted from the traumas in your life, right? So where do all of you sit on that? I realize it's not a very well put question the way that I've modified it, but so let's go back to the original one, the mental illness part. Are there some people who just can't grasp Stoic concepts at all? And we'll add to it, those who can. Does mental illness stand in the way of getting Stoicism, or is it something that Stoicism can help out with?
I think can't's a strong word, just because we're working over a continuum of time. So at any one point, if someone's in prison and they're on cooking off methadone and getting high all the time, like you gotta treat that need. So if they have a substance use problem, like typically what happens what should happen in a correctional environment is you treat them by priority needs. So if someone has a mental health illness that's interrupting their ability to function, then that should get the priority. But that doesn't mean you don't also address some of the other factors. You just have to be sensitive to understanding where someone kind of really is on that continuum. But it's a very complex population. There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of substance abuse. There's a lot of just really horrible things in people's past that they're continuing to unpack. My experience is that when I would catch people in my classes, if I thought that there was other stuff going on, you work with the team to kind of pull them off and make sure that gets addressed competently. Like I'm not a mental health expert. I'm not there to do that. So I've dealt with a little bit of that. But to come back to my point, just the can't is hard because, you can have people, who I worked in prisons for 7 years, and I had officers, tell me, that person you're working with, 15 years ago, I couldn't imagine that this person would ever be sitting in a room listening to you, just given the things that they'd said and done and what they were doing. So you kind of get used to just being like, well, anything's possible. You just don't know where you are in that continuum. And so you have to be very objective about it. Hey, this time right now, maybe it's not for me. And so you pass them off to somebody else. Maybe they're not good to have in the room, because I had a student who was schizophrenic who was decompensating in my class. So I had to go talk to an officer and be like, hey, maybe this is not appropriate anymore, because philosophy can sometimes fuel some of that stuff. So it's just understanding where you are and what your limits are, and knowing that some things are better fit for other people, which is just also good Stoic practice to not get out over your skis and try to manage things that really aren't under your control, because then you'll mess things up.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, my first response to that sort of question is, mental illness um, is not being stupid, right? I mean, uh, a lot of, do a lot of the students I've had struggle with mental illness or substance abuse problems or massive amounts of trauma? Absolutely. Um, do they struggle to get appropriate treatment and medication in this context sometimes? Absolutely. Um, but I have yet to meet anybody who can't um, understand some of the central ideas of what we talk about in Stoicism. Um, it's not, as they say, rocket surgery, um, but uh, it's certainly not to make some progress. I mean, if you want to start doing Chrysopian modal logic, then okay, sure. But um, for most of us, reading Epictetus, especially if you have somebody who's got some experience with it, is not sort of conceptually off the map for pretty much anybody I've met in this context or any other. Um, so I think, the mental illness question and the whether they can get it question can come apart in most cases. Are there cases where maybe there are people who uh, are in a particular crisis or something where they can't participate in discussion and stuff like that? Absolutely too, right? And that's why this is a we thing, not a me thing, to really start with. Yeah.
There is a mental health crisis in prisons, I guess, across the world. I think 75% of prisoners in UK prisons have had some sort of mental health episodes in the past. But I can say quite categorically, every prisoner that I've come across can gain from Stoic philosophy. If they can listen and understand basic English from a dumb sports coach like me and take something from it, then it's got to be good, isn't it? And that's one of the wonderful things about Stoicism that really that when I was introduced to it was amazing, that you don't need a massive brain to understand it. It's so simple. There's such simple principles. We actually teach it like sports lessons where we there's 16 sessions and they're all individual skills. So it's like we just say, right, this is the skill today that we're going to learn. And it makes it so easy for everybody involved. And I've never known prisoners not be able to take to it, unless they don't want to. But even the great Socrates had that problem. So yeah, as long as they're a little bit open-minded, doesn't matter.
Well, as we're drawing to a close, because we only have 8 minutes left, we're going to sort of like leave on a feel-good note. I wanted to know if any of you have some particular success stories about people who have transformed themselves through studying Stoicism, who were inmates that you would want to bring up and, give us examples of what can actually be accomplished.
Yeah, I can jump in if everybody doesn't mind. A guy that was in my prison back in 2017. He was a county lines drug dealer, meaning organized drug crime, introducing children into selling drugs. A Somali guy. He was naughty whilst he was in prison, and he came to us. He got told to come onto the course, and he just took to it like a duck to water. And then when he left prison, he ended up working for an English soccer club. As a crime prevention officer. And then he went on, won an award for them where he was, they showcased him at halftime during one of the matches. He went on to have his own business. And then this year he was in Athens with myself and another former prisoner of where I work, a guy called Boris Becker. I don't know if any of you have heard of him. He used to hit tennis balls around a little bit. So those two guys were keynote speakers at a big event in Athens. And Jay, the county lines drug dealing guy from Somalia, is now the role model for people in his community. And he spoke to thousands of young people, teaching them Stoicism so they don't go down the same path that he went down. And I was immensely proud as an aspiring Stoic could be to see, well, I guess my protege on stage talking to 120 CEOs from all over the world. So it's really quite remarkable what he did with his life through some basic skills that he learned from the ancient Stoics. So it was incredible.
That is a wonderful story. Does anyone else want to share one?
Yeah, I've got one. The very first class on Stoicism I taught in Wyoming prisons, one of the students in there was he had been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole at 17. But some of us may know that the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that you can't sentence minors to life without parole. And so he went in for a resentencing, and he was resentenced to 25 to life. Not a big break, maybe, but he was finally released after about 27 years. He was a great student. He'd done a lot to sort of build up the community within the prisons, and had done some even some charity work to help others outside of the prison while he was in there. This is his first several years were not so great, but he sort of turned things around. And then when he was released, he got in touch with me. And one of the first things I did was invite him to my Stoic camp. And he came to the camp with, 35 other people out in the mountains of Wyoming. And he didn't really want people to know about his past at first, but then by the end of the week together, I suggested maybe you should tell your story a little bit. And he had talked about how reading Epictetus had sort of changed his whole attitude towards himself and towards the world, and made him more open and accepting of what the universe might bring him. And now he is a successful tattoo artist, and recently did a nice tattoo on me. So he's a great success story. He also spends a lot of time talking to at-risk youth, and talks to classes here on campus pretty regularly about his story, and uses it to help others. So he's a great example, I think.
I don't have any I have success stories. I don't want to say I don't, but I always really appreciated when I would teach on, say, a Thursday, and I would come in on a Tuesday the following week, and I would have a lesson plan, and things that I wanted to get through for that day. And I had 8 guys come into the room, and they just immediately hit me before they even sit down. They went, "Hey, we were on the yard talking about this last week," and you learn to, if you always judge by the big end goal, sometimes it's really frustrating because you may not know, and people don't get out, and it's hard people get moved around, so you may not be able to track them. But I always appreciated when people would come into my classes and talk about, they were debating about what's really up to us, say, on the yard during rec, and then they want me to kind of give them some, some guidance or some bigger understanding of what it is they're discussing. And I think that if we look at it from those perspectives, there's so many incremental little wins along the way. That I had a guy who had dropped out of the prison gang that I had been having long conversations with, just to get a better understanding of how to work with inmates. And he had told me, you're planting seeds. So just keep planting seeds. Just keep having those conversations. Just keep getting them talking. You may not know what the outcomes are going to be, but don't tell yourself you're not having an influence. So I always learned to try to judge it by just the little victories, because I would always get a little bit, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where these people are going to be in, 5, 10, 15 years. So I love those big stories too. I wish I had more of them, but I don't. So
I'd like to share one, if I may. When I first started going in to teach, we taught a workshop on the dichotomy of control. It was really important for me to bring this as a first introduction. Here's what we can focus on. Here's what we can control, and here's what we can't, because the prison environment has a very high temperature, and just bumping into someone can lead into a whole yard brawl. So, and this was important for us to impart with our students. And there was one student disengaged. He walked in and said, "Do I get credits for this?" It's a thing in prison, right? If I'm here, I want credits. I want time off, right? So I said, "Well, you actually do get a credit." He hunkered down, kept coming back, but he never said anything. Always sat in the same spot, never said anything. After week 8, I'm like, you can not come back now. You're still going to get the credit. You've passed that point. He kept coming back. And by week 10, he said, "I think I got it." I'm like, okay, I left it at that. Now, the guy who's only there for a credit and thinks he got it once a month on a Sunday morning holds a Stoic circle for fellow incarcerated men. We got him copies of the Enchiridion, and he starts on page 1, and sometimes 5 guys show up, sometimes 10 guys show up, but that was his version of now. And he's not getting out. He's life without parole. But it's important for him to give back to the men on his yard, basically. So I'm very proud. He went from not getting it to doing it.
Yeah, I think sometimes what we want are the people who really were a hard sell originally, because if they actually buy into it, then that's like proof to others that, yeah, this is not just, getting along to get along, or as you say, getting the credit. Or a big thing for us was time cuts. People would enroll in education in Indiana because they could get a 1 year for a associates and 2 years off for the bachelors. And then about 2 years in, they'd figure it out, and they'd be like, oh, I get these 8 semesters. I better make the best out of them. I've already kind of wasted 4 of them in the past. So yeah, that's an important consideration. Well, this is all great. I'm happy and grateful to all of you for sharing your expertise and your experiences with us, and everybody who's attending. Looks like we have about 150 people on right now. And just to keep us on time, I'm going to just not say anything else and turn it over to Harold, other than let's thank our participants in this panel. And you can, all of them are easy to find online. Some people are asking questions, particularly with Andy about the 16 step part. So if you want to reach out to these people, you can easily do so. And that's all from us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. This was excellent, and thank you not only for being here today, but for all the great work that you do. So next up is a 10-minute break, and after that, Greg Sadler will introduce Jackson Coulter. Hello, welcome back. Greg Sadler will now introduce Jackson Coulter. Thank you.
So I've got a little bit of a different introduction than we usually do with this. So I'm going to tell you first about Jackson and the relevant matters. He has his BA from University of Wyoming and recently defended his master's thesis, How to Prioritize as a Citizen of the Universe from Colorado State University. So you may have guessed by the name that he is related to our panelist, Rob Coulter. He is, in fact, his son. And Jackson is the outreach coordinator at the Wyoming Pathways from Prison. And you might say, well, why wasn't he on the panel? Well, we didn't want to load it up with too many Coulters, and we're giving Jackson his own slot here. And the reason we're doing that is because I was a guest at Stoic Camp this year, and Jackson was one of the guest speakers coming in. And his talk was specifically about cosmopolitanism. And since we already had that established as a theme, I'm always on the lookout wherever I go. You could say almost like a scout looking for new talent to bring in. And this was just an ideal opportunity to say, after he gave his talk, hey, we're talking about this at Stoicon. What do you think about the idea of coming on and, not that, Stoic Camp, which is a much more intimate and intense experience in many ways because we're there for days on end, is lesser of a stage, but how would you like to come on to the big stage at Stoicon? And of course, Jackson said, yes, that would be a great idea, not motivated by any personal ambition, but solely to do his duty. He'll tell you whether that's the case or not. And so with no further ado, I'm going to turn the stage over to Jackson. I will come back on when we're ready for the Q&A and feed him some questions. But go ahead, Jackson, you take over, and I'm going to shuffle off.
So thanks, Greg, for the wonderful introduction, and thanks to the whole Modern Stoicism team for letting me come up on the big stage today, so to speak. I'm going to go ahead and share a few slides with you guys, not so much for content, but more for reference, just because I'm a younger academic and I can't help myself but provide citations when I talk about this stuff. And so I want to talk a little bit today about part of the reason that I think cosmopolitanism is such a special topic academically. And for me, that motivation is largely personal, partially due to my last name and the circumstances in which I was born. I managed to get exposed to Stoicism at a relatively young age. I was able to encounter it and sort of really engage with it at only 20 years old. And that was really important for me because that was a point in my life where I had been studying philosophy in school, but I had yet to sort of connect it to actually living my life. And I very well understood the sort of importance of being a good person, but I really felt that a lot of the philosophies I studied were not giving me a procedure for how that was actually done. And I think that cosmopolitanism does sort of a job of providing that procedure, albeit in perhaps vague terms. And I think that it does a better job of doing it than a lot of the other philosophies. Another thing I think is really fascinating about cosmopolitanism as a philosophical concept is that many of our sources on it really come from these later Stoics, right? We're dealing with most of our complete descriptions come from Marcus Aurelius and Seneca and Epictetus, but there are clearly sort of threads in it in the earlier Stoic works, right? We get these sort of distinct pieces of what I think you need for cosmopolitanism from works as early as Zeno and Chrysippus, right? The first and third heads of the Stoic school, respectively. And I think that what I hope to show today is you can take these sort of core pieces from the early Stoics, and I think you really only need those to build out cosmopolitanism. And I think we can get this from the idea that Stoics were logicians. They were really sort of focused on logic. And I think that what results from that is this sort of almost derivability of an other-oriented code of ethics from an inward-lurking virtue system. And I think that's really philosophically special. I'd always been rather interested in virtue systems, and I think the other two that come to mind as far as big systems are sort of Aristotelian virtue ethics and Confucian virtue ethics. And I think that and though I'm no talented scholar of those two schools, I think Stoicism does a much better job of providing us a picture from how we go from our internal lives to the outward, right? Essentially, how we go from ourselves to the cosmos. So I want to kind of take you on that sort of theoretical journey today. I could just sit here and put up citations from Marcus and Seneca and Epictetus, and I will be doing some of that, but I'm not trying to prove to you that the Stoics believed in cosmopolitanism, right? What I want to show is that you can really take these sort of early core pieces of Stoic theory and get cosmopolitanism out of it. So, like pretty much all things, our starting point is going to be virtue, right? Any work we do in Stoicism, we're going to be coming back to this core virtue, this core idea of virtue, that is. And so we're all familiar with this basic description, right? We all know that virtue is to live according to nature. But what I want to point out specifically in this passage is that virtue is the chief good, right? Bit of context about these passages. They come to us from Diogenes Laertius. He wrote an anthology of ancient Greek philosophy and early Roman philosophy called The Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers. And he really just wanted to sort of compile and keep track of all the different views of Greek philosophy throughout the years and preserve that for future generations. And so we get this sort of anthological work, but he credits sort of ideas to individuals within the school. And here, when in the Life of Zeno section of his book, he describes what it takes to be the sort of core common Stoic principles, right? These are the core things. Virtue being the chief good is something that's going to be pretty important for us as we move down the line here. But we all are familiar with this basic framework, right? Living according to nature. But that, I don't think any of us read that and immediately were certain of how to live according to Stoic virtue, right? When I first read Live in Accord with Nature, my first temptation is to do something like go camping, right? Really, get out under the stars and watch sunset. Of course, we can refine these notions of nature and all that. But so we turn later to Chrysippus, right? Credited again in Diogenes Laertius, who gives us a bit more clear explanation, right? To live according to virtue is the same thing as living according to our experience of those things which happen by nature. And I think this touches on a point that Dr. Rudolph brought up earlier, right, in her discussion of Martha Nussbaum's critiques, which is that Stoics aren't supposed to transcend their humanity in any way, right? We're not supposed to be something else than what we are. And the way that we get all of our information is through our experiences, right? Stoics are going to say that that is essential, right? That's going to be how we kind of move forward. Our experiences are going to be the path forward, right? So now I'm going to do a bit of the philosopher move, again, as referenced by Dr. Rudolph, and ask, what do we mean by nature, right? What do we mean by these concepts that we're referring to? And for Stoics, these are very particular concepts, right? It's not only the case that we have nature as in the birds, the bees, and the trees, but they use nature in this term that is really loaded, really sort of specific. And so what Chrysippus, again, he's credited with this quote, tells us is that nature, as he calls it, is really composed of two parts, the individual natures and the universal nature. We can think of, in my mind, I think of it as the universal nature being the full set of all things in the universe, and that individual nature being its constituents, right? We're not going to be able to live in accord with the full set without also living in accord with those pieces of the set, those parts. And so what Chrysippus tells us, right, is that this one's own nature and this universal nature are both going to need to inform how we actually live in accord with nature. One can think of this as kind of taking a macro view of nature and a micro view of nature, right? We need to do two things. We not only need to sort of live in accord with the nature of everything, but also with the nature of us. We cannot forget at any point, right, what we are and what we do. Now, a little bit on this universal nature here. I want to sort of talk about this because it is a weird entity that the Stoics invoke here. And you'll see lower in this Diogenes Laertius citation that they actually translate this as Jupiter. Chrysippus says, right? It's a common law, identical with that right reason which pervades everything, being the same with Jupiter. And Stoics in general, when they talk about God or nature or Zeus, they're really always referring to the same entity, right? There's a sort of divinity and absoluteness with which they speak about nature. It is for them the source of all things, and it's the most powerful of all things, so to speak. But I'm not sure that divinity element is entirely necessary for what we're talking about here, right? What we need to know is that for the Stoics, the universe itself, the universal nature, is actually a distinctively rational being. And even the sort of structure to which the individual constituents of nature have organized, one can think of as being rational in a sense, right? And it's that sort of distinctive rationality that we need to live in accord with. Now, naturally, that sort of raises questions about what we mean by our nature. If that's the universal nature, how do we actually deal with our individual natures as well? Naturally, the Stoics have a particular conception about what they take human nature to be, right? And the most fundamental piece of that is that we are rational beings, of course, right? Epictetus tells us that the gods have placed in our power only the best faculty of all. And in other places in the discourses, he tells us that that faculty is rationality, right? Makes an argument that rationality can examine all other things as its object. It can examine all other things as subjects of rationality. It has sort of the ability to regulate these other things. And so this most fundamental capacity, Epictetus and other Stoics thinks, is really that which is most essential to our nature, right? Importantly here, what he says at the end, everything else they haven't placed within our power. And I think that gives us a sort of tension, right? We have this sort of external world, but it's not in our power. And as I think this leads to the sort of criticisms that Nussbaum offers, right? Where we have this person who is, completely dissociating themselves from the world, right? And I think that sort of ignores a different point about human nature that is important. That really Stoics take it that we are naturally social beings as well. And, we have this description here. Again, picking on Marcus Aurelius 2:1. We'll see if I'm the last one today to do so. And, he says, to obstruct each other is natural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on them, these are obstructions. It seems like what Marcus is getting at here is a type of social nature, that humans are, in some sense, these sort of fundamentally social animals. And we can sort of see that in Stoic source texts, but I think there's an interesting argument for how that kind of falls out of the fact that we are rational beings. And so rationality is an interesting concept. We see it described in a number of ways, but I think how I think about it in Stoic terms is that rational beings are capable of what I call metaphysical recognition. We're able to tell true from false, reality from illusion, distinguish what is from what is not on a very basic level. And given that we can sort of recognize things for what we really are, we're able to navigate the world using that capacity, right? If I, on a very simple level, see through a foggy window someone that I think is my friend and I wave at them, and it turns out to not be my friend, that allows me to sort of, in the future, tell truth from falsehood in one important way. But I think that an important thing to keep in mind here is how we might do this when we interact with other rational beings, when we interact with each other. And what we would do, ideally, is if we're employing our rationality correctly, is recognize this other rational being as being like us. And that has a number of implications, right? One, they sort of carry a spark of rationality, that same rationality that's inherent of the universe. If we're to take that phrasing, they have a spark of the divine in them, right? That's a really important thing. Also, though, if we're capable of recognizing someone as rational, this in turn means that we know a bit more about what is good for that person or that rational being. It's the same as us. What we must do is live in accord with nature, right? And that is to say, live in accord with the universal nature and to live in accord with our individual nature, right? Based on that alone, I recognize one thing, that this person's virtue looks exactly like mine. And if the moral value of my virtue comes out of my rationality, then that other person is going to have not only some moral value, but the exact same moral value. It's grounded in the exact same way, and I think it provides that same force. Again, to reference Dr. Rudolph's wonderful presentation, she used the term ends and means. If we recognize these sort of things, other rational agents, as intrinsically valuable, we really do understand that they are an end. They are the thing that is good, and that good is done for, right? They are capable of virtue, and virtue is the chief good. We know exactly what is the most good for that person. And I think it's that realization that really leads to this social nature that Marcus is talking about, right? If I know what is objectively good for someone, or if I know what is the chief good for someone or something, and I'm choosing not to pursue that good, there's simply no way that I can be virtuous, right? That has to be some sort of moral error for the Stoics. So human nature is rational and social, and that is how we actually need to live in accord with it. So one implication of the social nature that is really important for the Stoics is our natural tendency to form communities, right? They say that friendship exists among the virtuous, that the virtuous would indeed continue to make friends, form communities. And we've talked a little bit about that already today. But also, these communities that we're often born into them, right? When I was born in Boulder, Colorado, I was born into a certain county, a certain state, a certain town, and those all had sort of implications for the way I live my life. And these communities they predated me, right? They existed before me, and they will continue to exist after me, right? It's not as if I pass away that the communities I'm involved in were to suddenly dissipate or disappear. And for that reason, I think we know that that tendency is something we ought to live in accord with, right? These communities, in a sense, are these real sorts of constituents of nature. They're sort of these real divides that exist, right? They are indifference, but they are things that need to be lived in accord with. And so what we can do is we can kind of draw a map around ourselves. This is getting at this familiar image here of the concentric circles, right? If we are at the center, we can designate our family as the first piece, friends as the second, or greater relatives as the second, friends as the third, and so on. And I think that each person's concentric circles are going to look different, right? It's ultimately, in my mind, a graph of the universe that has a different beginning point every time. So of course, these are going to look different. And I also really, really like this image because it does emphasize that those lines are there. Maybe we draw them, but those lines are there and they're real. And living in accord with them is something that we have to do. So again, I'm turning to the Stoic Hierocles there. This is going to be another sort of comes from an anthology type of quote. This one we owe to Stobias. And he credits the Stoic Hierocles with telling us that the task of the wise man, or the well-tempered man, as Hierocles phrases it, is to draw the circle together somehow towards the center. And this is what the sage is doing, right? And I think we can explain this in a very particular way. If we look at all of my distinctions in my circles, right? The distinction of being friends versus family, it's there. It's, I don't share genetic material with people who are not my family, for example, but it's not really something that is based around an essential property of what that person is, right? It's not fundamental to you that you are my friend as opposed to my family, especially not for the Stoics, right? What you are fundamentally is rational, and none of that has to do with whether or not we're born to the same parents, for example. So it seems that a lot of these distinctions, be it distance in our individual family, or friends, or different community lines we might draw, are sort of based on these accidental properties, right? These distinctions that we're making, these lines are drawing, while they might be there in some real sense, they're not fundamental, right? They're not actually sort of really portraying to us what these people are. And I think that's one of the reasons that the sage would pull everyone towards the center, right? But importantly, I take a really strong interpretation of the circles, right? Heracles is often saying that you should treat everyone as if they were sort of your immediate family, right? I want to take it a little stronger and say that you should treat everyone to the best of your ability as if they were yourself. And, maybe for some of us who are critical of ourselves, that's not necessarily a good thing. But what we want to do is if I'm going to recognize my virtue as valuable and worth pursuing, then I ought to do the same for someone else. And I can't take that all the way, right? I can't immediately treat someone else's mind as if it were my own. That would not be living in accord with the nature of that person's mind. Their mind, importantly, is not up to me. And since it's not up to me, it's something that I have to sort of pull back on, right? It denotes a different response than those minds that might be up to me, than my own mind, right? And so that is a really sort of radical, intense treatment of people, right? It's a radical acceptance of sort, and this is behavior that we would see of the Stoics, or of the Stoic sage, rather. And I think we need to make room for what Greg referred to as the prokopton, or I like to call the progressors, right? We're in development Stoics. So how do we, as in development Stoics, approach this behavior of the stage treating the entire university, or the entire universe, that is, as our family, as ourselves, as our friends? And what he says, right, is we need to just take it one at a time. We've talked about this drawing inwards. Treat people from the third circle as if they were the second, the fourth as if the third, bringing them closer and closer. Eventually, right, treating everyone as if we are family, or even the Stoics say, have a certain sort of kinship with them, right? Brothers and sisters. And that's what I think is really needed to get cosmopolitanism, right? Is that we need both this, what we do as non-sages, and both what the sage would do. And that sort of recommendation is quite helpful in navigating this, right? And so I want to turn a little bit to these sort of fully developed descriptions of cosmopolitanism, right? I want to sort of talk a little bit. I think we can get these quotes, or at least get what these quotes are talking about, merely from the early sources that I mentioned, right? Plutarch tells us that the Stoics held this view. We should regard all men as fellow citizens and local residents. I think that alone we can derive from the rational and social nature of humanity. If we're rational, we can recognize others as like us. And since others are like us and they are intrinsically valuable, that motivates our social nature, right? There should be one way of life like that of a herd grazing together and nurtured by a common law. Again, Chrysippus refers to that common law, that right reason which pervades everything. If we live in accord with that, we're killing it, right? And that's going to be what that looks like. Turning to a more distinctively Stoic description of it, I want to touch on this description from Marcus. This passage of his really resonates with me from Book 9. And that's that what he advises you to do is to ground yourself, to remember what you are by referencing things other than yourself. I find that really interesting. But he grounds your own intelligence, asking what our nature is. I'm a rational and social being. Grounding myself in the world's intelligence, right? That's that universal nature that we're grounding ourselves in. Again, referencing that passage from Chrysippus. And that your neighbor's intelligence. And I think that is the really social piece, right? We step forward and we are able to recognize others as like us. And by remembering that we are the same as them and seeing sort of ideally how someone virtuous is dealing and living in accord with their nature, I think that we can remind ourselves in a way to sort of come back to ourselves, to remember what we are, and to actually push forward and reground ourselves in this cosmopolitan force, right? And so that's really the shtick of my argument, is that, yes, we have these complex cosmopolitan descriptions that we get from the later Stoics. We get our developed Marcus Aurelius passages, or Epictetus and Seneca passages describing cosmopolitanism. But it's not as if it was a new idea that entered its way throughout the history of Stoicism. I think that this idea is derivable from those early Stoic pieces. All we need to know is that virtue is living in accord with nature, and that is the chief good, and that there is a universal nature and our individual nature, which we must live in accord with, and that we are rational social beings, and that universal nature is rational. I think with those pieces alone, what we can do is really recognize this community of the universe, right? Recognize this rational community and begin to pull them closer once we sort of make that recognition. And I think it's beautiful and exceptional for Stoicism that you can get these pieces that seem to take hundreds of years to develop when you look at just the texts from these sort of basic bits of early Stoicism. Thank you.
All right. I'm not, there we go. Now I'm seeing myself. Thank you for that really well put together discussion, citing lots of Stoic texts, bringing them together. I'll remind everybody that If there's parts of this that you missed out on, or need to go back over again, we're recording all of this. We're gonna break each of these up into separate videos that you can go back over, and we can provide the slides that the speakers have been so graciously offering us as well. So I've got a question here in the chat that's kind of an intriguing one. This is from Sasha Roter. Would you say that for the Stoic sage, the circles converge to one singularity? That is, collapse into just like one little node.
I think that's an okay way of thinking about it. As long as we accept that it is everything that collapses into that one node, right? And I think, yes, except for the fact that they're still going to take into account the differences in what's up to us, right?
Okay.
The majority of those circles are still going to be outside of our control, but I think that's the only distance between them. I think it'd be like almost a singularity, 2 points maybe, that can just barely not quite converge.
So here's a follow-up to that. None of us are sages, right? The sage, if they do exist, come around every 500 years, we're told by good Stoic sources. So I'll put it to you this way. What do you think the best that those of us who are muddling along can hope for in this respect?
Well, I think that the majority of us are going to end up still prioritizing our local communities, right? Though I've kind of argued against the moral value of those communities based on their closeness to you, that I think that still has some practical force, right? Just because I'm pursuing cosmopolitanism doesn't mean I'm going to fly to Africa to solve world hunger when there's a soup kitchen I could volunteer at down the street, right? And there's plenty of members in my community suffering from lack of food. And I think that for what most of us have to do ultimately is prioritize, right? And I think that all we can really do is get better and better at that, right? It's this constant sort of approaching that really gets us there. And I think that for most of us, we get these glimpses of these far-reaching communities, right? Events like this are ways of us to sort of reach out into those further circles, and especially right in the age of the internet, and even in the sort of post-COVID era when we realized how much can be done online. I think we're able to kind of expand further out. So I think that's what I'd say is that the best of us can hope for pushing our priorities outwards. We're still going to have our local burdens, and we can kind of reach out further on occasion and pull people in.
So there are some questions coming up in the chat, and I'll get to them in a moment, but I do want to follow up on what you said just there. So one of the big other, movements of, we could call it philosophy as a way of life, comes from, roughly speaking, the utilitarian perspective, the effective altruist idea. Now they've got, the actual institution and movement, they got themselves in a little trouble recently, but let's think about them at their best. So, Peter Singer talks about these expanding circles as well, but there's also a sense of getting, let's call it, bang for your buck, right? So you mentioned helping children in Africa, and Peter Singer's argument will typically be, well, you could do stuff in your local community, but by contributing to a charity overseas, you can probably do a lot more good. So where do you think Stoics should fit in on this? Do you think there should be an emphasis on local community that the effective altruists might find objectionable, or do you think the Stoics should follow along with their ideas?
So I think it's incredibly conditional. I think that answer is going to depend a lot on what the actual sort of status of my local community is.
Okay.
Right. And how sort of pour off my community is, so to speak. But I think an additional thing that comes up here is that Stoics really don't make any room for comparison between harms. And so it seems like what Peter Singer might bring up is something like, the conditions in Africa are objectively worse than the conditions of a homeless person in America or something like that. And I don't know that the Stoics would be happy to accept that kind of thing. And tell me if I'm getting off topic here, but it seems like, what that ultimately is going to look like, I think, is that the utilitarian kind of, in reaching outward to the circles, forgets about themselves in a sense, right? And I think if they were to completely just remove themselves from the equation, that's going to get rid of some important pieces that have that practical import of where I should kind of guide my efforts.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I think that's where the effective altruist organizations got themselves in a lot of trouble. They paid too much attention to themselves as agents of helping and change and saw that as a pretext for having very nice things. So, but that's a whole other topic. Allison has a great question here. Rationality came up quite a bit, but on your account, can non-human animals be included as well?
Yeah. And so I think that yes is short answer on my account, but I think that there are also some sources from ancient Stoicism that might indicate that there was a possibility of that in the ancient Stoic account as well. I've read a particular passage from, I think it was Alexander of Aphrodisias, right? But, I've talked about how every person's circle or set of concentric circles is going to look different. And I think that, we all have different capacities outside of our initial rationality. And so I think that non-human rationality could fit into the Stoic picture, but it puts the Stoics in an interesting position of having to articulate what non-human rationality looks like. I think it might expose maybe some anthropomorphization or anthropocentrism in the Stoic view, but I think there's definitely room for that.
Yeah, following up on that. So we see in traditional Stoic texts, and they're not unique in this. I mean, everybody in the ancient world thought there was a fundamental shift between other humans or other animals, sorry, the brutes, and then us who are rational. And you'll see them saying things like non-rational nature is there for rational nature. Maybe in our time we'd want to have a more nuanced view on that sort of relation, so we're not just exploiting the non-rational animals or
Yeah, and I think we can avoid maybe some pitfalls of like we don't want to take the Descartes stance and say that animals are soulless automatons, right? They
yeah,
clearly have something above and beyond what we get when we interact with insects, for example.
yeah.
When you look at like a dog versus insect.
Scott points out something like that. My dog can't set up a Zoom meeting, but he's clearly got stuff going on in his brain,
Absolutely.
So there was another question. Here we go. So I think this is a sort of a challenge. Michael says, homeless people living on your street, not good for the neighborhood. If we help, that promotes them to stay there. How can we help? I want to do something for them the Stoic way. So I guess the question there is assuming that if we help them, then they're going to stay there on the street. What would your response to that be?
I think that we would have a particularly Stoic sense of helping there, right? I think if we think that problem may arise if we take helping to mean something like alleviating suffering or, getting rid of the consequences of the position that they're in. I think that would be a case of maybe treating the symptom and not the problem, right? And for Stoics, I think that help would look a lot more like this habilitation or reform that was mentioned in the sort of prison panel, right? We would be not so much alleviating that person's situation, but rather giving them the tools to alleviate their situation themselves, right? Ideally, sort of giving them the power or whatever sort of reframing they need in order to change their situation. And I think that we see initiatives of this sort of reforming type actually have those results with some communities like that.
Yeah, Jorg has a comment on that saying, in the 90s, I was helping homeless people by giving them a chance with a job in my company. They would get a flat again, and so it went on. And I think that's really a central part of it, being able to afford a place of your own that doesn't have to be particularly great, but actually is your own. And, I realize we're ranging over a lot of non-Stoic things, but universal basic income proposals have been shown to help out with these sorts of things, or just actually giving homeless people a place to stay, even if some of them are going to not treat it that well. On the aggregate, it actually does help to get people off the streets and more independent. So now Harold has a question here. Is there a tension between Heracles' thought about the expanding self and Epictetus, who seems to reduce the self to just proeresis? What do you
Yeah,
think?
I think there is a tension there.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I think I'm motivated by that tension on a sort of scholarly level. It's really yeah, I mean, and I think that's what we have to keep in mind. That's the only way for this to work is if when we expand ourselves, we keep in mind which parts of our new expanded self, so to speak, are going to be up to us. And so I think that, yeah, there is this kind of tension. And I don't know that we can ever, because of this difference in what is up to us, achieve, so to speak, a truly expanded self, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So again, leading off into a bigger picture thing, I tend to think that the Stoic texts and thinkers that we have, there are some deep tensions in them. And I don't see that as a bad thing, because if a philosophy is supposed to embrace and somehow guide us through this incredibly complex reality that we inhabit, part of which is the fact that we're so complex and often complexly screwed up, it had better cover an awful lot. And so I'm actually a bit distrustful of philosophical schools where everything fits together neatly and the system is perfect. And I'd be curious to get your take on that. Do attention is not the same thing as an outright contradiction. Where do you sit on that?
Yeah. And so I actually think there's an important thing here to keep in mind that Stoics say that the goal of philosophy is wisdom, and wisdom is living according to virtue, right? And so I think this type of revisionism, in a sense, or maybe that's a strong term, but inquiring about these tensions and trying to sort of tease them apart and figure them out, I think that serves the goal of philosophy, right? I think that actually serves to kind of strengthen Stoicism, because Stoicism and is not a system that claims that it's perfect, or at least I don't understand it as being such. There are definitely those who do make that claim, but I think Stoicism, the philosophy itself, let alone the life view that it articulates, is one of progress, is one of a process. And I think that it's moving forward, and that furthers the goal of philosophy, not achieving that sort of systemic perfection.
So here's a question from Taras, who is over in the Ukraine. How, from the perspective of cosmopolitanism and Heracles, should we treat our enemies? For instance, those who are killing us or bent on killing us.
Yeah, I think it's really easy for me to say, as a person who doesn't have to deal with that type of enemy very much, that what the Stoics would articulate is understanding, in a sense. I think it's that recognition. We wouldn't want to demonize those people. We'd want to sort of look at the narrative and say, okay, right, at some sense, similar to sort of what Rob was talking about last panel with the decision to murder someone, at some level, right, there is a framework on which this decision makes sense. And we need to sort of understand what that framework is and kind of engage with it if possible. And of course, right, when we're dealing with people who are killing us, that type of engagement is going to be incredibly difficult. And I think it may not be even strictly possible in certain senses, right? But what we need to do is, I guess, we can't turn our backs on them. We need to keep an eye out for that opportunity where we're able to engage with those people, with those individuals, with these institutions. And I think with the type of, Ukraine type things that we're talking about here, what we're talking about is massive institutions that are at play. And I think that while that has some import there, we need to focus on them as aggregates of individuals, right? Understanding how a group of people actually made this decision in some way or another.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a case like that, we're dealing with a lot of people who are just caught up within a system that throws them, for example, out into the front and doesn't give them much choices. And, we'll probably never get to understand somebody who is an enemy in a situation like that. I mean, Cicero talks about this in On Duties, that he stresses that there are duties even to enemies. So that assumes that there are enemies. and then does talk about the limit case of enemies with whom you just can't reason with at all. You can't do anything with them, but views that as sort of the exception. But perhaps we live in times where there are some exceptions like that.
Yeah.
Phil had a question as we're getting to a close. Jackson said that he felt Stoic virtue ethics were superior in function to some other systems. I'd like to hear him expand on that. So perhaps that has to do with other virtue ethics, or
It
perhaps
does.
that's just in
It
general.
does, yeah. I am more qualified to talk about virtue ethics than ethics in general, so I'll stick with that one. Yeah, so what I think, basically what I've picked up on in these other systems that I talked about in Aristotle and in Confucius, I think that they rely on this idea of virtue emanating throughout the universe. They think that virtue is this sort of complete notion that has this sort of passive effect of that when people see virtuous behavior, I think they're supposed to automatically recognize it and recognize its value. And I, with as with other parts of Aristotle's philosophy, I find that to be not so empirically true. That in my experiences with people, that's sort of more rarely what we get, is that kind of engagement. And so, and that people, when you try to live according to Stoic virtue and you do things like let someone harm you, and people think you're crazy. They don't look at you and say, oh, wow, what a virtuous guy. I can totally recognize that's awesomely virtuous. And I think that's probably a bit of a straw man of what Aristotle and Confucius are arguing here. But I do think that the active component that Stoicism gives us is incredibly valuable for actually living your life according to this philosophy.
Well, let's thank our presenter, Jackson, and we're going to try to stay more or less on track. We're already eating a little bit into time, so I'm going to shuffle off very quickly here, and Brittany is going to take over and introduce our next speaker.
Yeah, thank you so much, Greg and Jackson. That was a very mind-expanding talk. So thank you for introducing a lot of those concepts to us. And we now have another speaker on the topic of cosmopolitanism. This is my friend Siggy Scott, who is Chief Scientist for Robotics and Autonomous Systems at MITRE Corporation, just outside Washington, D.C., where he's done research on government problems in the public interest for the past 12 years. Since joining the Stoic community around 2015, Siggy has been especially interested in how Stoicism calls for active social engagement and love of all humankind. He's head of the Washington, D.C. Stoa and serves on the Service and Practice Committee of the Stoic Fellowship. Siggy also founded stoicsinaction.org to showcase compassionate, ethically motivated examples of contemporary Stoic life. And his pieces debating and describing Stoic ethics have appeared in Stoicism Today. So Siggy, thank you very much for being with us here today.
Thank you, Brittany, and thank you, Greg, and everyone else for hosting the previous sessions. I am really excited to be here today, and I'm enthusiastic that so many of you have chosen to stay on into the afternoon. I know an 8-hour, I don't know if it's exactly 8 hours, but an all-day virtual event is kind of a commitment. I teach 8-hour virtual classes sometimes as part of my profession, and just I don't take your attention and time here for granted. So I'm Siggy, and as Brittany said, I'm a computer scientist, but I have been a practitioner of Stoicism for about 9 years now, plus or minus. Like many of you all, I came to it through, a couple of books here and there that made me realize this is something interesting and attractive, and the rest is kind of history. And so I want to start before I dive into getting to what would I mean by a term like active asceticism, and how does that relate to the many threads that we've already been talking about today of Stoic ethics and cosmopolitanism. I want to say something, I guess, on how I experienced Stoicism in my life 9 years into my journey as one making progress, as we say, right? And I guess one thing is, well, we like our theory, we like our quotes in this community, right? We're based around these old books, and we keep reaching into them. But I guess theory has become less and less important to me. And my experience of Stoicism is coming down more and more to this mental experience, I guess, that we have as we engage in the meditative exercises that this beautiful tradition calls us to. And I promise, I mean, like everybody else, I'm going to have some quotes for you today, but I promise I'm not going to throw up Greek for every single one of them. But this one is kind of interesting because this passage from Marcus where he says, "As are your habitual conceptions, so will your mind be also. The soul takes its coloring from the conceptions. Dye it then with concepts such as these." I kind of like to point out that the word for dyeing it then, or taking its coloring, is bapte in the command form, or baptitai here. And this is the same root as the word baptize. So borrowing a Christian analogy here, we are baptizing ourselves, washing ourselves, covering ourselves, immersing ourselves in these concepts, these conversations that we're having today, right? So that we can work them down into our core, into our muscle memory. And that's really how I experience Stoicism, is this endless journey, not just to speak and talk about what we're doing, but to work things into muscle memory so that these principles become mental shortcuts that I don't have to read a whole treatise on. And I feel like that's what we mean when we talk about theory versus practice, is that kind of slow discussion on the one hand that's focused on speaking, as Musonius Rufus says in his lecture on theory versus practice. But that practice is the hard part. You know, it takes, at least it did me, a few years to feel like I was comfortable with the Stoic system and understood basically what this was all about. But the practice is a lifetime and more, right? So what is it that we are trying to dye ourselves in? And I think that's why it makes sense to call this a spiritual practice, right? One example that often jumps out to me, it was actually an interaction that happened in a workshop that Greg ran at Stoicon a few years ago in the pre-COVID era on anger. And one of the participants was, whose name I've forgotten, was sharing this anecdote of how in Stoicism plays out in his life, in his relationship with his spouse. He said that when they got in an argument, right, in a debate, and he started getting frustrated and maybe being less gracious and generous than he should be, his wife, who was not a Stoic practitioner, had learned she could just turn to him in a heated moment and say, "Seneca," one word. And he would immediately have this like flood of recollection, like Seneca stepped into the room, remembering all the texts he's read, all the time that he had spent investing and learning about Stoicism. And that one word was worth 1,000 words, right? Because it allows his brain to activate all these lessons in an instant without having to go through a whole, Platonic dialogue to get there. And to me, that's the power, not just of Stoicism, but of, habit formation and training in all of our lives. But that's really the crux of the journey that we're on here. So I think that's a bit of a fun example, and there are many others I could pull from my own life that maybe aren't the word Seneca, but are similar things. All right, so clearly I have found value as an individual in Stoicism. I found value in the community at events like this, in our local kind of haphazard Stoic fellowship group in my area and so forth. But the problem I want to raise is very similar to how a lot of the other speakers have been laying out their topics today. And that's that for me, Stoicism was not always compelling to me. It made actually a pretty bad first impression. Like many of us here today, I was interested in old books, right? But my first attempts to read Epictetus or Marcus Aurelius left me coming away bewildered and wanting, right? Particularly when I got to where Epictetus says, "Don't laugh," right? I was like, okay, I'm done. This is no longer interesting to me. I don't need to take a journey closer to a philosophy that starts out telling me, "Don't laugh." Like, this does not sound like a human way of life. And other things, you all are probably familiar with many of these. We often call them misconceptions, at least when we're feeling confident. But down to do-nothingism is really the big one. And of course, this is one that many people have talked about. We started this morning talking about Martha Nussbaum's, I think, masterful critiques of Stoicism all along these eras. I think of her as the the greatest critic and the critic most worth engaging with for the Stoic community, right? Because not everything she says is unfair or is a misconception, right? It's criticism we can and should do something with. Some of you may have read this book by Donna Zuckerberg. That's another one that I think, Zuckerberg was making a good faith effort to examine the modern Stoic community and document how Stoicism has played a role, like love it or hate it, with it, hopefully we hate it, in racism and misogyny on the internet in the 21st century, right? And she comes away asking things like, does Stoicism necessarily perpetuate inequality? When we on this call hear that kind of language, we're like, well, of course it doesn't, right? Let me get a word in edgewise, and I'll tell you the 15 reasons why it doesn't. But she still says scholars are divided on this question. So for me, there's a social problem here beyond my original first impression of Stoicism. There's a wider social problem here in that scholars should not be divided on this question. It should not be ambiguous whether Stoics support perpetuating inequality, right? This is not, if it remains ambiguous over the course of the next century, now that Stoicism is this living, thriving tradition again, then we're doing something wrong, is what I posit. And so at the end of the day, the best rebuttal of the myth of Stoic do-nothingism, we could call it, isn't necessarily the theoretical arguments, the proof texting, the quotes to say, no, look here, Dr. Nussbaum, Dr. Zuckerberg, you're missing out this component and so forth. Though that conversation is important, we should do that. But what really matters, I think, is the proof in our actions, right? And we find today, I think it's resoundingly clear, and today's Stoicon is just one of many, many events and examples that prove this, that lived social Stoicism overwhelmingly refutes the do-nothing myth. And so we can look at the Stoics Care events that Brittany and others have hosted, and so on, right up to politics. We often say that Stoicism is not inherently a political philosophy of the left or of the right. It's an ethical philosophy, so it's compatible with many views on both sides, even if it is completely incompatible with some views like full-blown racism or Nazism, right, is really just in direct conflict with Stoicism. People who try to match those two things together are not coherent, I would say. But those extremes aside, whether you today are coming from the left or right of the political spectrum, there is a place to connect Stoicism to your political engagement in the world. And I've got a couple examples on both sides of that here on this slide. So if this was all, then I'd say we were done with this problem of the myth and say, over time, the world will realize this is what Stoicism really is. Listen to the Stoics describe their own tradition rather than misinterpretations of it that cropped up over 1,000 years of having no living community, right? And we've collected a lot of examples on this. You can find the Stoics in Action reading list a few years ago that collected almost 100 articles on these topics. But I think there still is something in there, back to engaging seriously with our critics like Martha Nussbaum. I still think there is something that we could do better at, and that is when we talk about action, when we talk about engaging with society, often it sounds a little bit like an afterthought. Maybe not today, because we have all these scholars on the call that are really making clear how following nature and things like this integrate with the Stoic worldview. But often we focus on resilience, which is very valuable. Don't for a moment let me give the impression that I'm saying the dichotomy of control and the inner citadel are not valuable and meaningful parts of the philosophy. But we focus on describing that much of the time, and then we just kind of jump to, in some books I've read by prominent modern Stoics, even the jump is kind of a huge discontinuity. Something, there's this paragraph that doesn't fit with the rest of the book that says, oh, and by the way, you should be socially engaged and engaged politically and so forth. So that actually is the narrow problem that I want to hopefully provide some contribution today, along with what our other speakers have been saying very valuably in this space. How can we integrate that ethical view into the core of the philosophy and show that it really is all connected and flows together, rather than being an afterthought, right? And that's very important to me personally, I guess. Really, that's where I'm coming from. It's not necessarily to make other people wrong or to argue with people I think are doing Stoicism wrong. It's just to say the philosophy I want is an ethical and a moral one that calls us to our highest excellence and calls me to the person that I want to be, right? So I need an understanding of Stoicism or hermeneutic that makes that pop for me. All right, so the solution I have to propose to you today, well, it's not a solution, it's just one addition to the conversation. But let me enter into this by saying I'm always searching for the perfect Stoic elevator speech. Let me know if you find it, because clearly I'm here with you all today. I'm passionate about this life philosophy. But when we step outside of our little nerdy bubble, if you don't mind some self-deprecatory humor, where we are engaged with these old books and our PowerPoint slides and our long discussions, and somebody here is like, "Oh, I heard you're into Stoicism," and they might just ask, "What's that?" Now I have one sentence to explain to them what Stoicism is without becoming overbearing and giving them more than they asked for, right? And it's hard to condense something as big and complex as Stoic theory down to one sentence, right? So usually I fail miserably and I get wordy or whatever. But here's one that I'm playing with that could actually fit in an elevator ride. Most elevator speeches, quote unquote, can't, right? And so let's try this on. What is Stoicism? What's that? Well, it's a set of meditative practices that is aimed at aligning our emotions with a particularly demanding ethical ideal. So let that sit for a beat. So I haven't introduced the dichotomy of control or anything, haven't used the word virtue or anything else we might want to unpack. But I kind of like this because it puts that notion of meditative practices front and center, which I think conveys how Stoicism is a spiritual practice and a tradition, that it makes sense that we would come together at events like Stoicon to discuss how to play it out. But it also ends with that ethical ideal, making sure we're putting a component of that virtue conversation right in our single sentence. Okay, so more realistically, I have trouble sticking to this. I really want to add a few sentences to this, right? It's hard to be satisfied with just one sentence. So let's say you're stuck in the elevator with me and we're waiting on the fire department and I've got a whiteboard. Now I have a captive audience. This is what actually pops into my head when somebody asks me what is Stoicism. Like, this is my personal mental map of the philosophy. And if I had a little more time, I would say, well, okay, really, Stoicism is about three basic commitments. It's a claim about human flourishing and happiness. It's a claim about how our emotions work. And finally, it's a claim about ethical action and its importance, all of which is underlain by this kind of backplane of meditative practices. So this is nice, and I'm sure many of you would love to improve upon or discuss different aspects of making this a diagram of Stoicism, a map overall. I know Chris Fisher is on the line today, or at least was when I checked earlier, and I'm sure Chris is immediately noticing that I didn't put physics on this anywhere, the universal nature we were just talking about. And that's just showing a bit of my own bias, not at all saying that folks who really emphasize the universal nature as in their understanding of Stoicism are doing anything wrong. And if you haven't listened to Chris's Stoicism on Fire podcast, it's a real ride. I strongly encourage it. But this also delineates the problem a little bit. I have no problem finding little boxes to say, well, what's the second order understanding of what is human flourishing? What are our emotions in Stoic theory? But under action, it's not immediately clear what would be the three little boxes that we would choose to say, what is Stoic action? And I think that's because there is a genuine gap, whether you think it's in the ancient literature or in our modern conversation, in terms of fleshing out a shared understanding of what we're really here to do in terms of using indifference as material for virtue, to tie back in with the way we've been talking about it today. So my proposition here today, which I think dovetails very nicely with Professor Rudolph's opening this morning, is that Cicero has the answers, and Socrates has the details. There's this nice little quote I like from Julianos that kind of highlights how Cicero is really our only source that gives a comprehensive introduction to Stoic ethics in a favorable light, right? There's really no other source that gives us that. Everything else is either assumes you already know stuff, or is critical, or is fragments and testimony, all right? So Cicero is really, really important to the survival of the tradition and has been instrumental in how I understand and make sense of how all these pieces fit together. All right, so moving into that now, the kind of philosophical methods that I have to share with you today fall into two categories. Part is theory, and then we'll have a bit on practice. And I brought too many slides today, so forgive me if I go fast. Please try and make up for it in the questions. So we start with the basic Stoic value distinction. I think we probably would have almost universal consensus. It's hard to get 100% on anything, but that if we found what is the real core of Stoic ethics, it's this distinction between virtue and indifference, and more specifically between, we often call them preferred indifference and dispreferred indifference. More literal translation would be promoted things and demoted things, things that are led forward, things that are led back. And so the Stoic ethical worldview, however you motivate, however you justify it, which gets us into conversations about human nature, universal nature, and such, is kind of based on this notion that I think is beautifully expressed by the anecdote of the sun versus the lamp. Versions of it here on the screen are quoted from Cicero and from Seneca. It's a common Stoic motif where virtue is so bright, so beautiful, such an overwhelming view of, yes, that's what I want to aim for in my life when we contemplate it and think about it, that it's like the sun in its radiance. While these lesser things, the indifference, might be like a lamp, right? There's a light to them. There's a certain value to them, but it's just not on the same. It's qualitatively different than virtue. It's not even a quantitative comparison at all. So this is the key kind of cognitive framing that makes all the rest of the Stoic conversation make sense, or that is at least necessary, if not sufficient, to make it make sense. But now we're kind of left with some room for interpretation. All right, we got some nice boxes on a PowerPoint slide. We got some nice Greek terms, but how do we connect this now to things that become increasingly practical? And at least the way that I have listened to the modern Stoic conversation, there's really kind of two main interpretations on offer. One is what Massimo Pigliucci called a few years ago lexicographic ordering of values. I'm a computer scientist, so that lexicographic is a perfectly good word for me, but if that is jarring to your ears, we can say it's the view that there are two kinds of good. One is far more important than the other, but there are two kinds. And in this view, we can kind of rate or order different scenarios by these two goods and say, first of all, you're always going to choose virtue. We never want to choose vice. Easier said than done, but that's the goal. That's the program, and that's where all our intense training and so forth comes in. We're trying to choose virtue. And then second, once you've chosen virtue, now we can start thinking more according to conventional values in terms of what is good and bad and the way we would speak about it colloquially. Or maybe it's up to your preference at this point. We're kind of in a neutral territory where you can maybe go directions that other people wouldn't. But the key is that you're not to make choices that are in conflict with virtue when it comes to the external things that you pursue. So this is one view, and it kind of leans a little towards the Aristotelian end of the continuum, if you will. The other side that we usually talk about, we might call ascetic Stoicism. And this is the view that really puts virtue only at the center, or almost only. And this we might associate with Epictetus, a little more radically with Aristo, who we know from fragments. Here, you're choosing virtue again, but then after that, there's not really much left. The idea is that from then on, you kind of show no preference for things. Or you actively treat preferred indifference with suspicion, because they're a slippery slope. And I think this is largely expressed in Epictetus, especially that suspicion part, even if he doesn't reject that second class of value. But also, I think when people like Martha Nussbaum are concerned that Stoicism says these external things don't matter, I think this is the view of Stoicism that they're thinking of, the ascetic end of the continuum, that gets a little closer to cynicism, even if it's careful to distinguish itself from true neutrality about external things. So I offer you today that both of these views have a problem, and that's that they're trying to consider virtue independently of external things, and that just can't be done. Another way of putting it is that somehow, once we've attended to virtue, we've got spare time. And we have a decision to make about what we do with that spare time. Do we pursue indifference, or do we not? Do we just treat them as fully neutral? So this plays out on the ascetic end with Epictetus saying familiar things like, be ready to reply, that's nothing to me, to anything that's outside of my control. I'll ignore those things entirely, or really Epictetus is training us, so he maybe doesn't mean that literally, we would hasten to add, right? But Cicero says, be really careful with that, because if you make all external things absolutely equal, then you've abolished virtue. There is no virtue left. You've actually destroyed what you're trying to do. Well, that's interesting. Why would he say that? He's drawing on canonical Stoic sources. He's not making this up. Coming back to the other side, let's say in our spare time, we're going to choose things that we prefer. Seneca often comes close to this, even though Seneca can be very, rigid in his appeal to training and the distinction between virtue and everything else. But he does, he's famous for saying things like, well, I don't love wealth, but boy, do I prefer it. And wealth affects me and exhilarates me like a favorable wind. So he's kind of eager to make some space for these external things that we like, that maybe gets a step away from considering it only in terms of virtuous decisions. But again, Cicero is going to come in and be like, if you go too far that way, you've got big problems as well. Because if you admit a second good, anything besides anything being on par with virtue, especially, gosh, then you've extinguished the very light of virtue again. So we have to find a balance here. So here's how I propose that we make sense of this. And some of you may already know where I'm going, and some of our conversations today have presaged this. And that's Cicero's Archer, which is logically equivalent to the Stoic ball player that we saw this morning, right? And this is the view that those things that are preferred, as Cicero puts it, are a means to the end. They're the material for virtue to act upon, as we take from Epictetus in Discourses 2:5. So this kind of leads to me, and this is why I feel like reading Cicero, even though you could find these ideas in the other texts if you look for them, was so impactful on me, gives a different picture of how we understand the relationship between virtue and indifference, which I call active asceticism. And this is that virtue requires that external action. They're not two separate activities. So yeah, first we want to choose virtue. That's always where we start. But doing that requires promoting certain externals. That's why we call them things to be promoted. They are things that are in line with human nature and that we all recognize are worthy of being pursued, even if we don't control the outcome or choose to locate our highest happiness with a capital H in them. And then we're done. There is no second step. There is no spare time in this view for us to pursue indifference for their own sake or to really make any other decisions, or at least there's very little neutral time, because virtue becomes this all-encompassing commitment that we want to govern all of our lives. That's the point of having an end in the capital E sense that the ancient Greeks meant it, right? So this is why I say it's a very demanding ethical picture, and even an ascetic one, even though in line with the circles that we've been talking about all day, right, it has room for self-care, because taking care of yourself is virtuous. Seneca says things like maintaining good hygiene and dressing well are part of the exercise of virtue, because they are things that are worthy of being promoted for human beings. So this is, I realize I'm deep in theory now. These are abstract boxes on a PowerPoint slide, right? And these are terms that we have to then apply in our lives in detailed ways. But this has been a very powerful framing for me that makes the whole rest of the Stoic literature make sense in a way that I want to follow, right? All right, so I'm going to blaze through a few points here in the interest of time. But for me, this is what makes Cosmopolitan make sense. Now we're starting to see how it's not an afterthought. It is fundamental, because you can't do the Stoic thing, which is to pursue virtue as your end, without doing all of this other stuff, without caring for others in external ways, in ways that pursue things we do not control, in ways that help them experience less pain in the physical sense, not just in the soul, and so forth. So let me leave you with a few nuggets that practice may be a strong word for it, but are at least a little less abstract than these basic framework principles that pull the Stoic way of life together. So these are candidates for what we could use to fill that box when explaining what the discipline of action, if you will, is. Epictetus had his discipline of action, but if he gave lectures on it, either Arian of Nicodemia didn't write them down for us, or they were lost, because we don't know much about what Epictetus meant when he said, practice the discipline of action. So one easy thing to reach for is the circles of Hierocles. We've hit this many times today. It's a beautiful meditation exercise is how I think of it primarily, and also a way of thinking through your roles in life. But I want to take us back to Socrates for a moment. and take three nuggets from him, because Stoicism is one of the Socratic traditions. They viewed themselves as successors and heirs to Socrates, particularly to his dogmas, his doctrines, to the extent that he had them, even though finding Socrates' doctrines in his method is of course a famous puzzle. And these are the virtues, of course, and Socratic psychology, or ignorance, we often talk about, came up in the chat today already, and Socratic dialogue. So virtue, I won't say very much about this, but this is the fundamental problem of virtue ethics that's often discussed. Of it doesn't tell you exactly where to, invest your charity dollars or take other specific actions the way that utilitarianism at least tries to. And it doesn't give you clear rules for behavior, but it gives you these principles like temperance and courage. I think these are really important for approaching socially complex problems where we need to be acting in the world. Think politics or relationships, handling disagreements with your loved ones. We don't know the right thing to say in any given setting. It's very hard to tease through and to get consensus for crying out loud on what we should be saying about political issues. But checking our own and constantly exercising mindfulness, or prosoche, around our own motives and whether we're saying things based on desire and selfishness or on fear and discomfort, or if we're really thinking through things fairly, is a really valuable principle, and one that we should view as profound, not as an afterthought, because it's hard to put these things into practice. So that's one, application of virtue, right, is where we can start, which we could call a Socratic principle. A much more, I guess, distinctively Stoic one is Socratic psychology. So this is, we talked about it a little bit today, the notion that everyone does what they think is good in some suitable sense of what it means to think that something is good for you, at least in the moment, and to realize that Epictetus says that's how it seems to him. I found that's like shouting Seneca in my life, is on social media when, the ire rises, as social media is very good at pressing our buttons, to step back and say, that's how it seemed to them. I found to be a very powerful shortcut or tool in my own life. Right. This notion, which we could have a whole talk on, of Socratic psychology and recognizing that people do wrong in a sense out of ignorance. There's a connection to physics here. This is where determinism, as opposed to libertarian free will, makes a profound influence, I think, on Stoic ethics. I'm a proud compatibilist, if you're into the free will debate, which we can set aside for the time being. But this leads us into something even deeper than just being willing to forgive, and that is unconditional love. This is a term that maybe we don't usually associate directly with Stoicism, though many of our leaders in the movement have associated this term with Stoicism if you look, deep in their books. And this is actually an argument that Martha Nussbaum makes. This is an argument that she makes in our favor, if you will, in her book, Anger and Forgiveness, which is masterful. I highly recommend it, even though she continues to be critical of Stoicism and stick to interpretations of Stoicism that maybe I'd like to push back against. She also adopts Stoicism virtually wholesale, at least in certain restricted social contexts in this book, and develops a neo-Stoic, a modern Stoic theory of dealing with anger and forgiveness. And she argues that there's kind of a continuum. You have kind of transactional forgiveness on the left hand, which is, yes, you're forgiving somebody, but it's because you're in power and you're like, I bestow upon you the release from the anger that you really deserve, moving to unconditional forgiveness, all the way to unconditional love being even stronger than unconditional forgiveness. That's where we say no one ever deserves to have pain returned for pain, which is the classical definition of anger. No one ever deserves to suffer vengeance for what they have done. That doesn't mean Stoics don't support criminal justice systems or disciplining our children and things like this, but we find reasons for it that are completely removed from vengeance, which we view as being the kernel of what makes anger, at least with a capital A, anger. So we reject all of that, and what's left is a forward-looking unconditional love, where if we could, we would love to reform everyone and to make everyone our friends. We know that's not always possible, but we'll go as far as we can. So this is a beautiful interpretation of Stoic ethics and the living out of action, at least according to principles of love. And I feel like if Stoics were known for this kind of engagement, a lot of the myths of do-nothingism would resolve themselves, right? Socratic dialogue, I will skip over so we have some time for questions, but it's very similar. Gentle dialogue is what the Stoics were known for in the ancient world, and they had a view of Socrates as not so much the gadfly, but as somebody who's willing to meet people where they are and dialogue with them about the truth in a kind and patient way. So I'm a scientist, so I can't have a talk without a results section or it feels empty. Here's my proposition of those three principles: applying the virtues, Socratic psychology, and Socratic dialogue that maybe are candidates for your second order understanding of what action means in Stoicism. There's many other possibilities, and I would hope that we can open up a conversation about that. And some data for you finally. We've been having this 1,000 Stoics challenge going for several years through the Stoic Fellowship. This occurs every April, which is the fellowship's month of service. We're trying to get up to 1,000 people to register in 1 year or 1 month that they have performed some kind of act of kindness or service for the month of service because of their Stoic practice, right? We were making good progress. Last year, we got up to about 400 people registering their acts here. It dropped back down in 2024. So show up for us in April so we can get those numbers up. All right, and Brittany, I think I left us surely at least a couple minutes for questions. I'm sorry, I always make too many slides.
No, thank you, Siggy. I was just thinking you need to write a book about all of this. There is so much information here, and I saw a lot of comments. People were like, "No, can I write this down?" So please do something further with these slides. Turn it into a pamphlet or something. And we have exactly 4 minutes left. So thank you to everyone who has entered questions already. I think we will start with, let's go back to the beginning when you proposed the definition, the elevator pitch version of Stoicism as a set of meditative practices. I think there were some questions about what exactly you meant by that. And, maybe in the broader context, is it more just like cognition, thinking, reflecting? I think a lot of people might be picturing sitting down and doing like a mindfulness meditation or a Buddhist meditation. So could you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, and that is kind of what I'm going for with that language. I mean, we all like to sometimes bum a little of the prestige off of the mindfulness movement, right? That has taken the world by storm. If I can steal the screen share back and pop up the diagram. Yeah, so what I have in mind are these specific sets of practices that I think of as canonical and common themes in the Stoic texts. So yes, thinking rationally, yes, applying yourself prudently and all these things. But we have these specific things that we talk about and we know about together and we can converse about, like premeditation of adversity or voluntary discomfort, right? Those are very famous. But also the circles of Hierocles that we love and appeal to frequently, even though that was one fragment from a Stoic thinker we don't have full books from. And for me, actually, death meditation is huge. That's why I became a Stoic, is through reading, it was one of Bill Irvine's books. I realized that you don't just meditate on death to cope with your fear of death, though that's been important for me, right? I've had my own brushes with recognizing my own mortality, right, that we all have as we age. But it's what happens right after the meditation that is profound for me, of I could die at any moment. Therefore, you only live once, YOLO in the positive virtue sense, right? I want to jump up. It's the jump up and call your mother kind of component of Stoicism while you still can, or jump up and go apply yourself to whatever role you're in that morning, or whether it's at work or in the home. Spend time with your daughter. I have a 1-year-old. That means a lot to me right now. So all of these together, I think, form a cluster of meditative practices that are one valid way of defining what Stoicism really is.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And this kind of follows into the next question. Just could you leave us with maybe a concrete practice? Sasha says, what would you say to the idea of implementing more practical ways into modern Stoicism? So like Buddhism and Taoism do a good job with martial arts, the Japanese tea ceremony. Are there any practical, concrete strategies that we can use in our relationships, in our work, anything like that? Maybe just one example drawn from your own life, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I guess to come back to the nugget I ended on, which was Socratic dialogue. Um, I'm passionate that the way we treat each other in disagreements, in moments where tensions run high, is one of the most profound ethical spaces for us to act in. In those moments, whether it's an argument on the internet, enough of us have had those about Stoic doctrine, right? For example, or whether it's a more intense, like, political difference or familial issue, being willing to make space for the other person and acknowledge the good in what they are saying before you go to criticizing what you think is wrong is something that's very, very difficult to implement well in all situations, but I think is one of the most profound tools we have to bring about peace on our local lives. And ultimately, if we can scale it, which is really hard because humans are these big anthills, up to things like international conflict, right?
Absolutely.
Sorry if that's still a little bit of an ideal rather than a practice, but things like getting involved in volunteering with local charities, deciding how much to donate locally when you have the resources versus how much to donate to developing countries and non-government organizations there, like we were talking about today. Those are all part of it, but there's 1,000 different things that you could do in terms of being engaged in the world. So it's hard to pick one, right?
Right. Well, we'll look for the details in your future book, which we all look forward to.
You flatter me, Brittany. I'll follow in your footsteps someday, maybe.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Siggy, for being here with us. And I will turn it back over to Harold, I believe.
Hi. So now we're having a break for another 10 minutes. And after the break, Greg Sadler will introduce Jack Winnick for his talk.
All right, it looks like our little break is over, so we're ready to get on with things. There's Jack. So I'm just going to launch right into it and I'll do a little introduction. I think by now everybody's familiar with the format. So Jack is going to present and then I'll facilitate Q&A. It's nice to see that library of lobes behind you as well. So, Jack Winnick is a classicist and a historian of philosophy who believes ancient wisdom can help us navigate tomorrow's challenges. His PhD is from Princeton University, where he wrote his dissertation on ancient Stoicism and the notion of moral duty, and then expanded that into a book that some of you may be familiar with, The Invention of Duty, Stoicism as Deontology. He has been director of research for several years now at the Anacyclosis Institute, which is a think tank seeking to understand the trajectory of modern democracy in our times by studying the long history of democracies. And he's got a podcast. So that's another way in which he's contributing to, spreading knowledge outside of traditional academia, called Ancient Greece Declassified, through which, and I particularly like this, he strives to make the classics accessible and relevant to a broad audience. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Jack, and I'll pop back in a little bit later for the Q&A.
You're muted, Jack.
Thank you very much, Greg, for that very generous introduction. And I also want to thank all the organizers of this year's Stoicon. It is a great honor for me to be at this amazing and so important gathering for Stoicism and to speak alongside other incredible speakers. So thank you. Now, my talk is about how you can determine the right thing to do in any given situation. Let me just pull up there. Okay. So the ancient Stoics claimed that by mastering the doctrines and methods of their school, one could learn how to make impeccable moral choices and thus appear almost like a god to one's fellow humans. In other words, the sufficiently practiced Stoic always knows the right thing to do in any given situation. But how? I mean, what is the method by which he or she figures that out? That's a big mystery, because the Stoic texts that we have today, which are only a tiny fraction of all the Stoic texts that existed in antiquity, do not include a clear presentation of this method. I've spent years combing through the various texts and fragments, trying to piece it all together. And in this talk, I'm going to present to you a reconstruction of the Stoic method of practical moral deliberation. In other words, how you figure out the right thing to do in any situation. As far as I'm aware, no other scholar has attempted to do this. And what I hope to show you today is that this method is remarkably sophisticated. It's quite unique in the history of philosophy, and it's practical. Anyone can apply it to their own life and thus make better, more consistent, more ethical decisions, at least according to Stoicism. So the term that the Stoics used for the right thing to do is kathekon in Greek and officium in Latin. And in this talk, I'll be translating those terms as moral duty. And I should note that there are some scholars who resist that translation and prefer to call it appropriate action. If you want to know why there is this dispute, just search by my name in YouTube and you'll find a number of podcasts where I've discussed it. You can also check out my book, which sadly is prohibitively expensive. It's not my fault. I didn't get a penny from it. That's academic publishing for you. And that's one of the reasons why I like giving these talks, because I want to make my scholarship accessible. In any case, whether we call it appropriate action or moral duty doesn't affect the substance of this talk. The point is, how do you actually determine your kathekon or officium, however you translate that term? And maybe I'm crazy, but I'm going to try to answer that in the next 25 minutes to also leave time for questions at the end. And in case you're wondering, how is this connected to the theme of this year's conference? Well, the concept of the cosmopolis will be important in the determination of one's duty. Now, I'd like to start with a question that I invite you to think about. Why do we use the phrase in English, the right thing? As in, you did the right thing, or I'm not sure that was the right thing to do. This phrase, which we use frequently and unquestioningly, assumes that there is, if not always, at least usually, the right thing to do. But why is that? Why can't there be several equally good options? I believe that this way of thinking originated with the Stoics, because in earlier philosophy or in earlier Greek literature, you don't find such talk of the right thing. Figures like Socrates, Plato, or Aristotle, they often ask questions like, what is the wise thing to do here? Or what's the just thing in this case? Or what would be most advantageous, most brave, most moderate? But there is never an explicit claim that there is only a single right thing to do in each case. Enter the Stoics. They come on the scene in the generation after Aristotle and say, it doesn't matter which question you start with, whether it's what's the just thing or the brave thing or the wise thing to do, all of those avenues of deliberation should lead you to the exact same goal. And they introduce a brand new ethical term into the philosophical vocabulary to denote that, which is kathekon, later translated as officium in Latin, and which I call moral duty. In other words, the Stoics say that if your deliberation on what's the wise thing to do leads you to a different conclusion than you're thinking on what the brave thing to do is, you've made a mistake somewhere. You got to go back and check your work. And when you do the calculations right, you'll find that the wise thing is the just thing, which is also the brave thing, which is also the prudent and moderate thing. In other words, all of the virtues point you to one and the same action, the right thing to do, your kathekon, or moral duty. The Stoic philosopher Panaetius illustrates this with a beautiful analogy. He says the virtues are like archers who are all aiming their arrows at the same target, and that target is your duty. Now, one of the reasons that the Stoics developed this way of thinking has to do with the Cosmopolis. If, as they believed, all human beings are co-citizens of one universal polis or political community, well, every political community is bound by some law. So as cosmopolites, we must all be subject to the same law. And for the Stoics, that is a moral law, not a written one. But it's a law that reason has the ability to discover. And your moral duty is like a local snapshot of that cosmic law at some particular time and place. To do your duty is to follow the cosmic law. So how do you figure out your duty? Or to ask a more specific question, how did the Stoics teach their students and followers to determine their duty? Up until a couple decades ago, most scholars tried to answer this question by looking for rules of conduct that the Stoics included in their writings. Things like listen to your parents, don't kill people, don't commit suicide. And we do find such injunctions in the Stoic writings. The problem that these scholars ran into, however, is that the Stoics also discussed exceptions to those rules. You are allowed to disobey your parents if they are prohibiting you from studying philosophy, because there's nothing better than studying philosophy. If you are Brutus and your friend Caesar is trying to destroy the Republic and make himself tyrant, you are allowed to kill him. And if you are a philosopher like Cato or Seneca, and the only way you can stay true to your Stoic principles is by killing yourself, well, then you're allowed to make a rational exit from life, as the Stoics euphemistically say. In short, scholars were having a really hard time finding a single rule of conduct in any of the surviving Stoic texts that does not have exceptions, according to the Stoics themselves. Now, 3 decades ago, it was a breakthrough and radical shift in the scholarship led by Paul van der Weerd, Brad Inwood, and Katja Vogt, who will be giving a talk later today, actually. And these scholars looked at the evidence and said, you know what, maybe there are no fixed rules in the Stoic writings for a reason. Maybe they didn't believe in fixed rules of conduct. They then developed convincing arguments that that was in fact the case. The Stoics did not believe that any concrete rule of conduct could be without exception. And they created elaborate thought experiments to show that even things like murder or incest, which seem black and white, might be allowed under extreme, often apocalyptic scenarios. And I just want to say here that I'm greatly indebted to those scholars for their work because they laid the foundation for my own scholarship. Now, after this no rules interpretation started to catch on, people once again asked, well, how do you then determine your duty or appropriate action if there is no rule to rely on? And much of the ensuing discussion centered around the figure of the sage. As many of you will know, many Stoic texts speak of the sage as a kind of idealized figure. You'll find things like, only the sage is truly good and performs his duties perfectly, or a bad man might do this, but a sage would do that. And so a lot of the scholarly effort to unpack the Stoic method of deliberation essentially boiled down to asking, how does a sage determine his or her duty? And some good scholarship came out of that because it's an interesting question. But the answers to that question always relied on a little bit of, pixie dust or je ne sais quoi thrown into the mix. Like, surely the sage in his great wisdom would know that option A is better than option B. And it's like, okay, but I don't know that because I'm not a sage. How do non-sages like me and maybe some of you determine our moral duty? Is it just beyond our grasp? That's what a lot of scholars thought, that Stoicism is a super hardcore philosophy for moral fanatics. That's the term that Kant used to describe them. Now, when I started looking into this way back in 2015, I had a suspicion that there had to be a practical method that non-sages could use. And I had this hunch for a number of reasons. First of all, several texts casually mention in passing a method or process or reasoning for finding or calculating one's duty, without mentioning the need for a sage. Cicero and Seneca both do this. And there's also boatloads of practical advice scattered in all the surviving authors. I mean, there's no shortage of good advice. I'm guessing that's why most of you are here, because we find real practical, actionable advice in reading Seneca or Epictetus or Marcus Aurelius. It's just that all of that practical advice is not organized into a systematic process in those particular texts. But that doesn't mean that earlier Stoics hadn't offered a systematized ordering or process. In the 300 years before Cicero, who was our earliest surviving source, at least 7 major Stoic figures wrote dedicated treatises on the topic of moral duty. If any of them had laid out a method, that would explain why later authors make mention of a process or method without feeling the need to reproduce it in full, because their audiences, unlike us, had access to those earlier texts. They hadn't been lost yet. So I started going through all of the surviving texts and collecting every bit of practical advice I could find on how to find your duty or how to determine the right thing to do. And I grouped all of these pieces of advice according to author or source. And it became clear to me that some of these tools or bits of advice logically had to come before or after others, or early in the process or late in the process. And what started to emerge was a sequence of steps that are to be followed in a certain order. And there was a remarkable consistency across the sources, both in terms of the types of tools and advice and the sequence in which they are to be used. And finally, I didn't find any piece of advice or deliberative tool that didn't fit into this sequence. So after years of investigation, I became convinced that the Stoics did have a well thought out, comprehensive, practical system for finding your duty. And I wrote about it in my book, and the response from other scholars, at least so far, has been positive. Now, I'm not claiming that Zeno or any other early Stoic laid it all out exactly the way I've reconstructed it in my book or the way I'm going to present it to you now. I'm just saying that they did have a system. It had a certain order, and all the different components work together, kind of like an algorithm whose output is your duty. Now let's dive in to what that algorithm is. And here I'm going to share a slide again. Okay, so luckily for us, there is a very clear starting point and a very clear ending point to the process of moral deliberation. The starting point is expressed in the Stoic principle that your duty is that which reason compels you to do. So before you even start considering your various options in any given situation, you can prepare yourself by saying, I'm only going to do that which reason commands or that which can be rationally justified. And the final stage of deliberation is that once you've gone through all the various steps and determined what your duty is, you got to do it. All the sources say that at some point or other that you can't neglect to do something that you've determined is right. And there's no stage of deliberation after that. You're done. So these two precepts, the one about reason and the other about warning against negligence, form the two endpoints of the process, and everything else must be sandwiched in between. And what's sandwiched in between falls under two main categories. One is the consideration of virtue, to ask, which course of action is virtuous or in line with virtue. And the other is the consideration of value, to ask which course of action is most expedient or useful. Both types of reasoning are discussed by the various authors, and it's clear that the consideration of virtue has to come before the calculation of value. As many of you will know, the Stoics famously claimed that the only true good is virtue. Everything else that people normally call good is not really good. It's indifferent, right? Things like wealth, health, money, pleasure, these are indifferent with respect to good and bad. But they do have value. They are to be preferred if doing so does not come at the expense of virtue. So the first major stage of deliberation, once you've committed to following reason, is to make virtue your guiding principle, your North Star, as it were, because that's the only true good. And there's a bunch of tools and techniques that the Stoics offered to help you choose the most virtuous action and to filter out any courses of action that seem attractive at first, but actually go against virtue. And once you've done that and followed all the Stoic tips and filtered out all actions that are not in line with virtue, you still might find yourself in a dilemma. You might have a few options left. And that's when you move on to stage two, a consideration of value. But once again, it's not easy. There may be more dilemmas that are hard to cut through, and the Stoics offer, again, some sophisticated tools to do that. And once you've completed that stage and narrowed down your options to one best option, you're done. You found the right thing to do. The only thing left for you to do is to actually act on it and not to be negligent. So that's the basic structure in a very simplified nutshell. And now we have to get into the weeds. Now, some of you might be thinking, do you really have to go through this entire process for every decision you have to make? And the answer is, of course not. The Stoics make it clear that in many cases, you simply know what the right thing to do is. Like if you see a baby drowning in a river, you jump in and save it. There's no further thought process needed. Other times, asking yourself a simple question might be all you need. Like, what would Socrates do in this case? That could be enough of an intuition pump to make the right course of action obvious. Sometimes it is abundantly clear what one of the virtues demands in a given scenario. And since all the virtues, as we said, point to the same goal, you can rely on that one to make your determination. For example, in the case of the drowning baby, suppose you're having a bad day and you haven't had your coffee yet, and for some reason it's not immediately obvious to you what you got to do. You could ask yourself, what would the courageous thing to do be? And the answer is obviously jump in the river. So you do that and save the baby. Most decisions do not require the full Stoic method of deliberation outlined previously. However, every time you do use some Stoic tool or principle to help you make a decision, you are employing a piece of that method. And the harder the decision, the more components of that method you may need to work through. And if it's a really, really tough decision, you might have to go through the whole thing. Now let's dive into stage one, the consideration of virtue, and explore that. Seneca says that one must declare allegiance to virtue and make that the sole motivating factor in our actions. But what does that mean? How can virtue be the motivating factor in everything we do? Like, what if I eat lunch or pick up my kids from school or take a nap? Can those actions be motivated by virtue? According to the Stoics, we should be able to refer our every action to some ultimate goal, to that is to explain its ultimate end. For example, why am I eating lunch? Well, because I need to have energy or to stay alive or be healthy. But why do I want those things? They're not ends in and of themselves. So one might ask, why do you want to have energy or be healthy? And the Stoic could say, well, so I can do things. Well, what kind of things? Well, virtuous things. Well, why? Because doing virtuous things is the highest good. It's the good life. There's no higher good you can appeal to. Virtue equals happiness equals the good life is it. So in this case, I was able to refer a seemingly banal action, eating lunch, to the ultimate end of virtue. And we're supposed to be able to do that for everything we do. If instead we are unable to reasonably claim that an action is done for the sake of virtue, but we can only refer to utility or pleasure as its final end, then that action has a poor chance of being our duty. Now, one of the purposes of asking this question, can I refer my action to virtue as the ultimate end, is not to discover what my duty is per se, it's rather to narrow down my options by filtering out non-virtue aligned ones. In our daily lives, we have a lot of options. At any given time, you can do a bunch of different things. So how do you narrow down your options? Well, there's a type of tool for that the Stoics offer, which they call kanones in Greek and reguli in Latin. And once again, I invite you to look at the slide here. So a canon or regula literally means a measuring stick or a ruler. And when the Stoics use these terms, they mean it metaphorically. A regula is a mental tool with which you test or measure an action you're considering. In the same way that a ruler gives you a stable and unbiased measurement of an object, these reguli are meant to help you dispassionately and objectively evaluate actions you are considering. Some of them can tell you right away if an action can be referred to virtue as its ultimate goal, and thus you can use them to quickly cross out all non-virtue aligned options. So let's take a look at some examples of these reguli. The first one you see is from Epictetus, and it's a question he has his students practice every day whenever they feel an inclination to do something. He told them to ask themselves, is this thing that I want under the power of my will? If the answer is no, then it can't possibly be a true good, because only virtue is good, and virtue is always in our power to pursue. This regula is a kind of quick hack to test if an action you're considering can be referred to virtue as its ultimate end. And if it can't, you cancel it from your list of options. Now let's consider another example. Well, actually, sorry. Yeah, so how does this work in practice? Well, let's say you're walking around town and you see someone with a Lamborghini and fancy clothes, and you think, man, I wish I had that. Maybe I should find a more lucrative career. You know what? I'm going to quit my job as a teacher and go work for a bank or a gangster. Ask yourself, says Epictetus, is this thing that you now want under the power of your will? In this case, is money or riches under the power of my will? No, it's not, according to the Stoics. Therefore, it cannot be the good, cannot be virtue. And therefore, following your impulse to pursue money cannot be referred to virtue as its ultimate goal. So cast it away, says Epictetus. Put it out of your mind and carry on. Now, he's not saying you should not work in a job that makes a lot of money. He's saying if that is your sole motivation, you're going down the wrong path. The second regula in the chart works similarly. Is this thing that I want stable? If the answer is no, then again, the action you're considering is not for virtue's sake and should be discarded. And in this case, you could say, is money and wealth stable? No, it's not. All kinds of things can happen to the most careful people and take their money away. So now the remainder of the reguli on this list are slightly different. They're used to evaluate actions as such, not the ends to which actions are oriented, and they're more helpful for the later stages of deliberation. So we can get back to that if we need to. Let's just recap what we've discussed so far. The first question to ask yourself whenever you are having trouble deciding what to do is, what is the virtuous thing to do? Sometimes the answer is obvious, so you go do it. Sometimes it's not obvious, or there are multiple options, in which case you use the reguli to narrow down your choices. And if you narrow them down to one option, then you're done. you go perform that action, you found your duty. But what if you've applied the reguli, you filtered out a lot of bad options, and you still have a few left? Or what if different virtues seem to point you in different directions? How do you solve such a dilemma? Well, the way you do that is by considering your roles in life. While the Stoics did not accept any fixed rules of conduct, they were all about roles. Now, what are roles? Well, in my case, my roles are human, man, son, brother, American citizen, citizen of the Cosmopolis, historian, educator, for example. So those are my roles, and any action I take should be consistent with all of them. So if I'm considering an action, I can ask myself, is this action consistent with my role as a son or husband or American citizen or teacher? And if not, you cross it off. So thinking through your roles further narrows down your options. Now, all of the surviving Stoic writers discuss roles to some degree, but I find Cicero's discussion most helpful because he groups all the roles into four, what he calls personas, personae in Latin. And it's just a handy way to intuitively sort everything out. So your first persona is rational, social, animal, okay? Because nature, which is a providential thing, has made us humans to be rational and social, to help each other out. So, is this action I'm considering doing consistent with me being a rational, social animal? If not, cross it out. Your second persona is everything that nature has given you. Are you tall or short by nature? Do you happen to be really fast? Are you very patient and good with arts and crafts? Are you skillful with your hands, with mathematics? The Stoics believe that you have an individual nature and you should optimize your decisions based on that. You should follow the things that nature has given you. This third persona is what chance has given you. Are you an aristocrat or a poor person? Do you have a lot of friends? Are you unpopular? For them, this was largely subject to chance. And again, you should do things consistent with your role. And the fourth persona is the sum total of your choices in life, especially your profession. So is this action I'm considering consistent with the profession I've chosen or with the way I've made choices in the past? And if not, that's a red flag. So by going through these four persona, you can severely narrow down your choices even more. And in many cases, that's now the end point. You're done. You found your duty. You can go on. Now, you might be thinking, how does this have to do with virtue? Like, why am I putting these roles under the stage of deliberation that's all about virtue? And the reason is that consistency through life is a virtue. And more importantly, when you're doing role ethics, you're harnessing the virtue of decorum, which is a very special virtue. Now, decorum, which means that which is seemly or fitting or appropriate or proper, it might sound like a superficial virtue compared to the big cardinal virtues like wisdom and justice, but here's why it's special. As Cicero explains, we have, if you watch a theater play or a movie and a well-known character like, let's say Batman comes out and says something not in keeping with that character, everyone, no matter how educated or not, no matter how schooled in philosophy or not, knows instantly that something's off. Like Batman would never say that. No way. So we have a very fine-tuned intuitive sense of what is befitting or appropriate to a certain character, and that also applies to our character. And so decorum is not the most important virtue, but it's if we go back to the archers analogy, all the virtues are archers aiming at the target. Decorum is the virtue is the archer that has like binoculars on and can hit the target more accurately than anybody else. So it's an aiming mechanism. Okay, so we've completed the first and most important stage of moral deliberation. What if you still have more than one option left? That's when you consider the question of value, of utility, of expedience. And it can be a very simple thing like, I have an hour of free time. Do I take a walk in the forest or do I go to the gym? And then you think, well, what is more valuable to me? If I'm going to go on a bike ride for 5 hours, if I need to like relax my mind, then maybe I will go for a walk. If I'm trying to, build muscle for whatever reason, I'll go to the gym. Now let's consider a more difficult example to make things a bit more interesting and show you how flexible this tool is. Let's consider the famous story of the Uruguayan rugby team whose plane crashed in the Andes in 1972, and they were stranded in the snow and freezing cold for months, and some of them survived by eating the flesh of those who died. Now, the Stoics actually discussed such scenarios of eating human flesh in extreme circumstances, and we know from their examples that according to their system, these rugby players did the right thing. But how and why? Like, if you're one of these players and you're wondering, should I eat my dead friend or go hungry and likely die myself? Thinking through virtue might not help you because we're dealing with strong taboos here, strong emotions of disgust, and there's no consensus among philosophers or ethicists or religions on what the right thing to do here is. So how would a Stoic deliberate? Well, they believe that a corpse has no inherent value whatsoever. It's like, nails that you cut off or hair that you cut off. Like once you're dead, your body has no value. So there's no inherent evil or bad in eating a dead corpse. Now, there are good reasons why that's not allowed in a normal functioning society, but there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And so in this case, the only relevant values are you going to live or are you going to die? And living is not a good and dying is not a bad, but living has great value and dying has great disvalue or negative value. So you make the choice to live and you eat, unfortunately, your dead companions. And almost done here. So I wanted to look at one last example, okay? Because I mentioned that even after going through the first stage and the four personae, all the roles, you might still have a few options. How can this stage help you with that? And here we come to something that Cicero and Seneca call the formula, which is a package of 3 doctrines. And you also find these 3 doctrines in Marcus Aurelius and in Epictetus. They're just not labeled as a formula, but they're also discussed together. So I think that this means that this was a package deal. And this package of 3 doctrines is presented as a way to cut through dilemmas. So how does this actually work? Well, let's consider an example that Cicero gives. And these doctrines are related to the Cosmopolis again, that we're all part of a cosmic body, and we all have common interests, and the interest of the individual is the interest of the whole. So to harm another goes against the collective, the Cosmopolis, the collective body of humanity. Okay, so Cicero says, suppose that you're a judge and you're trying a case involving one of your friends, and one of your friends risks losing his property, and he's in the wrong. Like he did something wrong, he should lose his property, but he's your friend. So, one of your roles as friend might tell you that you should rule in favor of your friend, but your other role as judge tells you that you should be impartial and rule against your friend. So how do you think through this? Well, you can do it using the formula. A well-informed and thoughtful judge may reason in the following way. Going against the laws of the community, of the common body of humanity, is in order to rule in favor of my friend, subverts the interests of the community. But according to the formula, the interest of the community must be my true interest, as well as the true interest of my friend, though he may disagree. The judge would then realize that the interest of the community makes the value of the friend's property irrelevant to the moral deliberation process, even if his friend thinks otherwise. The value of the friend's property is removed from the equation. The only relevant value is the interest of the community and the functioning of the community. And so the judge rules against his friend. So putting this all together, I now present you with a fuller outline of a fuller outline of the deliberation process. As you can see, it's quite complicated, and I think it's amazing and unique certainly in ancient philosophy, if not the entire history of philosophy. And I'll end there to get some questions, and I'll leave this up so you can look at it while I get some questions. So thanks a lot.
All right. Well, I think that we can go a little bit longer than scheduled because the lightning talks aren't quite an hour long. So maybe we can do about 10 minutes of Q&A, and we do have some good questions already lined up. And the first one I'm going to pick is not the first one that was asked, but I think this would be a really interesting one to get your take on, Jack. So Mark Trumbull says, I can imagine an app walking through this process, but that does not seem fitting. Is this something, you talked about an algorithm earlier. Is this something that we really could reduce down to the type of process that we could rely on an app? Or is there always going to be some sort of human factor that has to be involved here? What do you think?
That's a really interesting question. And actually, as I was looking at the time and I was cutting out some pieces, I was going to mention this algorithm thing at the end and say that I think this method should be of interest to modern ethicists that work on AI, because with the exception of like Derek Parfit, who claims to have his own full-blown system, I don't know of any other system that claims to have such a complete system for finding your duty. So I don't know what the Stoics would have thought of AI, of an app. I think that they wanted to make this as rigid and logic based as possible. The goal was, like, the Stoics really believe that your mind is a rational entity, right? Every time you are irrational, it's your rational entity glitching. You don't have it's not like Plato where you have a separate irrational part and a separate thumos, right? Like, you have a rational brain, which often makes mistakes, but it's still a rational brain. So, and for them, reason proceeds with words and sentences and prepositions. So, I think that they might have intended this to be something that a logical machine could work out. Now, there still is, when you get to then the roles and your individual nature and your and your history of choices. I mean, no app can know your history of choices. No app can know, what your main goals are in life, really. I mean, so when you go through the roles, there are some personal elements that I don't see how any app could really make use of. But if we were ever going to train an AI to have its own personas and its own ethical system, we might test this out.
Okay. So here's another question coming a little bit earlier from Sasha. This strategy looks like it requires some time for deliberation. Do you have any insight into Stoic strategies for ad hoc action, or would you say this could be achieved through premeditation alone, where premeditation would be, you could say, a shortcut or preparation for this?
Yeah. So again, this is not a process that most Stoics would use very often. Okay. It's the process that's available should they need it. Now, I mentioned earlier that a lot of the scholarship in the past 30 years was aimed at asking, how would the sage determine his or her duty, right? And the interesting thing about a sage is that a sage is never unclear about virtue being the end of their actions. And so one of the conclusions of that kind of scholarship was that the deliberation process only deals with value. It doesn't ask the question, like, paradoxically, it doesn't ask the question, what's the most virtuous thing to do? Because the sage is never confused about that. The sage is like,
lucky him or her.
The sage is like this perfect filter, like just sorting out value left and right. Like, oh, this is valuable, this is not valuable.
Yeah.
And so I think that's true for the sage. I'm not sure the Stoics believe that anybody actually was a sage. It's more of an ideal, in my opinion. But I think as you become more and more practiced, as you're, a prokopton, making progress in Stoicism, the steps you need to take shorten over time. And the first stage especially shrinks a lot over time. And there's all these rules of thumb that, like the reguli, are meant to be quick and easy rules that you can, you often know what to do. And if you don't know, just one question, one of these reguli can, and I'll pull them back on the screen, so like, like something appears to be very profitable. Like somebody's saying, I'll give you $1 billion if you just, kill this one person. Think of all the good you can do with that $1 billion. What's one life lost? Well, there's a regula. It says if an action is morally wrong, it cannot be expedient. So if there's something morally wrong there, the argument that this could be expedient has to be discounted, right? So they have all these shortcuts that shorten the process.
So here's another question that came up early on, and there was a follow-up to it. What is a legitimate role in society? And then to build on this, many would disagree with what should be a role and what behavior should be associated with this role. For example, women and men. And we could think about, to the degree to which some of the ideas and injunctions that the classical Stoics give us are culturally bound, right?
Yes.
So how do we, well, let me ask you this, with the model that you're proposing here, how do we get around those things? Do we just simply say that, well, they understood men and women's roles as being different from each other, however we want to frame it, but perhaps we want to be much more egalitarian about this. Where does that come in? I mean, I think, for example, about Epictetus saying, with your father, you got to put up with all of his crap, and in ways that I think today we'd be like, well, no, that's abusive, and I don't have to put up with that. I mean, there is an out in saying, well, it's not reasonable to go along with that, but how does that work in the deontological model that you're proposing?
So when we get to roles, we are getting to a territory that is not as logically deterministic as the other stuff. And so both Cicero and Epictetus, they use roles as, I think I think we can use Daniel Dennet's term, intuition pumps, right? Like Epictetus brings up roles in order to get you to realize that you already have a sense of duty. He says, think of all your relationships. You're a brother, you're a citizen, you're a father, blah, blah. Each one of these roles instantly calls to mind things you should do, like be a good friend, be a good brother, be a good citizen, right? It's not there presented as a deterministic system. It's presented as an intuition pump to get you to be like, oh yeah, I have some things I should do there. And same with Cicero, he appeals to our intuitions in the theater. He says, just as you notice when an actor is not good, or when a line is not in keeping with the character's persona, you have the same sense with yourself. Again, we're not dealing with a deterministic thing completely. It is an intuition pump. It's just, you have a lot of other virtues you can use, and the decorum virtue, which does the roles, is a especially intuitive one, which is helpful, but you have to kind of triangulate with other virtues that you're thinking of as well. And it should be noted that that as far as men and women are concerned, the Stoics were more egalitarian than most thought systems in history. Okay, so we should give them some credit for that. But as to changing cultural norms, I think they were. I'm not sure how they would deal with that, because they did believe that reason can discover the right thing to do. So that I'm not sure how they would handle that exactly, because Epictetus mentions different religions at some point, and he seems to imply that they should all be able to arrive at the same truth. So I got to think about that more.
So here's one last role-based question. So what do we do when we almost inevitably, in the course of things, wind up, this is coming from Tracy, with conflicts between roles? If we had everything perfect, you would assume that the roles should never conflict with each other. But I mean, all of us, I think, have had the experience of feeling different obligations tugging us in different ways, and they're all legitimate obligations. Alistair McIntyre has this great piece about moral dilemmas where he says there are genuine moral dilemmas, but it's always a sign that something has gone wrong somewhere, with us. So what do you think we should do when we have like two, well, and we'll make it simple, two legitimate roles, and one is saying do A and one is saying do not A?
Well, there's there isn't much material in the surviving texts that deals with this. And
Yes.
the only clear answer I can find is in Cicero on Duties, Book 3, where he brings up the formula, the package of three doctrines that we're all rational social animals, we're all part of the common body, and the interest of the individual is the interest of the whole. That is meant. So we know that. I mean, I can get into this a bit. The question is, how do you know what your duty is in these tricky situations, right?
Right.
And the Stoics called these peristasis, which I think you could say difficult situations or dire circumstances. And there's two places where Cicero mentions how do you reason through these dire circumstances, and one is with the four personae in Book 1 of On Duties, and one is with the formula, the three doctrines in Book 3. And we know that he wrote Book 3 after soliciting a book by Posidonius from his friend Atticus on tricky situations, on peristasis. And then he discusses the conflict between the judge and the friend. So that's the only like clear reason through example where we have a conflicting role of two conflicting roles, right? The friend and the judge. And so based on that, I think that it's the formula that's meant to help you there.
Okay. Well, we do have to be conscious of time. We're going to have the lightning talks next. So very interesting presentation, and thanks so much for coming on. I like to thank you myself, and I'm sure many other people will be as well. And I'm going to turn it over because I see Brittany already queued up. I'm going to turn it over
Thanks so much
to her.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you so much, Jack. Thanks, Greg. I loved the talk. Gave us so much to think about. So again, I appreciate you being here today. So it's my privilege to introduce this year's lightning talks. This is always a fan favorite. So this is our 5-minute talks from Stoic practitioners. So far, we've heard mostly from academics, people who are professional Stoic experts. And now this is people from all walks of life, all over the world, who use Stoicism in their daily lives to do amazing things. So I'm very happy to share this with you. We have a wonderful selection of talks covering everything from nature photography to public speaking to dealing with hardship and grief. And at the end of all 8 videos together, you'll see contact information where you can learn more about each speaker. And I'll also put their bios into the chat. So I would strongly encourage you to check out their websites and podcasts. They're all doing amazing work in their own very different ways. So before we begin, I'd like to thank our contributors, Anne German, Becky Smoke, Eric Hogan, Gaz Meredith, Hadley Fisher, Katie Stidolf, Sarah Michatel, and Vanessa Morgenstern. And everyone, I hope you enjoy this year's lightning talks.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Morgenstern, and I'm the founder of the Stoic Dahlia blog and podcast and facilitator of Portia's Porch, a live monthly session for women to come together from around the world and share their experiences and applications of Stoic philosophy. I'm also a recovering reactor. I wish I could say that my journey to Stoic philosophy was through academic study or philosophical courses, but I'm no expert. Where my expertise lies, with 41 years of experience, is being a woman, a role that led me through turbulent stages to the point of overwhelm, that one day it landed me on the floor. Yet that same pivotal moment also propelled me to rise and led me to sit here before you today. In 2017, A year and a half after having my second child, which was a significant life change, it challenged my self-worth and identity. Only I couldn't pinpoint it back then. My life on paper hit all the check boxes. A happy marriage, check. A healthy baby, check, check. I was even my own boss by my mid-30s, check, check, check. And now I got to be a stay-at-home mom. Yet there I was crying. And I'm talking full-on ugly crying on the cold hardwood floor. Around that same time, I confessed to my husband that I wanted to go back to work, like outside of the house, and I would do anything. Motherhood wasn't enough. I needed more. I needed purpose, is the word I think I used. And the look on my husband's face, it wasn't of disappointment or disgust, but a sadness, which made me feel even worse. Did I just make the worst confession in the history of being a woman ever? Epictetus famously says, "When I see a man anxious, I say, what does this man want? If he did not want something which is not in his power, how could he be anxious?" That sadness in my husband's eyes, that was a misunderstanding. It was not me wanting out, it was me wanting. As women navigate unprecedented opportunities today, with so many paths to choose from now, should I have children? Should I not have children? Pursuing a career? Should I get married or should I stay single? Trying to have it all. There's a rise in anxiousness. Epictetus invited me to ask myself, what if having it all wasn't about adding, but by removing? What if it's about peeling back layers to reveal our genuine values? Today, both men and women face unique challenges in trying to live authentically in a world full of expectations. One out of many of my focuses is helping women to achieve self-actualization through their Stoic practices. For me, that process unexpectedly initiated a journey of generational healing. Healing, a word that is not the first thing we associate with this philosophy, yet it is a powerful byproduct from the unlearning of societal norms, historical expectations, my childhood conditioning that I once believed shaped my identity. Across my many platforms, I present Stoic principles in a relatable, digestible way, helping women apply them to their unique lives. This approach aids in reaching their core selves while navigating the tension between logical thinking and our cultural conditioning. Sometimes it's through articles where I ask reflective questions like, how did you love before you were hurt? Exploring how past heartbreak informs future relationships. Other times it's through traditional exercises like journaling conflicts, using distortion versus reality to identify triggers and patterns, what I heard versus what was really said. I also use physical exercises like fear dates, inspired by Seneca's wisdom that imagination often exaggerates fear compared to reality. And within each of these exercises, there's an opportunity to practice virtue, a key aspect that makes Stoicism unique and is often overlooked by contemporary self-development leaders today. Stoicism is a rich and multifaceted philosophy, and I believe it not only mirrors the complex nature of a woman's life, but it also complements it. Thank you for having me today. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful to be part of the modern Stoicism community, one that not only supports me in deepening my understanding of Stoicism, but explores ideas like this with me. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Becky Smoke, and I'm the founder of Stoic Edge Consulting. I am also a keynote speaker and an author, and my focus is on leadership. All right, let's just dive right in. I want to tell you about this one Stoic quote that has a massive impact on my relationships and how I navigate them and deal with all the twists and turns that life's relationships bring at us. This is a quote. It comes from Marcus Aurelius, and it challenges us. He says, Whenever you're about to find fault with somebody, ask yourself the following question. Which fault of my own most closely resemble the one that I'm about to criticize? In other words, before you go pointing that finger at somebody else and calling their shit out, hope I can say that, take a hot second and consider, how do you compare? And by compare, I mean, like, are you also a flawed human being? And I'll just kind of give you the answer right now. And the answer is yes, you are. We all have faults. And as unique and special as we all are, it's pretty likely that you can find something that you do that's relatively close to the person that's driving you crazy. But when you're able to, get off a high horse and stand next to somebody when you talk to them, not only can they hear you better, the likelihood that they actually listen goes up. Because I'm way more likely to not just listen to you, but care about what you have to say and believe that you actually care about me when you lead with vulnerability. When you're willing to tell me, hey, I've struggled with this too, or I used to have this issue too. And you're able to share with me what you did to change or what you're currently doing to try to change. Well, then I feel like we're on the same team. It's really tempting to want to stay on that high horse. It's easier to. It's harder to climb down. But as you know with Stoicism, most things are hard when you start off. But the more you do it, the easier it does become. It takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of confidence. But if you can do that, well, then you can also employ one of my other favorite quotes when it comes to relationships. You thought there was only one, but I'm speaking of the second one, which is another Marcus Aurelius one where he says, like, ask yourself this in every moment, is this necessary? Okay, guys, if you want to avoid kind of silly arguments, if you want to avoid unnecessary kind of conflicts, disagreements, whatever word you want to choose in relationships, well, pause a second and ask yourself if what you're about to do or say is necessary. Does it actually help you achieve what it is you're wanting to achieve? Yes, you have to sometimes have these difficult conversations. Yes, you should absolutely stand up for yourself and call things out when necessary, but the key words being when necessary. I know I am very guilty of nagging my kids about things that I really ought to not nag them on because it doesn't actually have any productive value. I know there have been times where I've called my husband out on something he didn't do or did wrong when I really didn't need to. We make mistakes. We do. But I know that when I've taken the time to really focus in on just even those two quotes, those two lessons, I make fewer mistakes. Partially because I say fewer things. Because we also know from the Stoics that sometimes we ought to just keep our mouth shut. And we don't have to have an opinion about everything. And we are better off when we spend more time truly listening than speaking. So having said that, I'm going to take that advice and end this right here. And thank you all, and I hope you all have a fantastic day.
Hi, my name is Gary Meredith. Most people know me as Gaz. I'm a nature photographer based in Perth in Western Australia. Today I'd like to share how the philosophy of Stoicism has had a profound influence on not just my approach to photography, but my life as a whole. For me, Stoicism offers a framework for processing life with greater clarity and purpose. And as a music lover, and in particular Pearl Jam, I often find philosophical insights within their lyrics, as many other people do within poetry, etc. One particular song that resonates with my Stoic beliefs comes from the song I Am Mine. Essentially, Eddie Vedder opens the song with the lyrics, "The selfish, they're all standing in line, faithing, hoping to buy themselves time. Me, I figure as each breath goes by, I only own my mind." To me, this reflects a core principle of Stoicism, particularly from the philosopher Epictetus, who teaches us that while we can't control external events or want things, like living a long time, we can always control our thoughts and actions. It's a mindset that's become central in how I approach my work and life. As a nature photographer, Stoicism feels like the perfect fit. A key tenet of Stoicism is the idea that living in agreement with nature, not just in terms of the natural world, but also by recognizing ourselves as part of a greater whole. Through photography, I get the privilege of capturing moments and scenes that often go unnoticed, allowing others to see and appreciate the beauty around us. For me, nature photography is more than just an artistic endeavor. It's a way of showing the interconnectedness of life, something Stoicism emphasizes. What's more, Stoicism has deepened my sense of responsibility toward nature. It encourages me to give back, especially to those parts of nature that cannot defend themselves or protect themselves. This is why I often donate my images to conservation projects or share them freely with causes that promote the preservation of our environment. In doing so, I feel I'm contributing in a small way to the larger whole. Interestingly, Stoicism has also pushed me out of my comfort zone. As an introvert, engaging with others, whether in photography clubs or out in the field or in the general public, is not something that came natural to me. But Stoicism teaches that we are social beings and that meaningful connections with others are part of living a virtuous life. Because of this philosophy, I've been willing to push myself to connect with like-minded individuals. These interactions have opened up opportunities I would never have otherwise discovered. Stoicism has allowed me to balance my introversion with the desire for purposeful community. Another unexpected benefit of Stoicism is how it's shifted my perspective on success. Before embracing Stoicism, I would often tie my emotions to the external validation I received, especially in terms of how well my photos performed or received by others. If an image didn't get the recognition I hoped for, it would affect me emotionally. Stoicism has taught me that true contentment doesn't come from outside approval, but from aligning my actions with my values. By focusing on what I can control, like my effort, my craft, my passion, I've let go of the need for external validation. Ironically, this has made my life richer, even if it doesn't always help my social media presence. I no longer feel drained by the need to constantly chase likes, comments, etc. Instead, I can enjoy my work for what it is, a personal expression of my connection with nature. So basically, Stoicism has brought mindfulness and purpose to both my photography and my life. It's given me a sense of gratitude for the natural world, and it's helped me approach my work with a deeper sense of meaning, free from the pressures of external success. So thank you for the opportunity to share how Stoicism has influenced my journey as a photographer and myself as a person.
Hi, I'm Sarah Michatel, and I'm a communication and mindset coach for introverts. And today I'm going to share how I use Stoicism to help my clients reduce their public speaking anxiety and become more calm, confident communicators. So if you've ever felt nervous presenting in meetings or voicing your ideas in groups, this presentation is for you. And I could talk about communication and stoicism all day, but we only have about 5 minutes together. So I'm going to focus on 3 key areas. 1, understanding public speaking anxiety. 2, stoic strategies to manage anxiety. And 3, applying role ethics in communication. So let's start with why we feel anxious when speaking publicly. And we'll use an example. So imagine Michelle is a bright and dedicated professional. She spent hours preparing for her presentation. So she really knows her material and she has a great rapport with her colleagues. But as she stands in front of the room before the meeting begins, her heart races, she feels shaky, and panic really starts to set in. These immediate involuntary sensations are completely natural, and as we Stoics know, they're not up to Michelle. Her fight or flight response is kicking in to keep her safe, even though she's not in any real danger. So, if Michelle were my client, I would guide her to take deep belly breaths to slow down her breathing, relax her body, and stand in a position that feels grounded and stable. And most importantly, to accept what's happening instead of resisting it. Michelle can remind herself, my body is reacting as if I'm in danger, but I'm not. I'm safe. I'm prepared. By challenging the false impression that she's in a high stakes, threatening situation, Michelle can begin to calm her mind and her body. Now, let's say this anxiety stems from the belief that Michelle has to be perfect or everyone's going to judge her. Here's where Stoic reasoning can help. So, a thought pops into Michelle's mind. If my presentation isn't perfect, they're going to think I'm incompetent. She starts to feel anxious. But then she pauses and evaluates this impression. Does the presentation need to be flawless to be valuable? No. Her colleagues are much more interested in her insights and her effort than any potential imperfections. Plus, she's prepared well and she knows her material. So, Michelle chooses not to assent to the impression that her presentation must be perfect or she'll be judged. Instead, she reminds herself, I'm here to contribute and share my work, not to have to impress everyone with a flawless performance. So her focus shifts to delivering her message clearly and authentically. And based on this rational reflection, instead of running away, Michelle steps forward and presents with more equanimity. She uses hand gestures to articulate her points and also to give her adrenaline a way to escape. And she focuses on connection instead of perfection. Now let's talk about the premeditation of adversity. And this is the Stoic practice of mentally preparing for obstacles. So before her presentation, Michelle can mentally prepare by visualizing how she would use her rational mind to respond to potential setbacks. So she can do things like practice accepting nerves as just natural physical sensations that she can simply allow. These come up when we care about something that's important to us. She can practice responding to a question she doesn't know with a plan to follow up, addressing technical issues with humor, challenging unhelpful thoughts with more useful ones. There's lots of things that she can visualize before her meeting. And by visualizing rational responses to challenges, Michelle increases her emotional resilience and also her stress tolerance. And this allows her to face her fears with more poise and more equanimity. And she can also imagine her colleagues responding positively to her presentation and feel a sense of stoic joy that she showed up with courage and integrity. Now let's talk about role ethics and how to align your actions with your identity and your values. So Michelle realizes that part of her role as a colleague and team member is to share her insights and participate, even when it's uncomfortable. It's not about performing for others or having to prove herself. It's about contributing to the team and connecting authentically. Speaking up isn't a performance review. It's about collaboration and adding value. And this idea ties into what Epictetus said about the nervous lyre player. Epictetus explained that it's not the act of playing the liar that was causing anxiety, but the belief that the audience's judgment determines one's worth. Michelle's fear of presenting comes from a similar misconception that her value depends on external validation rather than her own virtues and efforts. And in Stoicism, we know that virtue is the only good and vice is the only true bad, and everything else, praise, criticism, success, failure, they are all indifference because it doesn't define who we are at our core. So Michelle has been wrongly valuing external praise as good and fearing criticism as bad, and this was making her overly anxious about how others perceive her. Instead, she's starting to learn to value the virtue of contributing her knowledge and supporting her team and fulfilling her role. And this is the true measure of success, not whether she receives praise or avoids criticism, but it's about developing her character and being a good person. By challenging her false impressions and properly categorizing what is good, bad, and indifferent, Michelle can shift her focus from seeking approval to fulfilling her role with integrity. She can remind herself that her worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by her commitment to acting with courage and contributing to the greater good. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. I love meeting fellow Stoics. So if you would like to connect, you can find me at stoicwellbeing.com or sarahmiketel.com. You can visit me on Instagram at sarahmiketel, or you can listen to the Citizens of the World podcast.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie, also known as the Savvy Stoic, and it's a pleasure speaking with you today at this year's Stoicon, and I'm excited to explore how Stoicism can help us in our relationships, both with others and also with ourselves. So I've been practicing Stoicism for nearly 6 years now, and it's been quite an interesting journey. And as a philosophy and classics graduate, I'm fascinated by how ancient wisdom, particularly that of the Stoics, can offer practical tools that can help us to live a better life. And today I'm looking forward to sharing some of those tools with you. So this is what we're going to briefly cover. We're going to talk about the Stoic virtues, a brief overview, Stoic tools for healthier relationships, memento mori in the dichotomy of control, and lastly, we're going to finish on the relationship with the self. So I'm sure many of you know about the Stoic virtues already, but as a brief recap, they are courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance, and these are the foundation for a good life. Every situation that we as Stoics find ourselves in is an opportunity to practice one or all four of these virtues, and they guide our actions, especially in relationships. So wisdom helps us with understanding, courage helps us to be honest and vulnerable, justice reminds us to treat others with respect and be kind, and lastly, temperance helps us to stay calm and rational even when emotions are running high. So these are just some of the Stoic tools that can help transform how we approach and show up in relationships. So building empathy through sympathy. So I found that in my personal experience, relationships often suffer when we fail to see the perspective of the other person, right? When we're just looking through our lens and not thinking about how that affects the other person or how they feel. And Stoicism really reminds us that we are all interconnected, and it encourages empathy by recognizing this, that we are all part of the same whole and that our actions affect others. Then we have apatheia, so building emotional resilience with apatheia. And then this is really helpful, especially during conflicts. So I found that conflicts often arise in relationships when we let our emotions dictate our reactions, right? When we're feeling angry, frustrated, when we say something that we don't mean to say. Stoicism teaches us to maintain emotional resilience, not by suppressing our emotions, by shoving them down and ignoring them, but by observing them, right? Recognizing how you feel, why you feel that way, without letting those emotions control our actions. So staying calm allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. And finally, we have the dichotomy of control, which is all about focusing on what you can control. And I found that much of the problems in my relationships that I've had have been all about trying to control the other person, focusing on what you want to change about someone. And really, Epictetus says the chief task in life is simply this: to identify and separate matters so that I can say clearly to myself which are externals, not under my control, and which have to do with the choices I actually control. So when it comes to relationships, try and think, okay, is this in my control? And if it isn't, let go and move on and focus on your judgments and your actions, which are two areas that you do have some control over. Then we have memento mori, which is one of my favorite Stoic principles. And this is all about remembering that we are mortal, remember that we will die. And it reminds us to appreciate that the people we love, we need to make time for, we need to appreciate them, we need to let them know that we love them. And Seneca said, life is long if you know how to use it. So tomorrow isn't guaranteed for anyone, including those we love. So make sure that you let them know how much you care about them. Marcus said you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. In a world where we're often glued to our phones, distracted by social media and news, memento mori encourages us to put our devices down, to be present, and to truly engage with the people in front of us. So lastly, one of the most important relationships I think we have is that with ourselves. So Seneca says, what progress, you ask, have I made? I have begun to be a friend to myself. And this is one of my favorite Stoic quotes. So Stoicism's taught me to be less self-critical, shifting my focus from perfection to progress. And when we become better friends with ourselves, when we accept ourselves, flaws and all, we can really show up in our other relationships more fully. So as a final thought, I just want to encourage you to take a brief moment to reflect on your relationships, both with others and with yourself, and ask how can you apply Stoic principles to strengthen those connections. And remember Zeno, the founder of Stoicism's words when he said, well-being is realized by small steps, but is truly no small thing. So even small shifts in how we approach relationships, whether that's through empathy, gratitude, or resilience, can make a profound difference. Stoicism guides us in those small but powerful steps, helping us grow, connect, and show up as our best selves. So thanks so much for listening. If you want to stay in touch, you can contact me with the information on the screen. I really hope you've gained some insights into how these Stoic principles can support us in modern life and how they can help us build stronger relationships. If you would like to learn more, you can follow me at the Savvy Stoic or scan the barcode on the screen to subscribe to my Wise Words newsletter. I share weekly posts on Stoicism and the art of living well each Sunday. So yeah, it would be great if you sign up. And thanks again, and enjoy the rest of Stoicon.
My name's Hadley Fisher, and I'm an Australian living in Switzerland. I've been reading about and living a poor imitation of the Stoic life for the last 10 or 12 years or so. I grew up in a family affected by mental illness. My mum, my dad, my brother have all been affected by bipolar, depression, and addiction. And I was closely affected by mental ill health, yet I knew nothing about it. I wouldn't talk about it with anyone until I was 30, and I thought I was completely alone. And then I realized it wasn't just me, it was my friends and family and colleagues. Everyone knows someone touched by poor mental health. And my goal was to find out how I could avoid having the same kind of outcomes in my life as my family had. What could I do differently? So I went searching. I discovered positive psychology, neuroscience, and finally Stoicism. And over time, I wanted to share what I'd learned with others. I thought this made so much sense because I don't teach you these things in schools, or I didn't learn them while I was doing philosophy at university. It was just so impractical. And over the last 7 or 8 years, I've been merging Stoic teachings with the wisdom of modern well-being science through a concept called mental fitness. And that's how I spend my time today, speaking and writing about mental fitness. And Stoicism wasn't always an academic pursuit for me. It's certainly not the case. I wanted it to be a really practical way I live my life. And I think it helped me over the last 35 years deal with some of the challenges that I've faced. But over the last 12 months, it's been probably the hardest 12 months of my life. I was struggling with my business. We were losing money, and one of my businesses collapsed in the last 12 months. Some of my relationships were strained, and because I value people, I was wondering, is it me? What am I doing wrong here? And I was traveling around the world with my wife for 18 months in the developing world. And, you know, travel's hard enough at the best of times, let alone when you've got all these things going on around you. And just when I thought things couldn't get much more difficult, I received a call in June of this year from my brother. Our mum was in hospital, and my relationship with my mum was really close, despite living on the other side of the world. I've built my life around this flexible way of being able to visit her several times a year and support her. So when the doctors told me over the phone she's not going to make it, my world stopped. She had a lung infection. And within 8 hours, which is a miracle, I was on a 24-hour flight to Australia, which was the hardest journey of my life. And on that flight, the wisdom and all the reading and all the preparation that I'd done around Stoicism finally came into play. Now, I wasn't the cold, rational, sage-like Stoic we read about in Epictetus or Seneca, but the tools I'd studied over the years helped me stay calm. I needed to prepare myself for what I knew were going to be a really difficult few days, and I wanted to live in line with my values. And, you know, I spent the first 12 hours of that flight to Bangkok thinking I'm going to miss her, and I'm going to get a text halfway saying, you haven't made it. Well, that text didn't come. And then I thought, well, I'm going to get a text in Melbourne when I land. She's been hanging on for 24 hours now. That text didn't come. And I got there at 9 o'clock at night, and my brother texted me and said, she's still going. Come out here in a taxi. And throughout that flight, I was upset. I was in the arms of my wife. And I was also trying to work through it the way Marcus Aurelius might have. I turned to my journal. I read the chapters from Epictetus and Meditations. And when I finally arrived, I was able to spend 4 really special hours with Mum, holding her hand, crying and laughing with my brother about all the silly things she'd done. And then she passed away. And then the Stoic lessons I'd tried over the years to learn came back to me. And I just want to outline 3 that were really valuable for me. First, the premeditation of evils. I'd been planning or thinking about or expecting Mum's passing for about a decade as her health declined. And I think over time I went from being really worried about it and finally learned not to fear it. I had pre-accepted it in some way. And what made Mum's passing at this point in time a surprise was just how well she was doing on my recent visit in March and April. Second, I wanted to focus on what was within my control. I realized that if I got there and saw her, how could I stay present with her? How could I create wonderful memories out of this? How do I banish my day-to-day concerns about money and my health and petty concerns and just be here now? And how do I support the people around me? And I asked myself, what good can come of this? And one outcome was much of the tension between my brother and I melted away as we bonded over Mum's passing. And I think this mindset was only possible in that moment because my mind was prepared in some way, partly due to the reading I'd done about the Stoics. And third, it was a reminder that sometimes the obstacle is the way. We'd had some challenges in the family over the last couple of years, providing for mum and getting her support and all that sort of thing. She had health challenges. And it reminded me of my first real taste of using Stoicism for grief, which happened 4 years earlier when I was on a flight to Australia. All these things revolve around flights. When I was coming to visit my mum in January of 2020, just before COVID. And my dad died a couple of hours before my flight to Melbourne landed. Of course, I didn't know that at the time. And when I got to the airport, he was there. He was supposed to be there picking me up, and he wasn't. And I knew instantly that something was wrong. And on that plane journey, I'd been reading John Seller's book about Stoicism. And as I waited for the bus, I kept reading and thinking, well, hang on, there's something wrong here. How can I accept this? What's in my control? What can I do? And finally, staying at a friend's place in the city, I called the police. They waited several hours and went and did a welfare check. And at 5 a.m., they found him and they called me back. He had a heart attack and I had jet lag. It was midnight. And as I'd waited for that call from the police, I picked up the other Stoic book that I'd taken with me, which was The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday. And in that moment, I felt comfort and calm because I realized that some of the tension that my father had been a part of, that had prevented my brother being a part of the family, would dissipate. Mum would finally be, I guess, released from the shackles of living with Dad. And we moved her into a nursing home. And for the past 4 years, she got the support she needed and the social connection that she craved, and she was well cared for. And after a decade of struggle, she began to thrive, and she had a few more good years in there before she passed. And so that's what Stoicism means to me. It's a way of handling life setbacks and staying calm and resourceful under pressure. And I haven't grieved as stoically as I thought I might have prior to all this. And I think that's okay. But it reminds me of one of my favorite quotes of all time, which is, "This too shall pass." And I know that whether it's this or whatever comes in the future, I've got these tools and thoughts in my head ready to go for whatever adversity might come. I'm Hadley Fisher, and thanks for listening to my story.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anne Germann. I'm an author and a mom of 3 young children from Hamburg, Germany. Last year, my first book was published, a very personal account of how Stoic philosophy helps me to find calm in a world that sometimes spins faster than I can process it. While Stoicism is very helpful in daily life, its value as chosen philosophy of life comes to the test when life throws you lemons. In late spring of this year, I experienced such a lemony day. While I was taking care of my sick baby, all of a sudden I found myself in a life-threatening situation. When I forced a smile and waved my scared kids goodbye while I was brought into the ambulance to be driven to the ER, I knew that for the weeks to come, my Stoic toolset will be much needed. I was bleeding internally and I was in a lot of pain. Only vice is truly bad, but kidney pain is no joke either. In the ER and before my emergency surgery took place, I was in a state of shock. What worried me the most were my kids and how this would impact them. I was so scared. In the days and weeks afterwards in the hospital, I had time to reconnect with myself and organize my thoughts. I would like to share with you 3 Stoic themes which greatly helped me while dealing with my mysterious illness. Firstly, how would my role model deal with this situation? How would a strong woman I admire tackle a situation like this? Somebody like my great-grandmother. I thought of her and how she lived her last years with dignity and optimism, despite having one leg amputated. And as importantly, what kind of role model do I want to be for my kids? How do I want them to remember this difficult time for us as a family? They look at me and learn how to deal with adversity. Secondly, take a broader perspective. The nights in a hospital bed can be long and lonely. Panic started to creep in and I felt really overwhelmed. I tried to remind myself how the Stoics dealt with such tough situations by putting things into perspective. In fact, although it feels like I'm all alone, I'm not the only one who is struck down by illness. I am connected to other people. Millions of people out there are in similar situations, and most of them do not have the same access to excellent healthcare I am privileged to. 100 years ago, even where I live, nobody would have been able to save my life. Also, everything is constantly changing. This situation, while it feels like it will drag on endlessly, is only temporary, and I will be home and feel better eventually, which fortunately turned out to be true. And thirdly, the one that had the biggest impact for me was the following. Epictetus reminds us that no matter what happens to us, we shall look inside ourselves to uncover the capacity which we have that enables us to deal with the matter on hand. In my situation in the hospital, I had no access to anything I loved around me. It reminded me of living in exile, a situation some ancient Stoics were familiar with. What I did have access to, though, were my inner resources. My endurance to cope with the pain, my patience to accept my slow recovery process, my kindness to deal with my snoring and constantly complaining roommate. Every situation, even and especially grim ones, are an opportunity to practice virtue. Thank you for listening. Take care of yourselves.
Hey, my name is Eric Hogan. For the past few years, I've been pursuing a calling in adventure and landscape photography. My interest in Stoic philosophy started well before this, but I find that it provides an ideal framework for embracing this type of challenge. My approach to photography involves going into the wild, usually on foot by backpacking, to capture images of remote natural beauty. It blends the physical challenges with the harsh variables of nature and the complex task of technically creating a photograph of the experience that conveys the emotional power of the moment. Elements such as weather, light, and terrain are dynamic and challenging. They can sometimes be extreme. Much of this is beyond my control, but a foundational principle of Stoicism is to focus on what is in our control. So, on one level, I am challenged to rely on my skills as a photographer to create and creativity as an artist in response to the immediate conditions I find myself in. But beyond that, I must recognize that the only thing really in my control is my own attitude towards these external forces and the resulting choices I make. Often, the most compelling images I make come after accepting and even embracing some very harsh environmental conditions. Stoicism promotes the idea of learning from adversity and of personal growth through experiencing challenges. Photography in the wilderness offers plenty of these opportunities. Under this guidance, I view difficult conditions as chances to improve my technical and creative skills. Often, these images don't turn out as planned. Through failures, I come to focus more on the process than the desired results or any external validation that stems from them. With Stoicism, I develop an emotional equilibrium regardless of the outcomes. All of this leads to a heightened awareness of the present moment, a critical necessity for capturing the essence of a scene in a photo. The Stoics advise us to live in harmony with nature. Does this refer to the natural world? If so, then adventure photography immerses us in nature in a way that forces us to live harmoniously with it simply in order to survive. The experience of shared hardships with the land and moments of sublime beauty give us a feeling of intimate connection with nature like nothing else can. Living in harmony with nature can also refer to our own human nature. I propose that the challenges that backpacking and living in the wilderness impose teach us profound lessons about ourselves, lessons that can only be learned under uncomfortable, uncertain, and potentially perilous conditions. But as we grow through these experiences, we come to understand ourselves and be in harmony with who we are. Then we must consider the ethical implications of how we approach photography in these environments. Our actions and choices can have a direct impact on wildlife or fragile ecosystems, and even the sharing of locations of images can draw more visitors and impact to these areas. So, from my experience, Stoic philosophy is the guide. Study its principles and learn from its many teachers. But the way to progress on the path is to go out into the world and seek difficult challenges. Try, fail, and try again. It's the overlay of experience on these precepts that develops wisdom. Thank you.
All right, then we'll go to a break. We'll be back at 3:30 for the final talk of the day. All right, so we're back now for our final talk for today. Our next speaker is Katja Maria Vogt. She's a professor of philosophy at Columbia University. She is also taught at Humboldt University in Berlin and Princeton University, and she's taught some master classes at the University of Cambridge and the University of Freiburg in Switzerland. She works in ancient philosophy and ethics. Among her many publications is a book on Stoic cosmopolitanism, published in 2008. Two other books are entitled Belief and Truth from 2012 and Desiring Good from 2017, all from Oxford University Press. Right now, she tells me she has returned to the Stoics, writing a book entitled The Original Stoics. And rather than mention her awards, let me mention two activities that resonate with Stoicon. She has a YouTube channel with philosophy videos, and is the academic sponsor of an initiative to make ancient logic widely accessible. You can read a selection of her papers at katjavogt.github.io. Thank you.
Thank you, Harold, for this very kind introduction. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm really amazed by all the talks and testimonials today. It's such a pleasure to contribute. My title today is Stoic Cosmopolitanism, and to some extent, we've been talking about this all day. So, I want to talk through what I see as Stoic cosmopolitanism and focus a little bit on the early Stoics, who I think offer ideas that are sometimes not considered as equally practicable or equally accessible as the later ideas, but I think they are in fact really close to life, and that is part of what I want to bring to light here. So, but here's a proviso: cosmopolitanism can seem ridiculously idealistic, out of reach, given the severity of conflicts across the world. Ongoing wars and, in their wake, resentment and disdain and mistrust that often survives for generations. Why should we even consider an ideal that is so far from where we find ourselves? In response to this question, the Stoics would say, hold on, we don't propose that you create a world state. Perhaps that is neither desirable nor possible. What we envisage when we talk about cosmopolitanism is an entirely different matter. So what is it? The Stoics I propose don't see themselves as laying out an ideal global state. Instead, they draw attention to a fact about the world and its normative implications. Like it or not, they say, you share the world with everyone else. If you pretend that you don't inhabit the world alongside with everyone else, you get the facts wrong. The cosmic city already exists. The world is that city. The challenge for us is how we live up to this. In other words, we should become good fellow inhabitants of the world alongside everyone else. Here's another way to capture this key intuition. Suppose we already live in a city, but we haven't yet understood the law of that city, and yet we ought to adhere to it. That's what living in the cosmos is like according to the Stoics. We are already here, we live in the cosmic city, but we haven't yet understood its law, even though we are subject to it. Well, what does it take to understand the law? Only everything. It takes comprehensive knowledge. In other words, virtue. On this reading, Stoic cosmopolitanism starts where all of Stoic ethics starts, with the demand to become knowledgeable. We ought to study and gain knowledge of the world and of our standing in it. This knowledge is immediately normative. It tells us how we should conceive of ourselves and of others, how we should relate to the world and everything in it, and how we should act so that we live up to the norm of being a citizen of the world. In effect, then, Stoic cosmopolitanism is extraordinarily demanding, but not in the way in which I initially portrayed the worry about demandingness. It isn't demanding because it envisages a perfect political world order. It doesn't do that. It quote unquote only envisages that we aim to perfect ourselves. That is, as it were, the ordinary way for ancient ethics to be demanding. Sure, virtue is hard, but that's just it. We ought to strive for it anyway. The plan for my talk is to explore and spell out this picture and its implications. Now, here are some preliminaries. Who are the Stoics that I'm talking about? The account that I present here is based on surviving texts by early Stoics. That is by Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, the second major Stoic Cleanthes, and then the third major Stoic Chrysippus. It is sometimes assumed, as I said earlier, that the later Stoics, in particular Roman writers, offer less extreme outlooks, perhaps ones that are, more practicable or something like that. I tend to think that that is not quite true. I think they are more accessible for us because we can go to a bookstore and purchase one of their books, and we cannot do that with Chrysippus or Zeno. But once we actually study the views of Zeno and Chrysippus, I think we will find them equally relevant to our lives and, important for us to think through. And I think that in particular, the picture that they offer on cosmopolitanism is intriguing and really worth thinking through. So another proviso, and I kind of implied that already, none of the treatises of these early Stoics survives. And that is the picture that I offer is based just on reading fragments, which is always, tricky. Fragments are snippets that survive, but also reports by other authors and so on. Now, I will be talking in general about the early Stoics, and of course that is a simplification. Evidently, it is not plausible to assume that they agreed on everything. Zeno and Cleanthes and Chrysippus are three extraordinarily creative philosophers, so, why would they all say the same thing on all these topics? Nevertheless, scholars tend to assume that in key questions, Cleanthes and Chrysippus, so the second and third head of the school, agree with Zeno, even though they often kind of develop his views further, or they clarify something in response to an objection or something of that nature. But they agree sort of on the basics. And for present purposes, that is kind of what I go with. Now, here is a final proviso. There are some respects in the sort of theory of cosmopolitanism where scholars sometimes question whether Zeno and Chrysippus hold different views. Now, I myself, I think that they don't disagree. I think they hold pretty much the same view, but that is a tricky matter, and that is not what I want to defend today. And for now, it suffices just to say that, well, for the most part, we can speak of an early Stoic view. If we sort of have that hypothesis in the back of our minds that maybe there are a few things where Zeno does not entirely agree with himself and with Chrysippus. But we can set that aside. So turn now to my claim that the world is a city. Focus on is a city, already is a city. Both Zeno and Chrysippus write treatises with the title Politeia. So scholars like in the past often thought that that must mean that they somehow respond to Plato's Republic, where the Greek title Republic is Politeia. And so they kind of thought, well, they must somehow lay out a perfect constitution, perfect educational system, all of the things that we find in Plato's Republic. But this inference is too quick. There is, in fact, a kind of Politeia literature. A lot of people were writing treatises with the title Politeia. So the assumption that Zeno and Chrysippus just respond to Plato is kind of too quick. They certainly do engage with Plato. Zeno spent probably 20 years or so in Plato's academy, so there's a close connection, but they also respond to other things. And I think they really take up a different project. They don't lay out a political ideal. The city that they discuss is real. It is the world. Now, they use words here like home and habitation. So they say that the world is our home. We live here. The world is our habitat. We are its inhabitants. We typically don't understand its norms, and hence we also don't do well at adhering to these norms. But we can make progress as humans by studying the world and gaining knowledge of it. And if we then live in light of that knowledge, we live up to the standards of what we are, the standard of being a citizen of the world. And this knowledge of the world, of ourselves in the world, literally changes our minds. It changes what we think about the world and how we relate to it. Okay, so now we might still ask, is this all mere metaphor? Is talk about the cosmic city a metaphor? Because surely the world is not a city. Is that just a kind of image, as it were? And in what sense do the Stoics think that the cosmos is a city, in Greek, a polis? Here are three ways in which the Stoics, I think, would argue that talk about the cosmic city picks up on features of ordinary cities. One, and I already mentioned that, the world is our habitation. We live here, and that's what you do in a city. You live in a city. Cities where people are at home and live. Two, the cosmos has the kind of structure that a city has. There's a government and there are those who are subject to the government, rulers and ruled. And the Stoics think that that also holds for the cosmos. The gods rule it, humans are ruled by the gods. And three, a city has a law and the cosmos has a law. The cosmos is regulated by law. So let's assume that this provides us with the idea that the cosmos is a city. But this isn't all we need, and it isn't, in fact, precisely what we need. The Stoics don't argue that the cosmos is a city. They say it is the only city. That is, while they invoke familiar features of cities, such that they have laws and so on, they ultimately argue that the cities we are familiar with are not cities in the strict or genuine sense. According to the Stoics, the law of sort of ordinary cities like Athens or whatever is flawed. It is legislated by human beings and it's bound to be imperfect just for that reason. And by being imperfect, it is not really law. It does not live up to the high standard of genuinely being law. In Stoic terms, it is not the quote-unquote common law, the common law which is identical with reason. A place needs to be governed by law in this technical and ambitious sense in order to truly be a city. And thus, the cosmos is the only city. So much of what I've said so far is reported in a passage by Ierodiakonou, and that is sort of one of these fragments one works with if one works on the early Stoics. And I'm going to read out this passage now, as it were, just to offer some evidence, but also because some of what I'm going to say, in the rest of the talk also comes up in this passage. The world is said to be an organization, and organization here translates the Greek word systema, and that is kind of our word system. The world is a system of heaven and air and earth and sea and the natures within them. The world is also called the habitation of gods and human beings, and the structure consisting of gods and human beings, and the things created for their sake. The world is like a city consisting of gods and human beings, with the gods serving as rulers and human beings as their subjects. So the text that I just read out starts with the claim that the world is a system, a systema. And together with another report in Diogenes Laertius, the text provides us with 4 ways in which we can think of the world as a system. So what does that mean? The world is a system. First, that's something we already encountered and talked about. It is a system insofar as there are rulers and ruled, and that is kind of one way of being a system. Second, the world is an organized whole. It is a complex unit with organization that unites and puts together all the different natural entities, the ocean and heaven and air and earth and all the creatures in them, all animals, plants, and so on. Third, and this is now a kind of fairly technical metaphysical claim, which people in metaphysics are going to describe in terms of mereology, that is the theory of parts and wholes. Human beings, animals, plants, and so on stand in part-whole relations to the world. The world is a whole, and everything else is a part of it and stands in a part-whole relation to the world. So every living being is a component of the world, and jointly all these things like the oceans and the forests and animals and people, they jointly form the whole, which is the world. Now, here's the 4th way in which the world is a system. And that is, again, a fairly kind of complicated idea. That is somehow the basic idea of Stoic physics. There is a kind of physical bond that literally, physically connects all the parts of the whole, all living beings, all entities in the world. How does that work? According to Stoic physics, there are 2 principles: active principle, passive principle. The active principle is divinity, God. The passive principle is matter. The active principle and the passive principle are perfectly blended. Blended is a technical term here. So the active principle pervades in this way, like all of matter, and it makes all the entities that to us look like individual entities in the world. It kind of individuates and makes cohesive the tree, the person, the flower, and so on. And it unifies the world as a whole. That is what the active principle, also called God, does. Now, that picture is, I think, really interesting and worth exploring. What does it say about us as human beings? The proposal is that human beings are physically interconnected parts of a world, which is an integrated, complex organization. Now, arguably, that is not how we ordinarily see ourselves. We tend to see ourselves as it were, rather more self-standing individuals. So the norms of Stoic cosmopolitanism partly are norms of changing how we see ourselves. They kind of request a change in outlook, a change in how we view ourselves. And this change of perspective is in fact quite drastic. We should see ourselves as a component, as a part of the world, with all the other people as sort of fellow components like us of the world. Now, each human being has a level of self-standingness insofar as we are agents with reason. But we are literally parts of the world, connected with all other parts of the world, which is one system. And knowledge of the world changes how we relate to ourselves and to everyone else. Everyone is a part of the world, and so are we. People are fellow components of the world. And these fellow components are literally physically connected. Now, according to the text that I read out earlier, the world is also the home of gods. And this premise has been set aside by scholars often because it sounds quite alien and not so easy to make sense of. You know, what does that mean? The gods as fellow citizens of ours? But I think we should take it seriously and think it through. So who are the gods that we live with in the cosmos? I already mentioned that God, also called the active principle, pervades matter and makes every part of the world what it is. One of the thoughts that people have about divinity and also about the cosmos, sort of based on the Stoic conception, is, well, if it really is the claim that God is a physical principle, and the Stoics say that the active principle, God, is corporeal, bodily, maybe that just is not a recognizable notion of divinity for us. Maybe that just means that the Stoics are what today is called physicalists. So maybe they just say that everything is physical. And that would be one option. That would be, one way of thinking, okay, what does it mean that the universe, that there are gods? Well, it doesn't really mean anything recognizable, because divinity is understood as corporeal and ultimately a physical principle. Now, I think that this kind of reading of the Stoics is not compelling that they are something like proto-physicalists, because people who are physicalists typically don't think that, the world is identical with divinity. So you could also take a quite different perspective and say, well, actually what the Stoics are is they are something like pantheists. They identify the world with God. Isn't that what they do? And then, living with divinity would be living with the world that is divine, something like that. Now, that is maybe in some respects a better guess, but it is also not entirely on target, I think, because typically people who are pantheists don't really think that God is corporeal. So neither of these modern metaphysical options seems to be kind of a good fit. And so I just think we should, just look at the text and ask, what are the Stoics proposing? What is it that they say about who are the gods that we live with? And I think they say two things. One is that they call the world divine. So just living in the world is living with divinity. But they also call celestial bodies divine and divinities. And celestial bodies are kind of components of the world, and they somehow also live in the world, and we live with them. They are the, divine beings in the world. So I think that the Stoics ultimately sort of say both of these things. They say that some entities in the universe, namely celestial bodies, are divine, and we live in some sense with them. But we also live with the world, or in the world and with the world, and the world is divine. And I think that that is the upshot of the Stoic picture, and it has upshots for what we think cosmopolitanism says, because it says something like, we ought not only to change our attitudes to ourselves and to other human beings, but also to the world. We ought to cherish the world, or something like that. We ought to have some kind of deep appreciation for it. So this leads me to another component of Stoic theory that I think is pretty difficult and interesting, and that is, goes back to the early Stoics, and I think is, largely endorsed by later Stoics, but it's interesting to look at. And that is what you may call a scale of nature, a scala naturae, a kind of scalar ordering, ranking of entities, types of entities as higher and lower. And the Stoics rank entities in this way by appeal to how does the active principle, that is divinity, how does it pervade these entities, and how do they move? So the lowest kind of entity is things like stones. Stones are unified by the way they are pervaded by the active principle, but that is the lowest way in which some entity can be pervaded by the active principle, and they can only be moved from outside. You can throw a stone, but the stone is not going to kind of, as it were, jump or do anything itself. Then the next levels, as it were, are plants and then animals. And plants have natures. They are pervaded by the active principle such that they have natures and they can move out of themselves with the movement of growth. And animals can move guided by perception, so they can move by themselves, and they have souls. And then next highest is us. We have reason. We can move as reasoners by assenting and rejecting impressions. That is an idea that was mentioned in several contributions today. So we can move as reasoners. And then the next highest, the highest entities are divinities, and they have perfect reason. So we move as reasoners, but we are not perfect reasoners. Okay, so if we look at the scalar picture, I think that kind of should inform how we think of Stoic cosmopolitanism. The Stoics are sometimes described as holding one of two outlooks, a view that we may call Kantian. And, for example, Martha Nussbaum, who was mentioned earlier today, has discussed Stoic cosmopolitanism kind of jointly with thinking about Kantian ethics. So they are often either compared with like Kant or somehow brought in that vicinity. And another option is something we may call environmentalist. And, so I introduced my picture, as it were, as a third option. And I'm now going to explain, as it were, by way of conclusion, how my picture differs from the Kantian picture and from the environmentalist picture. So when the Stoics were rediscovered in the 1980s, some scholars thought that they capture an idea that is often associated with Immanuel Kant, and that is that we all have reason. That is a big picture idea. Human beings are reasoners. One reason why you might think that is so important is we are equal qua reasoners. Being reasoners makes us equal. And that, of course, is an incredibly powerful idea. I don't think myself that the idea of equality is in Stoic philosophy, but of course they would have, let's say, at least the resources to say that qua reasoners, we are equal. I think what they say instead is we are the same kinds of parts of the world. And that is a quite more as of a physical thing to say. It's a different way of approaching things. Nevertheless, they say that we are reasoners. Now, the question is what that means. For the Stoics, the way I presented things, we are physical components of nature. The world is a whole with parts, and we are some of these parts. Reason is explained by reference to divinity. And again, that involves some distinctively non-modern ideas. Because for the Stoics, as we mentioned, divinity is corporeal. And also for the Stoics, our reason is corporeal, the soul is corporeal, and so on. Now, all of that is, rather un-Kantian. It is a quite different approach. It is an approach, you might say, from physics, and not from reason as something that is, as it were, a different thing than our bodily existence. So I think the kind of Kantian reading of Stoic cosmopolitanism is really not on target. The other option that is maybe a little closer is the sort of environmentalist option. And Stoic physics and Stoic cosmopolitanism has sometimes been praised and like really kind of loved by environmentalists. After all, the Stoics ask us not only to relate to human beings as fellow components of the world, but also to animals and to mountains and to oceans and rivers and so on. So, what's better than that if you look at it from the point of view of environmentalism? And it also asks us, for kind of real appreciation of the world, wanting, seeing the world as a whole as valuable. And that is meaningful. So even though there is, I think, genuine closeness here, we shouldn't be overstated. And that is why I went through this scale of nature. The Stoics do, unfortunately, from the point of view of the environmentalist, say things like that everything else is created for the sake of humans and gods. And they have some quite, not so nice examples about how animals are there for our use and our benefit and so on. So with certain provisos, there is some genuine resonance and closeness, but it is not the same outlook. Now, in conclusion, I just sort of want to say that I'm not sure that we need to kind of assimilate the Stoic view to one of the modern options in order to make it attractive or intriguing. I think it just is as what it is, intriguing. And what I described as the core of this proposal is that the Stoics are not asking us, when they talk about cosmopolitanism, to create a world state or anything like that. They make, I think, a quite, revisionist claim by saying that the world, which typically we might consider as non-political, that the world is in itself a political space. The world is a city, and we already live in it. So then the normative dimension of Stoic cosmopolitanism is not about creating some kind of political institutions or anything like that. It is about changing our own attitudes. It is about how we see ourselves, the knowledge that we need to gain of the world in order to see it as what it is, to change our attitudes to other components of the world, to the world as a whole. I think that is the core. Now, here's kind of one final thought. You might object to my reconstruction that it somehow isn't really political, and isn't Stoic cosmopolitanism somehow concerned with a political question. But you might think what I'm saying is more like ethics, because really the upshot is the knowledge we should gain, how we should become virtuous, how we should relate to ourselves, to others, and so on, and to the world. Why isn't that merely a matter of ethics? What does that have to do with a kind of political philosophy or something like that? And that objection seems important to me, and to some extent it gets at something real, because the Stoics, like all the other ancient philosophers, do not make a genuine distinction between ethics and political philosophy. So to some extent they would just say, fine, good. But they also, to some extent, would push back a little bit, I think. I think they would say that the norm of seeing everyone in the world as a fellow inhabitant of the same home is challenging in a distinctively political fashion. And I think that that is not merely a restatement of the view that kind of resounds across all topics in Stoic philosophy, that you should gain knowledge and be virtuous. It is about the way we should relate to human beings outside of our home countries and cities. And I think to this day, it remains a distinctively political and challenging question, how we relate to people outside of our own home countries and outside of our, far from our vicinity. So the Stoic proposal, finally, I think is also political insofar as environmental questions are political. The Stoics propose that nothing in the world is a mere object. Even the stones that make up a mountain, the water in a lake, and so on, are tied to us. They too are fellow components of the same world pervaded by divinity. And the Stoic notion of divinity as a principle in physics may seem unrecognizable to us. But the upshot here is not unrecognizable, I think. This kind of principle endows everything in the world, humans, mountains, oceans, and so on, with a value that we ought to respond to. And whether or not we today would put this in terms of divinity, to me, that seems to be an intriguing idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was excellent. So we still have plenty of time here. So if anybody has any questions for Katja, please feel free to send them in the chat. I thought about one question when you talked about the different outlooks of seeing yourself as a part of the whole, and rather than seeing yourself just as an individual, one atom, so to speak. Do you have any ideas of how you could sort of progress towards seeing yourself more like a part of this whole?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. I think that there are ways in which we may take it that what the Stoics are proposing kind of resonates with some trends in ethics in kind of recent years. For example, the ethics of care. In the ethics of care, which was initially formulated by feminist philosophers, but which has meanwhile been endorsed by quite a lot of people, or at least, has been responded to, and aspects of it have been endorsed, argues that some sort of classical modern proposals, such as, you think of Immanuel Kant or utilitarianism, Mills, and so on, somehow work with a model of agents that assumes that we are somehow separate entities, separate individuals. And, feminists would have put this sometimes as in terms of, the model is somehow like a man who has a job and that's it, who and is healthy. So a person who neither needs help is kind of self-sufficient, largely self-sufficient. And that is somehow the kind of background picture that we have in our minds when we do ethics. But of course, that is like a completely unrealistic picture of human life. Everyone needs for a huge part of their lives others to support them, to take care of them when they are kids, take care of them when they are old, take care of us when we are sick, support each other as friends and so on. So this whole kind of idea of what are agents? Are agents fairly self-standing, separate individuals? Or is that just not true? Simply just not true of what human beings are? I think the Stoics would say it's just not true. They would say, I think that, yes, of course, like for many of us, we will have a period in our lives where we are fairly self-standing. Maybe, you have a job, you have an income, you're fairly healthy for a while, but then next day, like something happens. Or while you are in this position, you need to take care of your kids. You need to take care of your parents who are getting older and so on. So the picture needs to be one. They would argue, and that is one thing where I'm like 10,000% on board. I think it is simply a more realistic starting point in ethics to assume that human beings in several dimensions are interconnected with real relations of care, support, and so on. And that should be our starting point for an ethical theory.
I got a few questions about environmentalism, and that sort of builds on what we just talked about. So how far can you really extend the circles of concern, so to speak?
You mean, can we also kind of feel like we are a fellow component of the world with a mountain?
Yeah, or at least a sheep, perhaps. Yeah, let's start there.
Okay. You know, I myself think we can do that, and I think that people do that. And but I also think, even though having this kind of scalar picture that the Stoics have, where you have like, you know, it sounds not pretty. You have higher and lower, and somehow no one likes that. But am I going to relate in the same way to a bug in which I relate to a kid? No. So I'm kind of on board with a version of the scalar picture where you say, well, you know, of course, the way we care for other human beings, the way we ought to relate to other human beings, what we owe to other human beings, has something to do with them being parts of the cosmos of the same kind that we are, reasoners, with such and such faculties, and hence also such and such vulnerabilities. And we owe, you know, what you owe to some entity, I think, has something to do with what it is. And a person is not a tree. So, I think the Stoics would say that, and they would say that that is maybe, you know, that is maybe not enough for some environmentalists, but I think it is a lot more than what a lot of modern moral philosophy says. Because for the Stoics, even though you shouldn't, as it were, care as much for the tree as for a person, you should still care for the tree. And not, you know, just in an instrumental way, partly in an instrumental way, because maybe you grow trees so that you have wood to build furniture or whatever. And they would say, yes, there is this instrumental component, but they would also say that a tree is also one of the entities in the world that are pervaded by divinity, and some of the awe and the reverence that we ought to have for divinity, we also ought to have for the tree.
Yeah. Okay, we just got a comment here. I'm a big fan of your work on the road in collaboration with Jens Haas. Do you see art as informing our ability to relate to others?
Wow, that is so nice. You know, that someone says that. Thank you. You know, one connection that I see is that I talked earlier a little bit about why I think the Stoics don't talk about reason in quite the way in which, let's say, the Kantian tradition talks about reason, as if we, you know, talk about this thing that is separate from our biological, physical existence. I think the ancients in general, the Stoics, but also Plato and Aristotle, are interested in a wider range of cognitive activities. And imagination is one of them. And imagination is an incredibly important cognitive activity. And it is also relevant to deliberation, because the ancient, you know, that is something that goes back to Plato, and the Stoics engage very much with Plato's dialogues. And the classical passage on this is in Plato's Philebus, where Plato says, like, it is just part of the nature of human beings. We constantly sort of project ourselves into the future. You're always kind of thinking, I don't know, what am I going to have for lunch? And you envisage the sandwich and the pasta or whatever. You kind of constantly envisaging these options. And then you have some kind of feedback, affective feedback, whether you like it or not. But anyway, the upshot is that imagination is something that is constantly at work. It is part of the kind of reasoner that we are, involves imagination through and through. And I think that is a really interesting idea. I think that also means that artwork and creation and storytelling, photography, like we saw these amazing photographs like just a moment ago, creating artwork is just part of how the human mind works. It is not some add-on. It is not something at the periphery. It is something that as human beings we do. And that is something that I find very interesting, that I think all the ancients would be on board with.
Yeah, we got another question that perhaps you already answered now. per your insight on all of us needing each other, what would be the next practical steps for us to take based on that truth?
What we should do next, say again, based on what? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Per your insight on us all needing each other.
Right, now I understand. Yes. Sorry. You know, I was very impressed with many of the, like with all of the testimonials and so on that were part of the program this afternoon. And I think being more honest about needing other people is a really good step. Also being, you know, being not playing this role of independence when this is in fact a fiction, but instead relating to other people in ways where we find it normal that one needs other people. Like, for example, like I think one of the testimonials was also about experiencing a severe illness. And one of the things that I think the Stoics would say, and that I find very important, is it is always very tempting to think that I have this. But the truth is that so many people have something. And that is, of course, in a way, terrible that so many people have something, but it is also important to see that, because it takes away some of the isolation of being in a challenging situation. And it helps to just be aware that this is part of human life. It is not this one, it's not that I have this one terrible fate and everyone else is quote unquote safe. No, this is part of human life. And that needs to inform how we live. It needs to inform how we take care of other people. It needs to inform how we think of, like, you know, careers, how we think of raising children, and so on. That, you know, that is not a kind of complete answer. There's a lot that could be said, but that was maybe a beginning.
Yeah, and possibly even art. Some people bring it up in the comment section now, that that seems to be a way to somehow get closer to other people's experiences. And
yes, I like, absolutely.
Yeah. Jackson Coulter sent a question. Do you think there is any connection between our need for each other and overcoming our own biases?
Very interesting. Well, you know, thank you everyone for these really interesting questions. Yeah, that is interesting. I think maybe yes. The presumption that others are very different from oneself is, of course, like one of the flaws in thinking that we are all subject to. And then once you learn more about other people, you realize that is maybe not realistic. So I think the more you, I mean, that is, yeah, I think that all the research that is done on bias is probably something where the Stoics would say we should also just sort of try to learn from the sciences. We need to study. We need to not only kind of, you know, tell our stories to our friends, and you know, I'm very impressed with how what you're doing with Stoicon is like a community of friends, which is like the most Stoic thing you can do, which I think is fantastic. But the Stoics, I think, would say that as friends together, we should also study empirical sciences. I take very seriously that they think we need to know nature. We need to understand the universe. We need to understand nature. And I think understanding the interconnectedness of human beings is partly also kind of something that we can do in empirical psychology and neuroscience and so on, where, you know, taking these topics seriously as topics of research and as ones that are important for us to learn about, I think is important. Like, last thing about bias, this is not directly on the question, but nevertheless, one of the reasons that I'm so interested also in Stoic logic, and that I think that Stoic logic is not some kind of academic enterprise that isn't relevant to everyday life, but it's actually something that should interest all of us, is that it is a kind of training in slowed down judgment. And when you think about some of the empirical research on bias, it is really that. It is the question of, can we do it? Can we not jump to conclusions? Can we slow down that our minds sort of race to a conclusion and immediately kind of apply some prejudice or bias? Can we somehow hold back there? Can we think more slowly and then come to a different judgment? And the Stoics would say it is extremely hard. It is extremely hard not to jump to conclusions, but it is also super important. So it just is something that we need to practice.
Yeah, and I think that they refer to logic as virtue here and there in the text, and that kind of makes sense given what you just said. It seems to be one of those things that we really need in order to function well with the human beings around us.
Yes, I entirely think that. I think that it can sound so kind of exclusive or super demanding to say that knowledge is important. But I think when we look more closely what the Stoics mean with that, it is not a far-fetched idea, because understanding other people is a basic thing in human life. We want that, we need that. We also need self-understanding. We need to make sense of our own lives and so on. So I think that the concern with knowledge and with logic is not a kind of theoretical, kind of lofty ivory tower kind of thing. I think it is something that we need in order to make sense of our lives, and that, yeah, I mean, a lot of Stoic logic is about sort of to train yourself not to fall victim to fallacies. So a fallacy is that you race to a conclusion and you should have just held off and not made a judgment. And some of these fallacies, relating again to bias, some of the fallacies that the Stoics are interested in are about so-called generics. Generics are general claims about, they use the example, the Greeks are such and such, the barbarians are such and such. But we can plug in other things nowadays. But it is, I think, incredible that they worry about that kind of thing. I mean, that's exactly what we worry about today. And they think that claims like the Greeks are such and such are inherently flawed. I think it's amazing that they see that. And I think that is something that we need, that we need to look at more broadly and not consider Stoic logic as sort of like little thing that is too theoretical, but that is kind of something that we can teach in school, because it goes so much to kind of everyday challenges.
We got another question on environmentalism from Sarah. Can't we take the same view of connection and needing others and rationally apply it to other organisms in our ecosystem, like trees and insects, because our ecosystem requires such various organisms in order for our cosmopolis to continue in equilibrium?
I agree with you. Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And I think that with that kind of framework, Stoic type of framework, but it would never occur to one to just want to get rid of some species, which sometimes people have wanted for a kind of, because it seemed in some kind of narrow framework, it seemed like the thing like somehow useful. But once you think really genuinely of the world as this complex system, it is very likely that each little component, even if it is a bug that I don't want to meet in my kitchen, nevertheless, like all the insects and so on, has some, it would be a question of the study of biologists and so on to look exactly at how all of this hangs together. And I think the Stoics would say that this is a kind of study that we should engage in. And I mean, for example, some people in current ethics, political philosophy, have argued that we should, quote unquote, phase out predators, because as predators, they do horrible things. You know, if a human being did what the tiger does, it would be, they would go to prison. So I think that those considerations are extremely like complicated, and that the Stoics would, you know, I'm not going to claim that I have the answer to all these very complicated questions about bears and wolves and so on, but the Stoics, at least I think, offer us a framework from which to approach these questions.
And perhaps they even can come a bit closer to what's called deep ecology than what many people think. I mean, I think that the Stoics said a few places that well, animals exist for the sake of humans and things like that. But at the same time, they seem to think that the whole, I mean, the entire cosmos is, in some important sense, good, and to the extent that any kind of organism contributes to the good, that it sort of makes out part of that cosmos, maybe it can have some kind of value, not only for the value it might give to a human being, but also to part it plays in the system.
Yes, you know, I will, given that here is a kind of community of lovers of the Stoics, I will say something that maybe not everyone wants to hear. You know, one of the most horrible passages says that pigs have a soul to keep them fresh for us to eat them. And it's like, okay, no, why do you have to say that? So it's not going to work to make it kind of too nice.
Yeah.
It isn't. But nevertheless, even in those kinds of contexts, the Stoics would nevertheless say that, you know, even if we raise animals for food, and even if we grow forests for building houses or whatever, nevertheless, each of these natural entities also has some kind of semblance of divinity in it, and is therefore something that inherently we ought to appreciate, even though then in the end there are these kind of other uses.
Yeah, and a tiger might teach us to run faster or something like that, or yeah.
Yeah, I may also say one more word to this, you know,
yeah,
in defense of the Stoics, if possible here. One thing you might say, you know, when you work with fragments, when you work on early Stoic philosophy, you work with all these authors who write about them. And these authors, of course, don't always like the Stoics. So some of them are quite hostile. And some of these more horrible examples come from Porphyry, who is a Neoplatonist and like really thinks the Stoics are horrible. And they come from a treatise by Porphyry on abstinence. So you know, there's always like, on the one hand, there's, okay, we have to concede it isn't as nice as maybe we want it to be. But we can also say maybe the people who tell us about it intentionally tell us the most gruesome example because they want to tell us how horrible the Stoics are.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was also wondering, I think that most the people who follow modern Stoicism tend to focus, in some cases, almost exclusively on the Roman Stoics, while reading the fragments and Diogenes Laertius and Aristodemus seems to be a bit more for the scholars. Do you have any good ideas on how someone who has read Marcus and Seneca and so on could move towards being able to read some of those more fragmentary, complicated texts?
Yeah, that is a great question. I think that a lot of it really is accessibility. Can I go and buy a paperback? I mean, the same holds for aerosol. It's astonishing. Like, we know so much about aerosol now, but the first kind of okay accessible English translation of the Nicomachean Ethics, one that has been used for teaching like for decades, was done in the 50s and 60s. So that is, in the grand scheme of things, not long ago. I mean, of course, there were earlier ones, but they were not the sort of thing that you can go and buy like as a paperback. So I think a similar kind of thing happens with the Stoics. In fact, the movement of taking a genuine interest in them is, comparatively speaking, young. It was in the 70s, 80s, 90s that they were really rediscovered. And it makes perfect sense to me that then the first things that were translated such that they were put into accessible paperback kind of editions where just a person can walk to a bookstore and buy it, the first things were the things that were like complete treatises, like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, and so on. But I think now we are at a point where we have paperback editions of the fragments done by really good people, where you have chapters on, I don't know, you have a chapter on virtue and you have a couple pages of where someone really good explains to you what is this roughly about, and then you get the text, and then you have the next chapter. But that's quite recent. It is quite recent that we have these kinds of texts. And I would, predict and hope, and really, I think that maybe Stoicon 10 years from now, people have these paperbacks at home on their desks.
Yeah. One final question, and I think I'm going to answer this myself as well. But just to your point, can you recommend some of your favorite collections of the fragments? And I really like the Hellenistic Philosophy by Long and Sedley. So you can get it in, I think it's 2-volume edition with both a Greek and Latin one and English translation with some commentaries that are really
Yeah, I love that too. That is my favorite. It is fairly recent that it is a paperback. Personally, I think it is rare that one can just go and purchase something that is expensive, and if one doesn't really need it. So I think it's important that something is out as a paperback. Plus, the Greek of the Long and Sedley edition is now online. So one doesn't have to buy both volumes. Even if you want to look at the Greek, you can just only look by the translation. I think that is fantastic. I think that David Sedley is one of the best scholars in our field, like sort of ever, and Long and Anthony Long is also great. So I think that is wonderful. It is, some people think, a little bit outdated. It does but I kind of don't think that. I think it is really good.
Yeah, it's a great place to start. All right, but thank you so much, Katja. This was excellent, and
Thank
so
you for
great to
having
have you
me.
with us. Yeah, and I think that was the final talk of this year's Stoicon. So thank you, everybody. Thank you all to the speakers, to all the lightning talkers, to the panelists. Especially thank you to Greg Sadler, to Brittany, to Phil. There's been no technical hiccups today, which is really great. So yeah, see you at Stoicon 2025. And yeah, I have nothing more to say, but do you want to open the floor, Phil?
I know I see lots of this down inside the chat. Thank you for Katja Marie Vogt for doing that fantastic close. Kelly Rudolph opens us up. We had lots of fantastic speakers, and thanks to, is Greg and Brittany, are you guys still here? Can you pop your screens for us for just a second and come up with us? So I'm going to add a spotlight for Greg, and then if I can find, well, Brittany, are you here where I can see you? And we'll do this thing we do here. Brittany might have wandered off at this point. Here's what I'm going to do, because, you know, this is the way I end this thing every year. I think you guys did a fantastic job of pulling together some awesome folks for us to listen to. And I always ask the audience at this last moment to unmute themselves and thank Harold and Greg for the job they did today. So I've given you the amazing and awesome power to unmute yourselves, and I'm going to count you down, and you're going to say thank you. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go.
Thank
you.
Thank
you.
Gracias.
And Phil and Brittany.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming. This has been great.
Yes. Thank you for being part of this, and we'll get links and all of that stuff to you later. But thank you for being here for Stoicon 2024, and we'll see you next year. Adios.
Adios.